Welcome to the Monitor for Circular Fashion 2023 event. I'm Francesca Romana Rinaldi, the director of the Monitor here at SDA Bocconi, and I'm going to present to you in a little bit the main results of the Monitor for Circular Fashion report 2023. I will be also guiding you through the different panels today, but first of all, I would like to leave the floor to Francesco Perrini, the Associate Dean for Sustainability at SDA Bocconi and Director of the Sustainability Lab for the opening remarks. Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Francesca. Good morning. Dear all, welcome to SDA Bocconi School of Management for the third year of the Monitor for Circular Fashion. As Francesca said, I'm here as Associate Dean for Sustainability at SDA Bocconi, but also as the Director of the Sustainability Lab, in which we have the Monitor. And thanks again to Francesca for directing it. Today is the third edition. The Monitor for Circular Fashion has been growing step by step, thanks to the efforts of an incredible team. 5 companies in 2020, 16 in 2021, 18 in 2022, and this year 26 and more, I hope, to come in the next year. I would like also forward hearing about the commitment of the Monitor for Circular Fashion companies to UNECE, the Sustainability Pledge, and to the Textile Transition Pathway of the EU Commission. I strongly suggest downloading the research report. This year is amazing, and read it carefully, since it can be a source of inspiration for some companies or a benchmarking tool for others. According to the research, the main benefit of circularity is improved brand reputation, followed by new business opportunity and increased consumer loyalty. You will hear also about the challenges and trade-offs in circular fashion. Very interesting, the focus on sustainability governance. I have read in the report some factors we found to be positively correctly with sustainability performance, namely board size, CO duality, and the presence of sustainability incentives as executive remuneration. More and more important, this last aspect, in particular for listed company. Other research results will be presented during the entire day. A very long day with a lot of intervention, documents, discussion, and different panels. Many thanks, of course, to Francesca Romana Rinaldi, who is the director of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, and guiding the team of young researchers, Elena Scoccianti, Francesca Boni, and the team of advisors who actively worked on the report and others activity in the Monitor, especially Liuba Napoli and Claudia Bernardino. I would like also to say thank you to our research dean, Paola Cillo. I don't know, thanks. Sustainability Research Lab and the Monitor are in the main area of the research dean of SDA Bocconi. And then let me to thanks to all companies, a lot, 26 of partners of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, and NLX for powering the Monitor, and institutions which accept the invitation to participate today's event, in particular the EU Commission and the European Parliament. So thank you to all. Let me to conclude this year, my intervention, with a very good news for us, and I hope for you all. This prestigious British newspaper, Financial Times, has awarded our university campus as the most sustainable in the world last month. Anybody know this news? How many? Nobody. So thank you. Bocconi Communication. Anyway, the most sustainable university campus in the world. I add a word, urban campus, because we are less than 1 mile from the Duomo, so in the city center, not in the hill, in a hill outside of a country or is in a golf club Okay, anyway, this recognition is a tangible testament to our commitment to sustainability at large and our desire to be at the forefront of this field. We are involved in teaching, research, of course, and in sustainability as an institution, and I try to work as Bocconi be a sort of listed company. So we implement ESG factors in this way. And I'm very happy to share with you this very good news. So without further ado, let's start with the event. I'm really pleased to open this conference. Also, I say hello from our Dean, Stefano Caselli, is in New York. And I'm very happy to see this large participation again. I wish you all very fruitful discussions. Have a great day. And Francesca, so the floor is yours. Change the position. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So let's start. I would like to share with you the key findings of the report this year. But first of all, I would like to introduce what the Monitor for Circular Fashion is. I would like to mention that we are, again, a research project, but we are also talking about a multi-stakeholder community. It is actually a community, was born as a community, and it will continue as a community as well. We have several objectives. We will get back to this also with the presentation of the Circular Fashion Manifesto. But among the objectives we have, of course, we have the objective of doing research, and we produce on a yearly basis, and we also publish transparently on the website for the entire fashion industry, a research report. This is the one we presented today. It's available already on the website. You can also download it online if you're following from the platform today, so you can download the report together with other documents that I will mention to you. And every year, we choose the main focus. So this year specifically, since it's an important year, it's year 3 of the monitor, we wanted to have a 360 degree approach on circularity, on the ESG factors. So you will find also in the report some specific results related to the environment, to the social aspects, and to the governance. So specifically regarding the environmental aspect, the E, this year we wanted to focus especially on the waste, the textile waste. And you will find there, also in chapter 2, for this reason, a focus on the Waste Framework Directive. We wanted to dig into this, but we also offer this scenario overall. We know that the sustainable and circular textile strategy gave a huge acceleration to companies, to all companies that are sitting here, to all companies in the fashion industry at European level. But we know now that it's a matter of priorities and actions. Since we received this huge acceleration, is now the moment to act. So we are working especially on 11 topics. You see them here, and you will see them also in the report. And these 11 topics are for us key. We do it during our plenary meetings, during the year, all year round, so not just today and not just in the report. And a sum up will be found actually in the report. So we wanted to give to the Monitor for Circular Fashion companies some priorities, and we will get back to these priorities also with the circular fashion roadmap that we will discuss at the end of my speech, but also during the presentations today and the different panels. So again, on a yearly basis, we work with a KPIs committee that is part of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, and together with all the partners of the Monitor to identify and test circularity KPIs in pilot projects. And this year, we will present to you, the companies actually will present to you all, the 2022-2023 pilot projects. We have 10 in total, and we have been implementing these circularity KPIs. We work on a broad definition of circular fashion. As a matter of fact, we wanted to be quite complete in understanding and, first of all, mapping at the very beginning, in year one, the 14 circular fashion activities across the circular fashion value chain. And last year, we published also an eco-design framework and applied it to the 10 pilot projects that you will be seen today. Some of those actually do have also an industrialized product, or they are getting to the industrialization, and this is actually the hope that the eco-design principles will be implemented not just to pilot projects, but also to industrialized and scale-up projects. So just to tell you a little bit more about the sample, we want to make this sample, we have now 26 companies, more and more representative of the industry overall. We have 15 pipeline players, large players and SMEs, covering all the indicated activities of the value chain. We also have, of course, a different mix of business models, ingredient brands, vendors, brands and retailers and service providers. And we have a mix also of nationalities. We have Italian companies, but also international companies with a strong presence in Italy. And this is going to continue also in the future. The main focus will be Italy and Europe. This year, we have 4 focuses in the research. You will find them in the report again. The first one is circular fashion advantages, obstacles, and trade-offs of circular fashion. The waste management and EPR. We will dig more into this aspect, as I mentioned before. Circularity and new generations, and sustainability governance. And for these 4 focuses that will be driving also the panel discussions today for the entire day, we have been using and applying 4 different methodologies. The desk analysis, first of all, survey and co-creation workshops with the companies of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, interviews also to external players and experts, and a survey to 2,400 and more citizens, 88% represented by new generation citizens. And we did this survey thanks to the collaboration with PwC. So you will know more about each aspect again during the panels, but first of all, I would like to dig into at least focus 2, 3, and 4. I will leave to you focus 1, you can find it in the report. I will just emphasize that what we wanted to do compared to the first year, where we did this survey already, we wanted to keep separate the results for the pipeline players and the service providers, because we may have some different results, and we did have different results, especially for the trade-offs. It makes sense. But I would like to focus a little bit more on point 2, and especially on waste management and APR, highlighting an important data. An Orion Euric recent report is sharing some key estimates on this problem/opportunity. As a matter of fact, we can consider this as an opportunity. We have 5.4 million tons of textile products placed on the EU market. Of all used textiles, though, only 38% are separately collected for reuse, recycling, and disposal. So we need to work on the remaining. We need to work on the 62%. And the remaining part ends up incinerated in landfills, being donated, resold, or just stays unused. And the EPR legislation, the upcoming EPR legislation, should bring to a better use of unused textiles. On the key results that you will find in the report and in the research, there is a mapping. And this is the result of all the research carried out this year. We wanted to highlight the variety of stakeholders that are involved in the textile waste pipeline, the activities, the inputs, and we also wanted to highlight even more clearly, which is the EPR scope. It's basically the post-consumer waste resources. But we know, also having carried out many interviews, that we know that operators and even the consortiums, in Italy we have 5. We know in France we started much earlier than in Italy. We have one main player that is managing the textile waste. But basically, there are also several projects that are implemented on the pre-consumer waste. So it's not just the post-consumer waste. The legislation will be focused on the post-consumer waste, but we know that the legislation will not be enough. Companies are already going forward. Among other questions that we asked, 15 experts actually that we interviewed. Some are speakers today. We couldn't invite them all as speakers, but ATP, Humana People to People, and also other speakers you will find today that have been interviewed. But we also interviewed the 5 EPR consortiums that have been created in Italy, and they have been invited also to this event. We asked them the most relevant advantages and challenges of the EPR. And you can find them here. So to make more efficient and effective post-consumer textile waste management is one, and higher collection rates, as we said, and then this is consequently a higher rates of reuse and recycling, higher investments on R&D that will be coming together with this EPR. But we also have many challenges that we need to solve. So to ensure free competition over the access to waste resources, available and innovative and quality sorting and recycling infrastructures and technologies, and probably the most challenging, harmonization of the EPR systems, avoiding the excess of bureaucracy. We also asked other questions, and we will be discussing them during a dedicated panel today at 2 p.m., so stay tuned. And we wanted to go more in depth, also asking the companies of the monitor their future plans, about the future plans for the waste management, especially focusing on pre-consumer waste and post-consumer waste. But going to focus 3. I've been asked several times from the companies to also include the citizens. So this is what we had to do. At a certain point, we said, okay, we are in a university, we are in a business school, in this case, SDA Bocconi. It makes sense to involve the citizens, the young citizens we have also in Bocconi University and SDA Bocconi. And this is what we did. And thanks again also to MAFED, we wanted to partner our Master in Fashion Experience and Design Management here at SDA Bocconi. We wanted to involve really the community, and we did it, involving about 150 students. Some of them participated also to the event on May 5th. We called this event Refashion Now. So it was not created by us, it was actually created by the European Commission as an hashtag. Is an important campaign that the European Commission started this year in order to involve the citizens. So we wanted to focus especially on the new generation, so Generation Z and millennials, to activate them on the topics of circular fashion and sustainable fashion. And this is where we started, but we're not that great on asking students to answer surveys, so we wanted to partner also with PwC, and we did it also for several years now. So we wanted to partner again. They're part of the monitor, they are among the partners, and are great and making surveys. So what we did was to make a survey together. We suggested some questions related to sustainability and circularity, and especially a key topic for us this year was, together with greenwashing and second-hand, also the digital product passport. So we wanted to ask the new generations what they think about the digital product passport. And this is what we did. We had the results. We will discuss together with PwC the results later on today. We reached, with the survey, 2,400 and more Italian and international respondents based in Italy, for the 88% represented by new generations. And it came up that especially millennials are careful, very careful about greenwashing. But generally speaking, all generations are, so companies need to be very careful in how they make their claims. And in the Monitor for Circular Fashion, we know it very well. We spent 1 year to make sustainability claims. So we don't expect that companies will take so long, but pioneering, probably it will take a little bit more, and then step by step it will take less. But yeah, we need to be very careful on making claims, and this is also very consistent with the Green Claims Directive upcoming, and also the other directive, especially the Empowering Consumer on Green Transition, that will guide on this direction. So being more careful. And regarding the digital product passport, instead, we wanted to understand better, and according to all generations in aggregate, the information that are considered most important to be included in the digital product passport. The information is the environmental impact and the composition of authentication of the product. This is mainly. And the main benefits identified from the digital product passport are increased trust and loyalty, and more informed decisions, and for sure also combating counterfeiting in resale platforms. We will get back to this point again later on in the panel. We know that new generations love the resale, love the second hand. There is a boom in this moment, so especially for new generations, but we will see what's going to happen next. The last focus for us was sustainability governance. The last focus is, for us, key. We will be starting actually from this focus with a panel discussion today. We found a correlation with some factors. We will discuss them during the panel. And we also wanted to go more in depth into the role of family businesses, the role of board diversity, not just meant as gender diversity, but also generation and cultural background. And finally, the role of a widespread system of incentives for sustainability. Going towards the conclusions. We got ready in the last 3 years to run, let's say, for the twin transition. And we wanted to commit this year, in addition to the commitment we already had to UNEC, we also wanted to add another commitment, and specifically, we did it to the European Commission Textile Transition Pathway. We answered this call for commitment on 8 actions out of 50. We will go more in depth with the Circular Fashion Manifesto on this. And last point that I would like to make is on technologies. So especially talking about technologies, we always consider the technologies as enablers, important enablers for this twin transition. And we have asked the partners of the Monitor for Circular Fashion about which are, from their point of view, the key technologies to invest on. They're investing on as well. And they answered recycling technologies, digital product passport, data selection and analysis tools, and LCA softwares. So this, for us, is key. We will have, at a certain point in the panel discussions, this background material, this background result of the research. And for this, I need to thank very much Electra. During the think tank, we gave the first inputs to build this overall map that is presenting all the technologies that are the priority for us for a twin transition, especially circularity priorities and circularity technologies then, and also traceability technologies, which is for us the point we need to start from. And then all the other service providers that we will meet today, you will meet today, for the inputs that share with us. So thank you so much. And final, the circular fashion roadmap. I mentioned to you that we wanted to start from these 11 topics, and you will find them again in the research, but we also wanted to support companies, the companies of the Monitor, but also the companies of the fashion industry overall, giving a suggestion on how to prioritize, once again, these 11 topics. And we did it looking at least 3 variables. The first one is the urgency. So this means how close we are to the legislation. Maybe some of those have been already implemented. You will find them in the report. Some are upcoming. So according to this, we rated basically the urgency. The number of value chain activities involved. Here we started from the basically assumption that the lower the number of value chains that we want to involve, the lower will be the complexity, the higher the number of value chains, the higher the complexity. Of course, this depends also on the business model of how the activities are organized, but this is the assumption we made, and also the stakeholders involved. If we need to involve just the internal stakeholders, will be lower complexity. If we need to involve also the external stakeholders, the higher will be the complexity. So this is how we rated, and this is why you find the different topics positioned in the Act Now, the most urgent, Start, Get Ready, and Plan for Future. We know that everything is important, right? So it's time to act. So it's not time to wait, but we wanted to give a grading, let's say. And this is what we did. And now, what are we going to do next? First of all, I mentioned to you that we wanted to also work on the social aspects, and we are going to do it even more in the next steps. We also wanted to highlight in the report, you will find them, the SDGs we have been focusing especially on. Until now, I will say the number 9, 12, 13, and 17, of course, the partnership for the goals. But we are planning for the future, and we already started to work more on the social dimension as well. So 1, 5, 8 and 10 will be our priority. Which are the next steps for us? We'd like to continue this way. We are enjoying very much working with the companies, and we have some positive feedbacks until now, at least. So we would like to go further in this direction. We would like to involve all the activities of the value chain, including also retail and e-tailing, which are not there yet. We would like to explore also other value chains. The closest will be probably eyewear, and we are ready to enter in the future also in other value chains as well, to extend the geographical reach, to collaborate also with the existing organizations focused on the social dimension, and more we would like to commit also on supporting small players and SMEs and startups in circular and sustainable fashion. We did it this year already with the C Factor initiative. It's the first edition. We will fine-tune it for the future. We will make it grow. This is a commitment again. And we would like to collaborate even more with small SMEs, not just alone by ourselves, but collaborating with associations and networks that are already there. So to know a little bit more about the research, please get in touch. If you'd like to have some further insights, get in touch. But download the report, first of all. Again, it's available. You will find it both on the website and also on the platform today. And for those of you following online, please use also the tool Ask a Question to the Speaker in case you would like to get in touch. We'll be ready to leverage on your inputs. We'll be looking at them step by step during the panel discussions. And we will also take time to answer the questions in the next days together with the speakers. So thank you all. And now let's start with the first panel. So I would like to welcome Federica Leonetti. She's already here. Thank you, Federica, for joining us.
You.
She's chair of Textiles Group of Experts at Enterprise Europe Network. Is actually one of the networks I was mentioning before, so we'd like to get closer and closer and collaborate even more. So you will know more about EEN in a moment. And Nicola Tagliaferro, Head of Global Sustainability at NLX. Hi, Nicola. welcome.
Hi, hello, good morning.
All right, so it's a nice start. We'll fine-tune with the connection, hopefully. But let's start from Federica. And Federica, first of all, would you like to tell us a little bit more about the EEN? What is EEN?
Thank you, Francesca, for inviting me. So, hello, everyone. Enterprise Europe Network is an international network supported by the European Commission. It's the most largest international network that supports small and medium enterprises all around the world to grow, to innovate, to internationalize. It's a huge community. We are spread in more than 14 countries, so not only in Europe but also in non-European countries. This is very important because in that way we are committed to be connected with international partners and international members, of course, that could help and support our clients to create international and commercial agreements and collaborations. So we support them in different ways. We provide clients with services related to innovation, partnering. We organize events, brokerage events. We support them, giving them information regarding the European policy. So it's a huge and very wide community to support industry and ecosystems to be connected and to create synergies. And more specifically, I coordinated the sector group textile and fashion within the network. We have 15 sector groups within the network aligned with industrial ecosystems. Within the sector group, we are 40 members from different countries. So we are committed to support enterprises and textile industries, so from the manufacturer to the fashion designers to the startups, small and medium enterprises, to get connected, create international and commercial agreements or new projects. And we support them, giving them information regarding the new policy, especially now that the European Commission released the one related to the sustainable textiles. So we try to commit them to follow the right pathway.
Having this international network allows you also to collect information and maybe also do mapping, as we love to do mapping. I wanted to ask you about a specific mapping that you have been working on with the other members, and specifically on EPR. We talked before about the relevance of managing the waste, the textile waste at this point, and also mapping best practices, because we mentioned before that France started in 2007 already with the EPR. We're coming in Italy much later, but there are also other countries that already started. Could you tell us a little bit about your mapping? Basically?
Yes, you're right. Within the sector group, we have different tasks. We designed a subgroup working on sustainability. Within this group, we decided to create a map, as you said, to create a report map, where we are scouting.
Slide also showing this map that we could look at.
We are scouting across our country members. We are trying to understand the state of the art of our companies, actually. So we started 3-4 months ago to ask to do this mapping at free level, starting questioning at government level, stakeholders level, SMEs level, their commitment or their state of the art regarding the sustainability management, of course. We involved different countries, as you can see, Germany, the Netherlands, France, Belgium, Italy, Spain, and Portugal. And we are trying to shortlist some examples and best practices to be shared among our community, but also to bring on board for the others. And among these, we are focusing on waste management, as you already outlined before, where we have 2 cases from France. from AGEC. They released this law from 2023 for the larger brands and for the smaller ones starting in 2025, where they are committed to report regarding the clothes, where they are made, and to share the content on which kind of materials they are using to produce them. And then this is a new one in France, the cluster CETIA, that it started. It's a famous cluster, of course, but they started. They launched again just 1 month ago this innovation platform to transform textiles and leather articles and everything in new materials. They use very high-level speed machineries using automation and artificial intelligence to transform garments. And then regarding the APR, we have a case from the Netherlands, because on the 2nd of July, the ministry released a new law regarding the APR case. So from now on, companies are obliged to report in this.
We talked about the importance of harmonization. This means for us also a governance stage, not just as companies, of course,
exactly.
to monitor once again. So also working with you, with EEN, would be key on this point.
Exactly, also because we take these case studies also for our clients. I mean, because of course there are countries that are already on the step and they are still working on it, but maybe others still need some support to understand how to do it. So this could be a very good example to be reported and to be used also for the others, for our companies, of course.
So thank you so much for joining. But again, let's keep the relationship open for the future.
Absolutely.
So starting already from the beginning of next year, we're ready to start the new monitor.
We are
activities.
ready.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and Nicola?
Hello.
Great, welcome again. I wanted to ask you, Nicola, about the research results that we have in the report this year related to especially energy circularity KPIs. We have some aggregated results in the report. You have been working on a sample of 10 players you have been analyzing in 2023. But you can compare also with the previous years. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, and first of all, thank you, Francesco and SDA Bocconi, for being and accepting us as part of this incredible project. So for us, is extremely an honor to be part of this project, of this monitor for circular fashion, and to highlight the importance of the energy issue on this specific within this context of circularity, because energy is extremely important. And before answering directly your question, as every year, I would like to start with something very interesting that can be really of the interest of the entire audience that is today part of the monitor, and is related to a survey which has been conducted in 2023 by McKinsey, where this at global level, so it's not just the Italian level, but it's at global level within the textile sector, that states that among the 5 biggest concern of companies within the textile, there is the energy price volatility. So this is a result very important, very impressive for a certain point of view, because highlights how important is the energy within this sector in particular, and how important it is to take care about this concern, that compared to other concerns that are, for example, inflation or geopolitical instability, the energy price volatility has the possibility gives the possibility to the company to be active and to cover this concern through clearly some actions, some concrete action, which was also the reason why we tried also to be part and to our contribution within the monitor, because companies on the energy side can be active and can, through, for example, self-production through renewables or energy efficiency, can really fight and try to cover absolutely this kind of risk. But this was just something very interesting. I hope was of the interest for everyone. But let's enter now in the results to answer to your questions. The results of the application of our circular economy report and the energy, in particular, with the focus on the energy. We are very while we were analyzing also with you, we were very happy to see how there has been an evolution since we started in the first year, in 2021, 22, 23, because this year, the analysis we conducted states that all the companies that have been under analysis, they have self-production through renewable energy. This is something that was not in the beginning, because was only the 30%. So it means that in 3 years, the panel, let's say, the population of companies started really to understand the importance, and those new companies that we analyzed actually showed that there is this awareness about production, so that there were 2.8 gigawatt hours produced in total. And also regarding, for example, electric mobility, we noticed that the 50% of the companies we analyzed actually has started to use some solutions of electric mobility. Regarding the infrastructure, there is still important step to do, but at least compared to the beginning, the trend is extremely positive. There are two things to highlight from a technical point of view. We strongly believe textile industries should look at, and are the energy communities incentives and also demand response solution, because those two solutions specifically within the energy market are both a potential opportunities in terms of incentives for the companies. So it means that the textile companies using energy communities and demand response could improve their P&L, could improve their profit, could improve the cost reduction. So there is, we believe, could be something to look at. And finally, compare to other sector, because what we did is both a vertical and horizontal analysis, also comparing the group of companies within the monitor with the rest of companies in other sector we analyze. We are also very happy this year. We had the third year to say that the average energy circularity of those companies is a bit higher of the average cross sector, because we have a 25% average, 25.8 actually, the average cross sector score, compared to a 27%, which is the energy circularity of the companies belonging to the Monitor for Circular Fashion.
Thank you so much. And again, download the report to find further elements also on this research, also on the specific aspect on energy circularity. So thank you so much, Nicola. And now is time to leave the floor to our next panel. So thank you again for being with us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And let's start our next panel. I'm really glad today to introduce to you our keynote speakers. Valentina Superti, Director of European Commission DG GROW. Thank you so much for being with us today. And Dirk Vantingen, General Director at Eurotex. And Beatrice Covassi, MEP at the European Parliament, Commission, Industry, Research, Energy, and Commission for Environment, Public Health, and Food Safety. So the floor, first of all, to Valentino Superti. Thank you so much for being here at SDA Bocconi today, talking about the textile transition pathway.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. And thanks so much, SDA Bocconi. Is it okay? Yeah. And particularly Francesca Rinaldi for your kind invitation today, but particularly I would say for the work that you are doing, that you have now started to illustrate. Let me say from the outset that what you are doing is extremely useful and precious for us. Why? First of all, because there is alignment of objectives, which is, I think, the start of any meaningful policy. But then there is also the willingness to translate these objectives into practice, which is at the end what also, well, actually what really counts in the end. So perhaps before zooming into the transition pathway for textiles, I want to let you know that it is since the beginning of this mandate, this political cycle that, as you know, started in 2019 and will end next year, starting with the European Parliament elections. So it's since the beginning that we are trying to have a holistic approach to 14 industrial ecosystems in Europe. And the textiles is one of these 14 industrial ecosystems. So that's our, let's say, basic methodology. And what is the main objective of this exercise? The main objective is to support the competitiveness of the textiles ecosystem in Europe, and particularly in terms of accompanying, to the extent possible, this sector, the ecosystem, towards a more precisely sustainable, meaning both environmentally and socially sustainable ecosystem, first objective. Second one is digitally enabled ecosystem. Third topic, a more resilient ecosystem. We have seen, unfortunately, very tangible, in a very tangible way, especially for those operating on the market, the dramatic effects of the pandemic first, of the war in Ukraine second, and there is increasing instability. We see that every day, unfortunately, and that means disruptions in the supply chain. Hence, the topic of resilience is gaining a lot in the European agenda for all these reasons. Now, after that initial scoping of the 14 industrial ecosystems in the industrial strategy of 2020, just before the pandemic, then it was updated in 2021, the European Commission issued or adopted the so-called textiles strategy in March 2022. And perhaps, so this is the framework we are operating in, and what are the tools that we have to do that job in the European Commission. It's about regulation, of course, the 16 pieces of legislation, so a lot on that front. But then equally important is the funding element, so accompanying the right investments to make this transition happen. And thirdly, and now I come to the transition pathway, it's about dialogue. So it's about having an open conversation with all those who can contribute usefully to the conversation in order to try to translate all these framework and objectives into practice, into real projects that show that industry and SMEs can lead the way in this transition and can be actually the author and not just the spectator or the passive element of this discussion, but on the contrary, that they are the drivers of this transition. So now zooming to the pathway, this is what it is. So the pathway, it's a conversation it's a new methodology that we are having in place for all most industrial ecosystems since 2020. And it's about, through dialogue, working on concrete projects. So as a result of first discussions, by the way, again, thank you to Francesca's contribution, we have come to identifying 8 building blocks and 50 actions in that context. So what are the topics? It's the same topics I was mentioning before, of course. There is coherence in that. So the first one is sustainability. And through the pathway, we aim to support the ecosystem to transform itself, achieve the ambition green and circular ecosystem as it is foreseen, by the way, in the textiles strategy, which is the document setting the framework. And the pathway specifically includes actions, so it's about concrete actions, concrete projects, I insist on that, to promote and support circular. So this is mainly about first about promoting and supporting circular business practices like the second-hand, the repair services, but also the sorting and the recycling that we have also heard of before. And so one thing is words, one thing is reality. So, of course, it's clear that moving towards greater sustainability is a challenge. So it's not something, that is easily done. But our take here is that there are also opportunities. And, of course, opportunity is also for companies to be first movers in this regard. But then, what is, I think, a key point I came to understand, actually, over, after 2 years of work here, is that this, this transition that we wanted to achieve, we would want to achieve for the textiles ecosystem is actually a shared responsibility. What do I mean with that? I mean that in addition to the framework that is to be set for this transition, to help this transition to happen. There is industry, of course, on the one hand, SMEs who have to do the job, so to speak, but then the consumers. If you don't have the demand side fully present, it's, I think, very difficult to achieve this transition. So hence, it is essential to onboard the consumers in this endeavor. Here comes also the points that were made before. And indeed, we have launched a consumer campaign and various consumer campaigns to create awareness, to reshape consumption patterns. It's not easy. It's not easy. I think if you think of consumers, you need to think also education. You need to think, very deep in terms to have this happening. So first topic, sustainability of the transition pathway. Second topic, it's digitalization. I always say digitalization is not actually an objective per se, it's a means. So the digitalization is a way to be more sustainable. So it's not an objective in itself, but it's important to be more digitalized. So this is clearly about also technologies, but it's, I would want here to insist on the people side, so on the skills side. And we think that support for digitalization and in particular on up-skilling and re-skilling are important and should be important elements of this transition pathway. We are working on some actions. We are working on a European Pact for Skills. What are we talking about? For example, mentoring, apprenticeship schemes, but also, do a sort of catalog of what are the new skills profiles that are needed for this transition. By the way, let's think that textiles in particular has an aging dimension as well, which needs to be thought through and addressed. So we are doing our part to the extent that we can also on skills. We have set up a dedicated funding scheme, and we are working on a grant of 1.2 million from the single market program that we are using to work with partners, with the stakeholders in order to work on this skilling dimension. Third, so sustainable transition pathway, sustainability, by the way, environmental and social, digital. Third, resilience. So resilience, it's a supply chain disruption, of course, but it's also ensuring that the supply chains are managed, properly managed, and that they are resilient, precisely. But then, it's also about making sure, so I'll try to, to be precise here, making sure that European companies are not disadvantaged by what should be ideally a competitive advantage, meaning achieving this transition. So we need, concretely speaking, at the European level, we also, for example, need to make sure that the market surveillance mechanism that is in place at the borders of Europe functions properly in order to check that the products that are imported into Europe do comply with the regulations that we have set for ourselves. Let's not forget, over 70% of fashion products consumed in the EU are imported. So that's quite a figure. In terms of money, this represents 137 billions that are imported in Europe. And so this clearly poses challenges for the textiles companies operating in Europe. And so we need to address the differences that exist in terms differences between Europe on the one hand and the rest of the world, or at least some parts of the world on the other hand, differences that exist in terms of environmental and social standards. So there are the two dimensions. And so we need, what is the objective, to try to ensure a level playing field between these various areas of the world. Hence, market surveillance area is a key attention point, also in the context of the transition pathway. And then we are taking also a number of other measures. And by the way, I want to commend the help that the Enterprise Europe network we have heard before is also giving us on the internationalization and external dimension front. Now let me say just a few words on what is, I think, also a key point in this transition pathway discussion. This is the funding, because of course one thing, and this is something we in DG GROW, so I'm working in the Director General responsible for industry, internal market, SMEs, entrepreneurship. So we are, saying consistently since a couple of years, of course we need a regulatory framework. But this regulatory framework needs also to be complemented, at least to a meaningful extent, by funding that is there to support the investments that are needed for this transition to take place. And as we speak today, so perhaps we are, but I'm cautious, but it should be today that we get the green light for a dedicated textiles partnership under Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the big research and innovation program of the European Union. It's 80 billion, so it's a big thing. It's 80 billion over the programming period, and we are working for a dedicated textiles partnership that will be, and this is also interesting, co-designed with the industry in terms of what will be the topics that will receive funding. Hence, it will be, I expect, about what we are referring to here, circularity, innovative production processes, recycling, etc. So, yeah, by the way, my notes say here, eco-design and recycling, digital technology for traceability solutions, and innovative production practices. Okay, so perhaps let me just conclude with a plea. Please help us to, each of us is a communicator, each of us is an ambassador, so I would really like to take this opportunity to help us spread the word on our work, and then to get these commitments that we really need to, I think also to show, but not only to show, to actually make sure that as many stakeholders as possible are on board for this transition. We have already got some, and some very nice ones on the recycling. By the way, also on the, for example, we have one on increasing female representation in management positions. You see, there is also that dimension. There is also the equality stroke gender dimension. Of course, we have commitments about reduction of gas emissions as well. And again, thank you to the 26 signatories of the monitor of for circular fashions and their commitments, and to be continued. So I finish here. I hope I was able to give you a little bit the framework of what we are working on, what is our state of mind, what is that we are doing. But of course, very happy to continue this discussion. So always to be continued. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will continue also for the Q&A, as a matter of fact, and I take the chance to mention that on the platform, you will be able to download also the Textile Transition Pathway Policy Report, and you will find also there the link to go to the call for commitment that Valentina Superti just mentioned. Now, Dirk Wantinghem, General Director of Euratex, the floor is yours, and let's comment also on the textile transition pathway with the point of view of Euratex. Thank you, Dirk.
Thank you. Can I put this here? Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, my back is too many people. I can walk around a little bit when I talk. Is that okay? It's a great pleasure for me to be here at Bocconi, and I realize I think most of you are Italian speaking. I'm not, so I thank you for accepting, listening to English this morning. What I would like to do is a little bit come back to what Mr. Superti was saying about, what happens in Brussels with this textile strategy, this transition pathway, different initiatives which are being taken, but give you the industry perspective, because my role as Euratex is to speak, to defend, to promote the interests of the entire European textile industry in Brussels. So, this is not me. No. Good. Just for those of you who would not be familiar with Euratex, with the organization that I have the honor to run, you can see these are the memberships. So we are organized in this typical European structure whereby our members are the national textile and fashion organizations across Europe. So for Italy, it's SMI, Sistema Moda Italia. I'm sure everybody knows SMI here in this room. And you can see the rest of the membership. And again, as I said, our role as Euratex is to be the voice, to represent the European textile industry in European policy making. So we work with the European Commission, with the European Parliament, the Council, etc. This is a quick reminder. When we talk about the European textile industry, here in Italy, you obviously think a lot about fashion, high-end fashion. But I do want to remind you that it's more than that. Textiles is everything. It's home textiles, it's technical textiles, medical textiles, textiles being used in constructions and cars. So our mandate, also for Eurotex, is to really look at the interest of the entire textile ecosystem. And just as a reminder, you can see the key numbers on the slide here. Number of companies, jobs created. As Valentina said, it is still an important segment of the European economy. And it's important to remind ourselves, to remind policymakers, that textiles, in the broad sense, is an important segment of the industry. I do want to share one statistic, one, let's say, perspective of how is the European textile industry doing. And this slide gives you what we call the business confidence. So on a monthly basis, we investigate, together with the Commission, how textile entrepreneurs feel about the future. And this is a kind of a historic perspective. You can see for many years it was, more or less the same level. But then COVID started, 2020, and you can see what happened with COVID. A very strong recovery. It's important to recognize that many textile and fashion companies did very well in 2021-22. But then we had Ukraine, energy crisis, inflation, consumer confidence, and that's why you can see the last few months, business confidence is going down again. So the last 2-3 years, if you look at this kind of historic perspective, the last 2-3 years have been a bit of a roller coaster. And I think textile companies in the room would confirm that it's been up and down and up and again and changes. What is important to maybe emphasize that in the middle of this roller coaster, the European Commission has launched this very ambitious textile strategy. So while companies, entrepreneurs were, facing many challenges, COVID, energy, etc., Brussels came up with a very ambitious plan to reshape, to reorganize the textile industry. And this is what Valentina mentioned it already. This is this famous EU strategy for sustainable and circular textiles. It's been published over a year ago now, so I hope everybody in this room has read it, has seen it. And it's important maybe to re-emphasize, it's been mentioned before, but to re-emphasize what is behind this strategy. What does Brussels, if I can say, what is Brussels really trying to do with this strategy? The first biggest objective is, of course, to reduce the environmental footprint of the textile industry through this strategy. So the first biggest objective of this dedicated plan is to push us towards being more sustainable, to develop a circular business model, to reduce our environmental footprint. So there is a very, very strong environmental bias in this strategy, which comes from the European Green Deal that I think all of you know, are familiar with. So it's important to realize that that is the number one objective. There is, and Valentina mentioned it, there is a second objective, which is about industrial resilience, which is to say we want the textile industry to be green, more sustainable, but we also want the textile industry to be competitive. And again, Valentina has mentioned that. There are these 14 ecosystems, there are these 14 priority sectors. You can see the middle picture in the middle there, where textiles is one of them. So the Commission says you have to be more green, but the Commission also says we want you to continue to exist and to be competitive. And of course, the whole discussion or the whole complication will be how do we reconcile those two objectives? So how do we make sure that our companies are more sustainable and remain more competitive? That is the critical question. There is a third element in this strategy, which, again, it's been referred to indirectly, which is the global dimension. This strategy also, more than in the past, looks at how the European textile industry can operate in this competitive global environment. 10, 15 years ago, this was not on the table. There was no discussion about textiles in a global context. Today there is. And it's about compliance with environmental standards, with social standards, the level playing field, market surveillance, as was mentioned. So that global dimension is also an important element of the strategy. So just bear that in mind when we talk about the strategy and the many initiatives that follow, that result from this vision. There are these three objectives. This was a year ago, published a year ago. Since then, the Commission has been very busy to translate this strategy into legislation. And Francesca, you referred to it. It's part of your research that you are doing. This is what Eurotex is doing on a daily basis, trying to make sure, trying to influence the quality of that legislation. And I will not go through all the details. You talked about it already. But what you need to realize if you're in the textile business is that the textile sector is moving from an unregulated sector to become a very regulated industry. That is the bottom line. And some of our entrepreneurs, some members don't like it. Others say, this is good. You get very different perspectives, and I'll come back to that in a second. But it's important that as a textile entrepreneur, a fashion company, you will need to prepare for that new environment, for that new regulatory framework. And again, that's obviously why the work also of Bocconi and what you're doing, Francesca, is very, very useful, because it helps to increase the understanding to shape that new framework. So there are those 16 that we often refer to. Actually, there's even more than 16. There's I will not go through all them. It's about textile labeling, also the global dimension, free trade negotiations with India, negotiations with Turkey. In all those pieces of legislation, in all those negotiations, textiles will be affected. There will be a different framework that is being shaped. I would want to spend a bit more time on this slide, because against this context, what are we trying to do as Eurotex? What is our plan or vision towards all this change that is coming? And it's summarized on this slide. You see these three boxes, those three priorities on which we focus. The first one is obviously on this regulatory framework, those 16 pieces and even more. As I said, we're not fighting against regulation, but we fight to have good quality regulation. And that is a fundamental point. If those 16 pieces of legislation are too complicated, not understandable, would cost too much money for SMEs, would not be coherent, we're in trouble. Our companies are in trouble. So everything depends on the quality of that new framework. That's what you see in the blue box. So that framework has to be realistic, as we say, has to be enforceable. I mean, some European laws, even the legislator up front says, we'll have a new law, but we won't be able to actually control or to measure it. No, it has to be enforceable. It has to be SME-friendly. We talked about the SMEs already. And of course, it has to be coherent. So we could talk a lot about all this, but in general terms, that is our objective as Eurotex, to work with the legislator, which is DG GROW, which is DG Environment, DG Justice, because it's different pieces of the Commission, which is the European Parliament, that we will hear later, who is very ambitious on this textile strategy. So to really make sure that we are creating that new framework within which our companies can prosper. Second box is the green one. At the same time, and I'm happy to hear Valentina mentioning that as well, we need to help our companies to make this transition. We need support. We need programs. We need activities. Because what we're asking textile companies today is a lot. That new framework that will come, by the way, in the next 5 years, roughly, will force you to invest, to change your business model, to develop new products, the way you design your fashion products. Things will change. You will need to add a digital passport into it. You will need to have your traceability confirmed, etc. So we need to have programs, initiatives that help our companies to make this transition, related to innovation, digitalization, as you mentioned, the skills dimension, and by the way, also access to energy at decent prices. I was happy to hear the speaker before. but the cost of energy today in Europe is still a big, big problem in this global competition. We pay 3 times more than the US and many, many more times than China and other parts of the world. So we need initiatives, programs that help our companies to make the transition. And then the third box is, and again, it's been mentioned, thanks, Valentina, is that demand side, the consumer dimension. There's a lot, and I'm happy you mentioned it because in Brussels we often forget the demand side. So yes, our companies will produce sustainable products. Very good. The legislator is forcing us to do so, but if the consumer doesn't want to buy, doesn't want to pay sustainable garments, it stops. And I was very curious about your study, your research, because we have different numbers. The consumer today is very, very reluctant to pay a premium for a sustainable garment. 5%, 6%, maximum 10% of consumers. So we need to look at the demand side, consumer behavior, communication campaigns, as you mentioned, Valentina. We need to work closely with the brands, with the retailers. There's many things that need to be done to address that demand side. And the final point in all this, you can see in the middle there, in a global context. This EU textile strategy has to become a global textile strategy. If only my company, our European textile companies are making this transition with investment, with change, with higher control, if only our companies make that change, we will be in trouble from a competitiveness perspective. So we need to make sure that our competitors, colleagues around the world, in China, in Bangladesh, in Turkey, comply and go with the same standards, with the same legislation that we are introducing here in Europe. I know the answer will be market surveillance, and we will control all the products that are coming in. But I don't know if you realize, in the EU, we import every year more or less 23 billion pieces of garments in the EU, 23 billion pieces. Who will control 23 billion pieces? No one. It's not possible, technically. So we need to team up with our colleagues or competitors around the world, making sure that they adopt the same strategy, the same kind of textile strategy, so making sure that we maintain this level playing field around the world. That is, again, our vision. I'm adding just 1 or 2 more slides just to emphasize that beyond this regulatory work that we do, the lobby, the political work that we do on a daily basis at Euratex, we also engage in programs. We practice what we preach, I would say. And on the slide, I will keep it very short, but there are some initiatives, which is about more practical implementation of this vision. I can mention the Rehabs initiative, which is actually since 2 weeks ago a separate entity, which is bringing together European companies, larger European companies in the textile circular value chain, coming together to invest in textile waste recycling. And so we have a gathering of today 20 top companies with the ambition to build up to 250 recycling plants in Europe and to recycle 2.5 million tons of textile waste by 2030. A very ambitious program. We can talk about it maybe later, with American companies also coming from Italy in this Rehabs initiative, linked to the EPR discussions, etc. We are working on innovation, research, the STEP 2030 initiative. We are working with skills initiatives, as was mentioned before. We have our dedicated ETP technology platform. We are working also more and more at regional level. Lombardia region is a region that is very dedicated to textile industry, and we are also developing initiatives at that level. My final slide, just some final thoughts. As you can hear, in Brussels, there is a strong focus on textiles, more than ever before, for all the reasons that we know. But there was also a lot of confusion about textiles. In the European Parliament, even in the Commission, textiles, fashion, technical textiles, textiles made in Europe, textiles made outside Europe, people mix up things. So it's very, very important for us as a sector to communicate more clearly about what is textiles all about, what are the challenges, what is happening in the industry. So we need to step up our efforts to make sure that this whole new framework is developing the right tools for the right problem. Because if we mix up everything, there is a problem, there is a risk that we develop the wrong tools for different problems. Our sector is at the crossroads. I know it's a boutade, it's a bit of a slogan, but it's very true. Textiles are being reshaped. And I think personally there are companies that will not survive this turbulence. There are others that will come out stronger. We see a lot of new startups in the textile industry that will grow, that will in 5-10 years from now will become big players. So we are really in very challenging, exciting times. And therefore, it's again a bit of a standard message, but it's very important to join forces across the textile ecosystem. The manufacturers, the brands, the fashion industry, the chemical industry, the textile machine makers. We need to join forces, develop new technologies, new tools. And again, as Eurotex, that's something we invest a lot. Our focus is to represent the textile manufacturing industry, but we work more and more with this broader kind of ecosystem to make sure we have a bright future for the European textile industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. We will go back to the questions later and stay tuned also for the results on the research. We would like to tell you more and maybe surprise you. But yes, definitely the demand side appears to be quite careful because of the greenwashing first, and second point, they are interested about the second hand. So about the willingness to pay, we will see. It also depends on how you communicate, as a matter of fact, the value proposition behind sustainability, but we will get back there. I would like to leave the floor now to Beatrice Covassi, MEP at the European Parliament, to share with us the incredible work that you're doing as well. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being with us.
Grazie, Francesca Romana Rinaldi. I can hear a bit of an echo. Yes, that's better. Can you still see me?
We can hear you.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay,
now.
I can't see you at all. You disappeared. I'm sorry.
We can see you and hear you very well.
Okay, well, thank you very much for this invitation. And sorry for not being there in Milan. I would have loved to be there. But I have a very full week here in Brussels, so it's impossible for me to actually to travel today. I was in Milan a couple of weeks ago for a fashion show, so I was excited to be there with my daughter, and I thanks SDA Bocconi for the invitation on this very exciting topic. I have to say, I mean, already this year, I think it's the third or fourth time that I speak about sustainable fashion. And I think this indicates really the attention which, you know, we are giving to the issue now, but also the excitement around this, this topic, which I think is also important if we want to move in the right direction. But many things have been said by the speakers before me. So I will give you very briefly the Parliament perspective on this, and then, of course, my own perspective on this. From the Parliament, I mean, point of view, of course, we are very ambitious. This has been mentioned. We are trying to give priority, in particular, during this mandate. So until the end of the Spanish presidency, a bit in the Belgian presidency next year, but clearly before European elections, give priority to have an eco-design directive in place. It is being negotiated. It's a very important directive because we close the loop with this project and we look really at the choice of materials and we look at the beginning of a product. so that we can then manage also the waste and we can manage what comes afterwards better. And as you know, the Eco Design Directive aims at making products' life longer, make them easier to repair, refurbish, recycle, and we will start from textile. So, of course, I mean, the textile industry might not be super pleased by this, but we start from textile. And why that? For two good reasons. I mean, they have been mentioned also in the previous keynotes. And the first one is that there is a clear environmental issue. And here I would say it's not a bias, it is really a concern, and it is an important one. Because clearly, with especially fast fashion, we have problems of overproduction, overconsumption, which are getting out of control. And today, EU citizens throw away 5.8 million tons of textiles and clothing every year. So equivalent to each of us, including myself, as an MEP, throwing away, 11 kilos of clothes every year. And of course, we have the massive use of water, land, third highest user, the textile industries, and top 5 of raw material use and greenhouse gas emissions. Nearly 70% of textiles today still contain materials derived from fossil fuels. So, of course, this has to change globally and holistically, as it has been mentioned. And we have to start from a specific ban on the destruction of unsold textiles and footwear 1 year after the entry into force of the legislation. Of course, with some derogations for micro and small and medium enterprises, which are always very, we are attentive to them. We understand the difficulties, but we look at the big picture at the same time. So this is the first reason. I mean, the environmental impact of the textile industry is quite massive. The second reason is an encouraging one. The second reason is that there is already, and also this has been mentioned, a very positive ongoing process where textile industries are front runners for sustainability. This is something which also emerges from your report, the Monitor for Circular Fashion Report 2023, and we see that there is an impressive degree of innovation. These industries are in a very good position to make the best use of new technologies, including digital ones, and to make really a change of paradigm, I would say, in terms of creativity as well. So through creativity, digitalization, and new techniques, there can be a very important change of paradigm. But we need to encourage, of course, this to happen. The first is to speed up the new approach in design. I was speaking in plenary last week about wastewater, for instance. And of course, we say that in wastewater, we should have less microplastics, which are very, very toxic, also at low levels of concentration. But I mean, it would be much better not to have them in the first place, right? So it's good to talk about wastewater, but we should start from design and to avoid putting microplastics in the fabrics and stop using them. We need to push with also all the programs that the European Commission has mentioned. We need to push in research and development for new textile materials, organic, recycled, biodegradable fibers. And this is, I think, a very important way of encouraging this new revolution in textile and fashion. And then we need really to give all of us, and I don't like to call us consumers in a way, because we all have to wear things, right? So we can be fashion lovers or not, but still we are all models in a way. We are testimonials. We bring forward statements in the way we dress. But all of us, all the people, should have more reliable information and awareness, mindful fashion, especially awareness about products which come, and we said it, come from outside massively of the EU. So the way those products were created, were made, are very important. The idea of products passport is an idea that the European Parliament is pushing very much at the moment, and we should go beyond in this, as you know, the labels indicating the place of origin. We should include much more information so that we can compare materials, the impact on the environment, and various aspects which are really important, especially for new generations. We should compare it on an online platform, and I want to give you some also data about millennials, because it's true what it was said that consumers may be reluctant at the moment to pay an over price, but 56% of millennials no longer want to buy from brands omitting or masking important information about the environment. And 59% would not want to buy anymore from brands who do greenwashing. That's also, I think, a very important information that we have to keep into account. And I have to say, from experience, I have a 12-year-old, and she is the first one preventing me from buying, from fast fashion brands or even T-shirts that you could, be tempted to buy at markets or in other places, and say, no, mommy, this is, sweat factories, this is fast fashion, this is really bad for the environment, for the children, etc., etc. So I believe there is a new generation of youth who are not yet 18 years old, who are still younger, but very, very aware of these issues. And then it has been said, the third way to encourage this, that I want to underscore, is really that of skills gap, encouraging training and education. This is a bit of my obsession as an MEP. I put in all the amendments I sign, in all the legislation, also in other sectors that I'm dealing with, from cybersecurity to soil monitoring to gigabit connectivity. Skills, skills, skills. We need to have reskilling of existing workers, but also new skills for this new kind of jobs in the big transition that Europe is facing. So green and digital, and applied to different sectors. We need to encourage also girls and women to take up more STEM and engineering professions, so that we have a possibility also for them, to flourish in these new sectors of the economy. Finally, what are the next steps for the Parliament? Well, we have this document that was mentioned, EU Strategy for Sustainable and Circular Textiles, that we want to implement. And we have started work still right now, at the EP, with the aim of approving the Parliament mandate before the end of this legislature on the Waste Framework Directive. This is also very important, because so we will have from production to waste framework a whole set of legislation that will encourage a different way of producing and consuming. And the Commission proposal, as you know, for a targeted review of the Waste Framework Directive will introduce rules to make producers responsible for the full life cycle of textile products, so that they will also be able to support the sustainable management of textile waste across the EU. I would like to conclude anyway as really a believer in this change. I think that fashion and textile, but also many other sectors of our lives are undergoing a major transformation. And to make it work, to make a circular economy, we have to start thinking circular ourselves. And we have to, really change mindset of people, change mindset of politicians, change mindset of all the actors in the value chain. So let me say, what I see for the European fashion industry. I would like to see, at least in the future, what I would like to see in the future, I would really like to see European designers competing for who is more creative, who is more front runner in the sustainable fashion, in this revolution. I would like them to dream bigger and to look forward more, and really to provide a very strong motivational factor and pull factor for everybody else, because we know that Italian fashion, French fashion, also Spanish fashions and others, but I mean, we are in Europe at the forefront of the fashion icons, so high-end can also help drag the revolution. I would like to see producers embracing sustainability as their competitive advantage. And so really saying this is made in Europe, this is made with these qualifications, this is why this product, is worth it, is worth buying, is something you don't throw away after 2 days, you will hold it. And finally, I would like to people to stop buying fast fashion and remember that, as I said, we are all testimonials, we are all models, fashion models, and we are all agents of this change.
Thank you, Beatrice.
This will be my political manifesto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beatrice Covassi. Just one question for you, if you can hear me. There is a big applause for all the speakers now. Which are the next regulations to be voted and possibly adopted by the European Parliament for textiles? Would you like to highlight in 20 seconds a preview?
I have, on my radar screen, especially this, eco-design, as I said, which is where all our efforts are as a group also heading at the moment. So this for us and for me as a member of the industry committee and of the environment committee is the highest priority. The water waste I mentioned, won't be approved. Unfortunately, we will only start in this legislative time, but won't be approved, unfortunately, until the next parliament. And I hope that in the next parliament we will have much more fashion testimonials as well, sustainable fashion testimonials as well.
So thank you. Eco-design was high priority for us too. So thank you. And one last question also to Valentina Superti first. We talked before about the importance of also supporting SMEs. As a matter of fact, we have 99.8% represented in Europe for the textiles by micro and small businesses. So it makes sense, small and medium businesses. So it makes sense to support them, especially. May I ask what kind of support is the European Commission putting in place, especially now for the SMEs, which are the initiatives in the textile transition pathway for this?
Thank you, Francesca, for the question. Yes, SMEs are at the core of the textiles ecosystem, indeed. Perhaps the good thing, I can testify that the Commission is very mindful, the European Commission is very mindful of supporting SMEs in particular, and is putting in place a number of initiatives to that effect. It's not an easy operation by nature, by design, because we are in Brussels, European Commission, and the SMEs, by definition, it's a local reality. So I think an element of organization also on the part of the SMEs is important. Networking, putting forces together in order to also interact, including with Brussels, where many decisions are taken these days. To come to a couple of projects, of course, we had a colleague from the Enterprise Europe Network that is funded by the European Commission, and their specific mandate is that to provide advice, counseling to SMEs, to organize B2B matching events, to organize trade fairs. So there is that strand of work, and then there is the funding proper. As I mentioned before, we are working now on a date it's the first time in life since the union exists that we are devising and working for a dedicated textiles partnership, which will be co-funded by, so the proposal is the Commission will put on the table 30 million in principle to be confirmed, but that's the ordre de grandeur, and then there will be to be also injection of money from companies. But there, I think one of the objectives that we will have to work on is to involve as many SMEs as possible in this exercise. And then, of course, there is funding, generally speaking, not targeted to textiles, but it's not for that textiles companies do not benefit from that funding. And there is a single, SME program, Horizon, there are cohesion funds, there are many opportunities, and I know that textiles SMEs do also use those funding, despite they are not labeled as textiles funding.
Specifically, industry specific. Thank you. And Dirk Wantinghem, may I ask also what is the Eurotech's point of view on how the European Commission should support SMEs, especially for the implementation of the regulations? So how to get ready? What do you suggest?
What do I suggest?
In 1 minute. Even harder.
Well, as we said, when it's focusing on the regulation, the most important point is make sure we have good regulation. It's critically important, even more important than the funding. We are very much engaged in this discussion on the funding, making sure that there is money coming specifically for the textile industry, helping the SMEs, so this is important. But number one is making sure that that new regulatory framework is well done. How to do that, and I call upon everybody here, is work with Eurotex. I mean, our job is to make that happen. But Eurotex in Brussels, we are 15 people representing 200,000 companies. We need the input from textile companies, from textile research institutes, from academia, to feed us, to make sure that we can tell the legislator who sits in Brussels how this eco-design regulation should be put together. What is feasible, what is not feasible, what is technically possible. So having that input from the industry, bottom up, is the first priority. And then, yes, of course, as we said, in our plan, we need support for the SMEs. We are working on this dedicated fund that was referred to that can complement. But again, the framework is even more important. The global competition is critically important. Access to energy is very, very important. Access to people, skills. Finding people to work for the textile industry for many companies is the number one problem. I have entrepreneurs who says, I would like to expand my business, but I don't find people. So anyway, all these elements we need to work on together, and we need to do a better job maybe in communicating who we are, what we do with the legislator, that they better understand what textile industry in Europe is all about. Because as I said, at the end, there is a lot of confusion. In the European Parliament, I hear some MEPs making quotes on the fashion industry. Terrible. We are dirty,
Not
we
our
are bad.
speaker.
Not your speaker. But so it's also on us to communicate, to be more transparent about how we operate, what we do, and then we can be successful.
Thanks, and thanks to all our speakers, Valentina Superti, Dirk Wantinghem, and Beatrice Covassi for participating today. We will like to leave the conversation open, as a matter of fact, so you will hear about us the next months. And thanks for the suggestions, by the way. We started participating also as Monitor for Circular Fashion to consultations, and this is definitely a tool. Sometimes it's harder, let's say, for an SME. It's harder just for one single company, even if medium or large. So we wanted to do this as well, so engage the companies also in participating, so being somehow also a fil rouge with the institutions, so this could be also one of our goals that we keep open for the future. So thank you very much again.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you. We enter now in an important moment. It's the moment in which the companies of the Monitor for Circular Fashion officially present the pledge, officially present their commitment to both UNEC and the European Commission. I already mentioned to you, it's not the first year, so we prepared for this. We started in 2021. This was the first moment in which we started committing to especially traceability and transparency. This was for us the starting point, and we will talk about it. We will leave the floor to UNEC. There will be a specific panel dedicated to some of the pilot projects that the companies of the Monitor participated to, especially with UNEC. And our players, again, we have 26 partners of the Monitor for Circular Fashion today, 2023. As we know, they have been growing in time. And in terms of our goals and also our mission, I would like to emphasize that we have many, but one is clear. We need to partner for the twin transition. And besides the research that, of course, is our core, we also wanted to present on a yearly basis a circular fashion manifesto with the updated commitments. Again, it's not going to change so much from a year to the other, and it makes sense because we want to have consistency and coherence year after year. But this was our path. We started here, actually in this room, presenting the first commitment to UNEC in 2021. And we wanted to work on 4 of the 5 measures of the UNEC policy recommendation number 46, that, by the way, you can also download from the platform. So if you have not read it yet, you can also download it if you're following online today. And today, in 2023, we also wanted to commit to 8 of the 50 actions of the textile transition pathway. In our official commitment, we presented also concrete KPIs. So we will stick to our KPIs, which are part of our DNA, so nothing to change, let's say, for the companies in the Monitor, and we will follow this journey. But now is the moment to really leave the floor, literally, to the companies that will be speaking to you, to all of you, with their commitments. And let's start from Simon Giuliani. So the floor is yours, Simon. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. So from everything we've been doing at the Monitor, I can just resume it into like sustainability is measurement. And so we're talking about the commitments that the companies had to undergo in order to partake at the Monitor of 2023. And under these commitments, we find to gather information required to positively boost progress towards sustainability and, more importantly, reduce their negative impact on our planet. To enhance circularity and sustainability of the value chains through transparency and traceability. Implement circular business processes along their value chains. Adopt common indicators. Encourage high-quality waste management, and promote and implement corporate social responsibility for pursuing long-term benefits of all the stakeholders. Raise public awareness and educate all relevant stakeholders on the positive impacts of sustainable and circular production and consumption, and to exchange experiences and cooperate with other multi-stakeholders circular initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. probably see, yes. What we see on screen now is part of the commitments that the companies, members of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, commit to abide by. And they pertain 6 actions in the circular value chain, and have been defined after a long, actually deep discussion inside the community. And somewhat they are consistent or aligned with the major EU legislative initiatives on green transition, green claims, eco-design, etc. Commitments are, let's say, companies are free to define or to decide the time frame for the implementation of those commitments, but according to their business models. But of course, they or we try to abide by as many KPIs as possible. All commitments are very important, but we do recognize that in this specific historical moment, some of them are of the utmost relevance. And allow me to briefly touch upon them. First of all, eco-design. Even Ms. Kovassi mentioned that eco-design is one of the priorities, and we also do recognize that it's the foundation of any serious actions towards circularity in textile and fashion. And the second point is about the measurement of traceability. We all know that transparency is a must, is not an option anymore. We have to be transparent if we want to really be sustainable and circular. Well, traceability is the on-the branch of transparency in a sense. And the third point is about the investment in R&D. Well, of course, R&D is a very general term. Investments can pertain many topics, but in this specific case, it relates to the continuous effort to research and develop new materials and new solutions that are more sustainable and more circular. This effort equates all companies in the Monitor for Circular Fashion, and especially the industrial ones. And last but not the least, the reduction of waste. According to the hierarchy defined by the EU Waste Framework Directive, we of course try to recycle, to find a way to recycle waste and swarf and to reuse them, but first and foremost to reduce the volume of waste that is generated by our activities. Thank you very much. Chiara, it's to you.
Thanks a lot, Enrico. Many thanks, SDA Bocconi, and thanks a lot, Francesca Romana Rinaldi, on behalf of Todd's Group and our team, Simone and Claudio, here with me, for being part of this amazing journey. So we will now delve deeper, next slide, into the methodological framework underlying the development of the pilot projects, starting with their strategic objectives. Let's scroll through them together. The first objective, perhaps the more important, is to create a multi-stakeholder space for innovation, collaboration and exchange among key players of the fashion value chain, ingredient brands, retailers, and service providers. A second key objective is to work together to learn and practice on reliable sustainability claims in line with the new European directives. A further objective, which in a certain way is closely linked to the previous one, concerns the definition of metrics, KPIs linked to each phase of the product life cycle and to eco-design principles. Last, as just mentioned, implementing the eco-design principles into a real product life cycle. Let's dive into each of these issues together. Multi-stakeholder collaboration is one of the key conditions for creating innovation. The pilot project involved 2 partners of the Monitor who scouted external partners useful to the project: small businesses, innovative startups, and social cooperatives, as previously mentioned by Francesca, were brought on board. This mix has created an interesting exchange of point of view, skills, and innovative solutions, as well as social inclusion. Following the key items of the proposal for the EU Green Claims Directive, we defined a sustainability claims management framework, a set of criteria to address greenwashing and protect consumers against misleading environmental claims. The aim is to ensure that the claims are credible and trustworthy. In order to make the eco-design principles consistent with the expected sustainability targets of the pilot projects, and also to make the sustainability claims reliable and robust, we implemented and tested industry-specific KPIs linked to the different circular fashion activities and to the phases of the product life cycle. For example, for the eco-design stage, we considered the specific KPIs to measure the design for circularity, co-creation, modularity solutions. Another example, within the distribution, retail, and care phase, we identified the KPIs related to initiatives such as care and repairing services, rental, re-commerce, peer-to-peer platform. I won't go into detail, but you will find the KPIs widely applied in the context of the different pilot projects, and you will see that each has focused on specific circular fashion activities. And I move on to introduce the eco-design framework, defined by the eco-design principles linked to the different phases of the product life cycle. I go quickly through the different areas under circular life cycle. Under the circular life cycle, we find the principles of durability, reusability, repairability, recyclability. Under health and safety, minimize the microfiber releases, safe chemical substances, and for this specific topic, we thank UL Solutions for sharing the chemical management principles that have been used to define the KPIs of the pilot projects. Regarding sustainable inputs, we consider the renewable inputs, recyclable inputs, recycled inputs, resources reduction. And now I leave the floor to Silvia, who will illustrate how this methodological framework was implemented within our pilot projects.
Simon. I'm not alone. Simon is with me.
I'm just supporting. I'm the intern.
Yeah, you can change the slide.
Exactly. Okay. I'll go get coffee.
Okay, as we heard till now, even the European Commission pointed out change in the mindset is required, an education of the consumer is required, but we are also having a positive pressure coming from the youth generation that we should take care of. And in this scenario, the community, and I'm thanking all the stakeholders involved, decide to define a 10 pilots project that I'm delighted to introduce to all of you.
Excuse me. By the way, you find a little brochure on your table, which basically talks about the pilot projects. You can scan in the codes and find all the measurements and all the data about every single project.
Okay, so let's go with the first one, Think Leather. Think Leather is leather accessories made from leftover. The idea behind this project is to reduce waste through upcycling small leather goods, such as pen case or psi case. The project suggests use every single part of existing material, reusing it to produce something new, and then potentially reduce the usual waste coming from standard production. The new products are made with few components. The design is minimalistic, so zip, thread, leather, and they are manufactured by a social enterprise that promote inclusiveness. Your turn.
The second project is the eco-design jeans. So this is a joint effort of Caring with Candiani Denim and Temera. And it's based on the eco-design principle of water and chemicals reduction and increasing durability. So here we're talking about this pilot aims at creating awareness about the increase of efficiency that can be obtained in terms of water, chemicals, and energy savings if brands invert the fabric selection process of the design, at the design stage of a jeans. So usually brands select the fabric and then open it up in different washes, dark, medium, and light wash. And here we're showing how you can actually reduce all this data if you pair a dark fabric to dark wash, a medium fabric to medium wash, a light fabric to light wash, resulting in an astounding amount of savings. And we're talking about data that is very significant. So in this case, it has been facilitating and proving actually how it is possible to reduce the impact in the gene creation process, starting with the design.
The next one is TraceMe. TraceMe is a shopper with recovered fabric and traceable wool fibers specifically designed for recycling. TraceMe is the shopper entirely produced in Italy. The production process is fully traceable, witnessing the philosophy of the partners involved, which promote the transparency and traceability of the supply chain, boosting circularity and reusing all the textile products. In this scenario, we can see the creation of a new high-quality product that uses 100% dead stock fabrics. In addition, it has been used only energy coming from renewable resources. And the next one.
The next one is called Repairing T-shirt. And it's, again, based on eco-design principles. We're talking about raw material selection, 100% organic, traceability, upcycling, and repairability. The Repairing T-shirt, as the name suggests, is a T-shirt that can be easily repaired. Actually, it's part of its design. The pilot aims to minimize environmental impact of the product using 100% organic raw materials and granting traceability from farm to shop, proving that durability can be fashionable. The T-shirt educates the consumer that minor defects don't mean that we need to replace the garment, but we can actually easily fix it and repair it, and it's part actually of the maintenance and life cycle process. The project makes repairing even more sustainable, suggesting the use of materials that otherwise would go to waste. So we're talking about upcycling waste material to repair garments.
The next one is Anima. Anima is a big-material foldable backpack. As the name suggests, Anima means soul in Italian language. The name, here the more details, the name conjures up the essence of the eco-design, a pilot product which aims to positively impact in various ways with its virtuous production process. A foldable backpack made of only two materials, 100% recycled certified polyamide fabric and 100% recovered luxury rubber. Design and then cut and assembled, focusing on reducing fabric waste and making disassembly easy. Thinking of this backpack foldable foster, a reduction of transportation cost is also on the plan because talking about a foldable product, we can save cost in transportation thanks to the reduction of volume. And also, another important point here is that can be recycled and partially downcycled at the end of life. And in addition, choosing certified recycling materials and certified product sites can prove their impact to reduction.
Component shoe. It's a joint effort of Vibram, Candiani, and Temera, and we're talking about upcycling, repairability, and assemblable at home, and the end of life. So these are the attentions given to this project. The component shoe is designed to reduce resource consumption and waste to the minimum, making repair and recycling truly accessible. This shoe is made of 5 components in total, which are partially recycled and can be assembled and disassembled very easily at home. This makes it possible to repair the shoe rather than dispose of it, and when its life ends, it takes only 300 seconds to separate its components, which are 100% recyclable. Component shoe is designed to positively influence the behavior of one of the key stakeholders of circularity, which is the consumer. It is designed to make it extremely easy for consumers to repair and to recycle, thus actively engaging them in providing their personal contribution to environmental impact reduction.
Okay, now this is my last project from my side. M-Pocket. M-Pocket is a complete recyclable tablet pocket produced with fabric production waste coming from industrialized process. Here, Manteco and the other stakeholders, partners, decide to produce this M-Pocket and aim to raise awareness on the possibility to turn waste into value, creating something new, useful, and recyclable out of industrial waste that you would normally throw away, causing additional environment impact. It's a pocket made of two materials only, in this case, wool and polyamide, coming from fabric production waste from industrialized processes. Raw materials come from pre-consumer and post-consumer recycled materials, and as well as from internal recovered waste, and their proportion can change in according to the ongoing production of the two different supply chains.
Well, we have 3 new projects that joined the monitor in 23 involving the brands Hogan, Ferragamo, and Vivienne Westwood, and we're going to take a look at them with this video that we're going to watch now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ela sweatshirt is a loungewear piece by Vivienne Westwood, manufactured by Oscarito and including raw materials from Albini Group. The sweatshirt is composed by 50% emulsin-free extra fine merino wool and 50% organic cotton, with a stitching thread in recycled polyester. Cotton and wool components are evidenced by verifiable traceability documents, guaranteeing transparency up to 99% of the supply chain. The Biofusion organic cotton is a registered trademark by Albini Group, fully traceable thanks to our retained technology that ensures the verification of the origin and all production phases using forensic science. The manufacturing process made by Oscarito uses only renewable energy, from knitting by tubular machines and fabric finishing, through manual or automatic cutting, sewing, labeling, quality control, and packaging. 100% of the textile scraps coming from the garment making process are recovered as secondary raw materials for other industries, thanks to Oscarito network of partners. Ela sweatshirt is produced using safe chemicals, and the release of microfibers is minimized considering the 99% natural fibers composition.
The Regen H project is led by Hogan, part of Tod's Group, an Italian brand with a strong international appeal, merging tradition and innovation with the finest quality materials. Strategic partners are Sharada Tannery, specializing in the production of suede, successfully combining technological innovation with the great Italian tradition of craftsmanship, and Film Project, a leading foam manufacturer that create custom foam injection molding products, recognized worldwide for research, innovation, and made in Italy excellence. Other key partners are UNIC, the Italian Tanners Association, ICEC, Institute of Quality Certification for the leather sector, and Temera, leading company providing digital and IoT solutions dedicated to fashion, luxury, and retail industry. The project focuses on the development of a shoe that uses for its upper part Evolo leather from Sharada Tannery, which reuses production waste otherwise destined to become industrial waste. The sole material produced by Film Project is obtained by processing waste from vegetable oils, used cooking oils, and other organic waste. The main feature of the eco-design stage is the design for circularity, Just consider that the 34% of the product weight consists of recycled inputs. Regarding the raw material sourcing, a key aspect is the use of circular inputs, with the 33% of post-consumer waste among the materials that make up the product. Within the manufacturing stage, a key point is the chemical management, with 100% of chemicals with hazard information inputted in the chemical inventory. Last but not least, recycling and regeneration are the main attribute of the end-of-life phase, considering that 74% of units are monomaterial on total units.
The pilot project Varina has been implemented thanks to the collaboration of several partners: Ferragamo, Unic, ICEC, BCN and Temera. The leather sole of this ballerina is IONI 11427 certified, and the viscose used for the Varina bow is FSC certified. 100% of the upper leather has been traced from farming to product assembly. This last phase of the value chain occurred in Ferragamo's Florentine headquarters, where 100% of energy used comes from renewable sources: solar, ocean and biomass energy, thanks to the purchase of certified energy through guarantees of origin.
The ballet flat Varina was designed respecting eco-design and transparency principles. PCN Concerie provided its knowledge for the design of the low-impact material, respecting aesthetic, sustainability and duration of life cycle requests. BCN provided certified traceability of the material, which is originally a byproduct of the food supply chain. Among the product KPIs tested with the pilot project, we can mention, for instance, 100% of show upper respects the eco-design principle of durability, safe chemical substances and resources reduction. 100% of show upper is evidenced by verifiable traceability documents.
The tanning industry deals with recovering waste from the food industry, raw hides and skins of bovine, sheep and goat, and transforming it into finished leather for fashion, furniture, design and automotive. As in the other supply chains, the leather supply chain has launched numerous activities to reduce the environmental impact, improve social responsibility, and ensure compliance with some specific ethical aspects of the supply chain. The Monitor for Circular Fashion 2023 has remodeled the circularity KPIs for the leather supply chain. Unic has contributed with the aim of underlining and clarifying the technical elements of evaluation and measurement of KPIs according to eco-design needs, principles of durability, biodegradability of materials, and production efficiency. The aspect of measurement, objective and independent evaluation of each process and/or product performance is essential in this context to avoid any form of greenwashing. To this end, the voluntary certification bodies contribute with their auditing activity. Among these, ICEC, with its 30 years of experience and competence, has been a reference in the implementation of the KPIs for the leather pilot projects, substantiating the claims with the due objective evidence based on the official, pertinent and active certifications, proposing the adaptation of the guidelines of the KPIs identified by the Monitor for Circular Fashion.
For the second year, Temera is at the forefront of pioneering initiative of Monitor for Circular Fashion, leading the way in crafting digital product pages. We bring our expertise to the table, focusing on traceability, customer experience, and engagement. Our digital experiences are accessible through a QR code. They offer user-friendly interface where all the insights gathered along the supply chains are made available to the end user as sustainability KPIs. To create these immersive experiences, Temera harnesses the combined power of our sustainability, graphic design, communication, and development teams.
you all. Thanks to the companies which already participated to a pilot project and to the companies that will participate to pilot projects in the next years. Now, as I promised, we wanted to really focus also on the pilot projects on traceability that this year, but we have actually many more that participated to the UNEC Traceability and Transparency Project. So I leave the floor to our panel discussion too, and specifically to the moderator, Andrea Redaelli, Business Project Expert for UNEC, Maria Teresa Pisani, OIC Trade Facilitation Section Chief at UNEC, and Marco Tommasoni, R&D Process Engineer at Radici Group, and Giuseppe Picerno, Head of Innovation and Sustainability at Manteco. Thank you, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that you might be not so resilient today, like your supply chain, because it took some time to reach this point now, but please, we will try to re-energize you in this session. Let me introduce, first of all, immediately what's the context of this panel together with our panelists. The Traceability and Transparency Project of UNEC, which is then moving into the next phase, into the call to action, which is called the Sustainability Pledge. That's why and where Maria Teresa Pisani will introduce us the status of the pledge, and together with Marco and together with Giuseppe, we will see what's the experience of the industry when running such kind of pilots. Let me pass to the next slide and quickly introduce you what's the context of this kind of pilots under the UNEC umbrella. A methodology has been developed starting from 2019 to offer to the industry a package, a so-called toolbox, to implement in a small scale as a pilot and later in a large scale in the daily operation a standardized methodology in terms of how to make traceability and transparency of the assets of the industry, of an industry, of a company. The methodology is also supported by guidelines, and also software, a tool which is based on blockchain, and as you can see in this slide, is showing in a very simple, easy, transparent way what's the status of the supply chain by a traffic light system, and showing also the evidences behind the results of the traffic light system based on evidences coming from standard and related certificates. This project, this program, the enhancing of the traceability and transparency under UNEC, was started in 2019 with a very large audience and group of experts supporting this project, the definition of the methodology and the guidelines. And in the following years, until now, the program will end by the end of next year. In this year was possible together with the industry, and here it's important to mention that we are not focusing the experience, the pilot, only on large business, large companies, but also the small, mid enterprises have been asked to participate, and they are part of the pilots to try and to test and apply this methodology in the real life, in their real business. In terms of figures, we have touched, geographically speaking, the entire globe, from West, North and South Americas, Africa, Europe, the Middle East, until the East countries. So the idea and the results achieved by this project is really a global involvement of the companies in this kind of activity, testing the methodology. In 2021, we had the great opportunity to start to involve some partners already involved here in the Monitor for Circular Fashion, Francesca. I remember that together with Albini, with Vivienne Westwood, with Candiani and their team, was possible to start to test the methodology, to get the first lesson learned, and to apply the improvement also to the methodology, because it's not something static. It's a journey that the industry, together with the regulatory bodies, are doing in order to improve the methodology and the guidelines and the way how to do the things. Nowadays, in 2023, there was the opportunity to replicate with new partners of the Monitor with Giorgio Armani, with Radici Group, and with Manteco to replicate the experience with new assets, with new value chain, involving the entire value chain for some specific products that Marco and Giuseppe will show us in a while. Now, the next step is for you, Maria Teresa. What's the current status of the pledge? What's the current status of the program? And what are the next steps?
And to Francesca for the invitation to be here. Buongiorno a tutti. It's really a pleasure to be back at SDA Bocconi, and this is where about 2 years ago, after and following the adoption by UNEC member states of the toolbox and the package of norms, standards, and implementation guidelines for supporting traceability and transparency of value chains, this is where we have been starting to engage with the industry to do pilots and to basically bring norms and standards into action. This is what the pilots are about, clearly demonstrating that this is possible and feasible, because when we have started the initiative, a lot of the conversation with the industry was, this is extremely complex, this is very difficult to do. The idea here was really to bring to the industry a methodology and a set of tools and help them navigate the complexity of the journey by showing that, in fact, when you engage in collaborative business models, when you engage with the entire value chain, including your upstream actors, this is actually possible. It is complex and costly, and that is why mandatory norms for a level playing field are important, because we need to have clear rules of the game. And it's very interesting to see how the European Union is at the forefront, actually, of this normative effort to establish the level playing field. But the global perspective is very important, because in the end, sustainability, it's something that often, is not really for actors, and not so much for actors like those based in the European Union that are already strongly compliant with environmental, social, human rights, good governance requirements. The compliance requirements are much more for the upstream part of the value chain, where most of the sustainability hotspots are human rights violations, talking about child labor, use of forced labor, environmental impacts related to deforestation, water consumption, use of hazardous chemicals. It's in the upstream part of the value chain. So if we want to do due diligence, if we want European companies to do due diligence, and for those that are investing in this, really get a competitive advantage out of their sustainability effort, we need to ensure that this is happening upstream in the value chain, in such global and complex value chains. So compliance, enforcement, tracking and tracing, and ensuring that this compliance is verified, that what is included in claims that are on products placed on market is trustworthy by consumers. This is what traceability and transparency is about, and this is why the UN offers this global platform to have upstream, downstream actors coming together. Now, the European Union, and sorry, Andrea, let me finish and conclude on this, because I think it's an important point, and then I will mention about the status of the Sustainability Pledge. I want to make this point a little bit connecting to what Director Superti and DG Vantingen mentioned before. Now, green and digital transition needs to come hand in hand. The eco-design regulation will introduce a digital product passport, a EU digital product passport. The digital product passport will be about channeling information from the value chain to the final consumers, and will mainly focus on the B2C aspect. You need to have a very solid B2B information exchange behind. And UNEC Toolbox is exactly about providing a solid platform and a solid methodology and standard for this B2B information exchange on ESG compliance along the value chain that can inform the EU Digital Product Passport. This is why, as a next step for the UNEC initiative, the idea is to engage on the development of a UN digital product passport that covers global value chain, upstream, downstream. EU is a very important market for suppliers in emerging economies because it's a high value market and because it's a market that promises also to pay premiums and incentives that are very important when we want to make solid ESG compliance. But those incentives need to be there, and those collaborative business models to engage the value chain overall are very, very important. I think a lot of the successful pilots that we heard today, and it was very interesting to hear about them, I was very proud to see the amazing progress of the members of the Monitor for Circular Fashion on these pilots. I think the lessons learned is that when you have cooperative business models, when you have brands and retailers engaging with the manufacturers and with the raw material providers, this is much more easier and less costly. So the traceability, transparency are important enabler because they allow the visibility that you need to have along the value chain for engaging actively and effectively with your partners. Your manufacturers, your raw material providers are your partners. So, well, just a concluding word. Collaborative business models, incentives, and I think another important aspect is interoperability of information exchange systems, because the data to substantiate solid claims are there along the value chain, and are in many information exchange systems that will need to talk to each other. We are not going to have a one global blockchain or a one global information exchange systems that will connect all the value chain actors for the exchange of the data. And we need international standards for making them interoperable. So a UNDPP, a standard for interoperability of information exchange systems that can connect end-to-end value chains and their actors. This is the next level for the work of UNEC in partnership with the European Commission, that is a very important partner of this initiative, in partners with companies like those members of the Monitor for Circular Fashion. On the sustainability pledge, where
thank
do we
you, Maria
stand?
Teresa. I mean, I have a quick question to you, because you have mentioned track it, trace it if you want to wear it. And this is exactly, let's say, the motto of the sustainability pledge. Therefore, what's the status at the moment of the sustainability pledge, or as a call to action after the experience of the pilots? What's the current status in terms of figures and in terms of next steps? How do you see it in 1 minute, please?
Very quickly, we have now reached the milestone of 100 pledges under the sustainability pledge. 100 pledges from something like 790 actors from about 30 countries around the world that are like the key countries for the textile industry. The idea now is to establish this global community of practice, because what is important is what we see today, learning that this is possible, this is feasible, understanding what are the issues, the challenges, what are the gaps, but also what are the best practices that can be replicated and brought at scale. So sustainability pledge, the community of practice at global level to engage global value chain actors.
Thank you very much. Impressive figures, I would say, and also experience to export to create a capacity building worldwide, globally. Taking some words from Maria Teresa, the importance of the collaboration within the supply chain, data their interoperability, we can now move to see a couple of examples coming directly from the monitor. I mean Manteco, I mean Radici Group. Marco, let's start from you first. What was your experience? What's the content of the pilot and the key benefits for a company when running a pilot, and what is the takeaway for the daily business? Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Andrea. First of all, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here with such a great audience. Radici Group is a technical manufacturing company, technical fibers manufacturing company. So let me lead a little deeper into the first part of this journey. involving around the traceability of recycling polyamide fibers, so nylon fibers. It gave us the opportunity to better understand the intricate web of relationships and processes involving in bringing virtuous textile on the market. So we began inside Radici Group plants with the collection and sorting of industrial fibers production waste. You heard well, we began with a waste, because in this case, it is not an endpoint, but rather the beginning of a new life cycle, transforming it into a valuable resource. So then there is the recycling phase, and it occurred in another dedicated mill in Radici Group, where these waste fibers are reborn as recycled chips. And this transformation cannot be underestimated, because it's about converting waste into high quality materials that can be reintegrated into textile supply chain, reducing the need for virgin resources and significantly minimizing the related product carbon footprint. But the story doesn't end here. We spin already at an industrial scale the recycled polymer under the Recycle brand. And so then recycled fibers are produced and shipped, for example, to Manteco. And in the world of sustainability, traceability is fundamental, and the UNEC platform, it's where comes into play. And we provided the crucial documentation for each batch, including delivery notes and bills, and inclusive complex procedure. But certifications like the Global Recycle Standard really facilitated this task. Furthermore, the platform also allows us to qualify our products thanks to certifications like OECOTEX and ISO standards, and to ensure the accountability and transparency along the supply chain. Furthermore, let me highlight how traceability really simplifies the life cycle assessment calculations. So the LCA provides the global product's environmental picture, and we conducted it from the extraction of raw materials to the Radici Group factory gate, and then so that our customer can continue their assessment as Manteco did. Now, what's truly remarkable about this project is not just the technical achievement, but also the way it has enriched the relationships between different companies. It's very important to the collaboration, because it has been said many times today that it takes an entire ecosystem to make change in the textile industry. And sustainability is not the responsibility of only one department or one company. It's a collective effort. And let me conclude that saying that the fascinating complexities of the textile industry can appear a little bit scary, but they are also a source of inspiration, and they remind us that there are always new ways to innovate, to collaborate, and to make a difference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marco. Also to you. Then, keeping in mind how important is the collaboration within a supply chain, a value chain, then in this case we moved from the green part, the green area under the responsibility of Radici, into the next phase of the activities of the supply chain, of the steps of the supply chain under the responsibility of Manteco. Giuseppe, up to you to describe the next part of the case.
Good morning to everybody. In Manteco, we have continued the scale circular, industrial circular project by blending the Recycle to revive wool, the recovered virgin wool from Manteco. The cotton fabric production is obtained by blending 75% of revive wool with 25% of Recycle. Revive wool fibers are recovered along the wool value chain. And as a consequence of such recovering, there's the increasing of the wool value chain efficiency, and there's also the decreasing of the value leakage of the value chain, or the wool value chain. Thanks to the support of the first phase by Radici that has supported us with the LCA data about the polyamide, the Recycle, we have been able to measure the LCA of the full fabric. Before, we have measured the environmental impacts of revive wool, and we have verified that such impacts are reduced compared to the mainstream according to LCA analysis. On the base of the LCA value chain, we have claimed the environmental impacts of the produced fabric according to the EPD standard. And thanks to such certification, we can make environmental declaration type 3 according to ISO 14025. This is an added value of this fabric production that we have been able to claim in transparency according to the UNICE methodology. Then we have done another use case.
Exactly. Giuseppe had so much fun during the running the experience that he said, okay, for me it's not enough to run just one case together with Radici. Let's try a second case only in Manteco House family.
Yes,
of course, together with suppliers.
Because in this case, it's always a circular case, because in this case we are traced a fabric production produced with 100% recycled wool and wool. And we have traced this production that has been carried out inside our Manteco system. First of all, M-wool. M-wool is the recycled wool produced by Manteco. Instead, Manteco system is the network of craft and small companies that daily work with and for Manteco. We have traced the full value chain from the recycled wool production to the final fabric production. Thanks to this use case, we have claimed 4 important characteristics. The first one is that the fabric has been produced 100% with M-wool, and that this M-wool is completely certified according to GRS standard. The second claim is that the production has been carried out in the Manteco system. The third one has been the description of the Manteco system. So every facility that is part of the Manteco system has signed the Charter of Supply Chain Commitments. And the fourth claim is the production, all the production in Tuscany. It's important, this use case, because in this use case you have experience. We have stressed a lot the UNICE system by uploading several documents from and to our subcontractors that have participated to the use case. Which are the benefits of this use case? Immediately, we have verified how to improve the documents management inside our internal tool in order to be able to more quickly manage these documents according to the UNICE methodology.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. So at the end, Francesca, it seems was a great experience also this year. And then, exactly, we are open to renew the call to action to the partners, the companies in the Monitor for Circular Fashion, but also the other companies at the moment in the virtual, listening to us from home, from the office. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and let's continue to have fun.
Thank you, Andrea. Thanks so much to the UNEC team in general and to the companies that are willing to participate to these relevant pilot projects. Now we enter into the governance part of our session today. What we will do now is, first of all, introducing with a video. We will start with a video. As a matter of fact, I will be, first of all, introducing the panelists, and then we will start already with a video. So let me introduce to you our panelists today. Marie-Claire Davot, Chief Sustainability and Institutional Affairs Officer, Caring. James Ferragamo, Chief Transformational and Sustainability Officer at Ferragamo. Silvia Mazzanti, Sustainability Manager, Save the Duck. Veronica Bobo, CSO, H-Moda. Stefano Albini, President Albini Group. and also Martina Rogato. So before getting to this panel, I would like to leave the floor to an inspirational talk. You will notice across the program there will be certain moments of inspirational talk. Why? I invited Beth Torren, Director of Environmental Action at Patagonia EMEA. Because it was crucial for us to start from a company, in this case Patagonia, that already started this transition years and years ago. So they are not new to it. And we also wanted to choose a company that has a governance structure for sustainability already in place and well structured. And also invested a lot on the leadership for sustainability. And in this case, we talk about a leadership for sustainability that is diffused across the company. So for us, it was an inspirational case. It was the best case to start our governance panel. So I leave the floor now to Beth Torren. And thank you so much for accepting this invitation. And I'm sorry for the late.
That's absolutely fine, and I'm delighted to be able to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you very well and see you as well.
Okay, fantastic. Are my slides up? I can't see those either.
Regia will manage this for us, and they were coming quite soon.
Ah, there we go. Okay, great. So I'm getting some feedback, but I think it's okay. So yes, you've asked me to say, how do you create a culture of sustainability? How do you embed it in a company and really make it in so that every single employee is making decisions based on sustainability? And what I thought I'd do is say a little bit about what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. So if you move on to my next slide, which is really our mission statement, which is we're in business to save our home planet. And again, I can't see the slide. Could you please change the slide? Yeah, there we go. No, just that's great. Thanks so much. But most people, when they think about Patagonia, think, those guys are crazy. Why are they doing what they're doing? And because it is so much that we do. A number of years ago, we changed our mission statement to we're in business to save our home planet. And what that means is that we want to drive change in two ways. One is through the business in the way that is really obvious and many good businesses do. We have, we work on our product, 75% of it's recycled. All of our material, virtually all of it, is carefully selected and a preferred choice. 85% of what we buy is fair trade. And, you know, that's all, you know, really great stuff. But what's unusual about what we do as well is we look at who our banking partners are and what they do. We look at who our distributors are and whether we want to work with them. Our IT department is looking at the amount of data that they're using. Every single retail store we have is thinking about how can they minimize their footprint. So we have what we call a responsible business, and we try to get every single person within the company to think about what decisions they make every day that will have an impact. But the other way that we also drive change is through our voice, through speaking out. And one of them is that we take 1% of our sales and we give it to local communities and local NGOs for them to fight for the issues that they care about. And that ends up being a huge sum of money. It's, you know, since we've started, we've given over 100 million to local NGOs. But the other thing that's surprising as well is that we spend 30 to 50% of our marketing budget talking about environmental campaigns. So we take some of those issues that are brought to us by the NGOs, and we use our marketing budget to try to influence our communities, our customers, and drive change. So what you see is a kind of deep embedded way. And you know, like I said, some people think we're crazy. You know, if you think about that much marketing spend, if you think about that much money, you know, how does it make sense? And, you know, and why do we do it? Well, if you switch to the next slide, there's one really obvious reason, and everybody in this room knows this, so I'm not going to go there and talk about it. But if you go to the next slide, there are a number of really good business reasons to be doing this. And there's three. One is innovation, one is staff, and one is sales. We just recently launched a waterproof membrane that has no PFCs in it. So these are those forever chemicals. What's really interesting about this is that we started off trying to solve that problem. What we got was we got a much better material. Customers find it so much more subtle and nicer to touch than what we had before. And in addition, because it's lighter, it's cheaper to manufacture. And of course, the carbon footprint is lower. So one innovation change, or one, you know, if you have a constraint, it drives innovation. And this, we find it again and again. We are always leading the way in terms of product, you know, whether it's Primaloft, insulation, whatever it is. And usually that might initially cost more, but later it tends to bring a lot of benefit throughout our business. Another big reason you do it is because of staff. Our staff survey results are incredible. Engagement is above 95%. People recommend the company to other employees, above 95%. Everybody loves working at Patagonia. And it's almost like we have to stop them from taking on too much work because they want to do their day job, but they also want to work on these issues, these sustainability issues, and try to make the world a better place. And so sometimes we almost have to hold them back because they're so passionate about what they're doing. And that's an amazing strength to have as an organization. And the last bit is sales. So, you know, we're a $1 billion company. What's interesting is that right now, most of the outdoor market is experiencing some declines. We are continuing to grow. We're number 1 to number 3 in every market that we're in. And the reason why is because of our reputation. The poll that you see there is something that we're in almost every year as number 1 or within the top 5. And the reason is because people, even if they don't agree with our politics, respect that we speak out and respect that we are for real. So those things, that creates a virtuous circle. We are a successful company because we are a good company. And that's quite an amazing place to be. And it's the sort of thing that I would love to see through in the rest of the business world. So if you go to the next slide. So then you get to, how do you do that? What makes it work? And I think the thing is it's about authenticity. Every employee within our company makes a choice every day on every decision that they make. Will this bring profit? Is it the right thing to do? And they know that if it's not the right thing to do, we aren't going to do it. And that understanding that goes really, really deep from the top to the bottom of the organization means that we can make decisions really, really quickly. So some of the more famous marketing campaigns that we did, like the one you see here, which was in reference to a certain American president, and like the one that said, "Don't buy this jacket." Those decisions were made within days because normally the idea came from quite a junior employee. Their manager knew that it was the right thing to do. They sent it up to the top of the company and the decision was made within 1 to 2 days. And that's kind of incredible, but it's because everybody knows that it's for real, that actually, you know, okay, maybe we can't make that decision today because we haven't got the capital to invest in it or because we need to manage some business things. But even if we can't do it today, they know we're going to try to do it. So again, it's that real authenticity that makes Patagonia unique. So how do you do that? How do you build that? So moving on then to the next slide, please. So I use the metaphor of a tree because the key thing is about purpose. You saw our mission statement. We are not in business to sell more jackets. We are not in business to grow. We are in business to save our home planet. Now, we have to be a successful business, otherwise we haven't got a way to do that. So therefore, we need to keep being a business. But our business isn't sales, our business is driving our mission. And when you think about what your mission should be, think about what your strengths are, what you're really, really good at, and also think about what's important to your communities. And once you know what your customers and your communities want and what you're good at, then put that in your mission statement. It is so important to be able to articulate why you exist, because then everybody in the company can then respond to that. Next, it's about freedom. And I know this is really difficult for a publicly traded company, but financial freedom is really important. And the faster you grow, the harder it is for you to make the right decision, because you will have venture capitalists, you'll have investors, you'll have banks, all demanding a rate of return. And you then can't make that investment that you need to make in that innovation that you need to make. So we are super conscious about how fast we are growing and how we fund that growth. Because unless we can have the freedom to innovate, then we can't do what we need to do. And so it might take us a little longer to grow and become a billion-dollar company, but we got there, and we got there with a really, really good result for the people and the planet. Next, of course, is leadership. We are lucky in that we have a founder that passionately believes in the environment. And but what's interesting is that every leader and every manager within the organization has and understands this set of values. And it's partly driven by what I said, the mission, but it's partly driven by the consistent choices of, is this the right thing to do? So everybody knows what's the right thing to do, and therefore that they can speak out about that, or that a junior person could make a decision to say, stop working with a certain distributor because of how they're behaving, and leadership will approve of that. And of course, underneath that, and how do you build that? Because some of it's top down, but some of it needs to be maintained. And in a way, normally you think of human resources as being the people that drive the culture. And I think within Patagonia, it's very strange. My job isn't sustainability person. My job is environmental action. I'm the director of environmental action. And what that means is I have to tell stories. I don't make the sustainability decision. Every person within the business does. So my job is to build that culture. My job is to make sure that we have an environmental internship program so our staff can go out and work with NGOs or work in a different bit of the supply chain or with different partners to understand how to do things better. In the US, they give a month to 2 months of fully paid leave. In Europe, we give 2 weeks. But still, loads of our employees take up that paid time to learn. We have education programs. Quite soon, we're rolling out Climate Fresk. For those of you who don't know, it's a way to really engage staff to understand what the drivers are of climate change, because we want them to care and we want them to be able to speak to their customers and to their partner, their business partners about climate change and feel confident in doing so. We have lunch talks nearly every week. We'll have some NGO talking. We'll have somebody from a supply chain. We'll have somebody there. And all of those lunch talks will have 80 people in them. In Europe, we have a staff of maybe 300. I would say, almost a third would be attending those lunch talks because they're interested in learning. And the other thing that we do is when our employees do amazing things, whenever we have a company-wide talk, we put those employees right at the top and say, look what they did. Isn't that amazing? So, like I said, you know, that sort of internal and external storytelling is hugely important. Now, if you go to the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about what the magic is, though, because all of those things I told you are really quite logical. And this is the bit that's kind of illogical. That connection that we have with local NGOs is the thing that makes us really authentic. We get our staff out marching with you know, on climate marches. We get them really actively engaged and connected to the NGOs. And what that does, that creates the magic, is because those communities tell us what we're doing wrong. They challenge us and they say things like, we're campaigning for gas. What about your supply chain? What are you going to do about that? And it makes it really uncomfortable. It's not easy always to have those conversations. But what they do is it's a pressure on us to always do the right thing. And it's very scary as a business to invite people in and say, challenge us. But that is the thing that makes you real. And what makes you real is what makes you successful. And that is the message that I would like to leave with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. I don't know if you could hear the applause. There was a big applause. Thank you for inspiring us. And you're right. As a matter of fact, everyone wants to work for Patagonia. All my students want to work for Patagonia. Okay, I receive this question every time after class, after we speak about Patagonia. But yes, so congratulations for what you do and what you will be doing also for the near future. We'll be in touch. So thank you so much. Okay. Now we start with our panel on governance, and I have asked also another company that is part of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, Kering specifically. I've asked Marie-Claire Davot, Chief Sustainability and Institutional Affairs Officer at Kering, how to shape the sustainability governance at board, corporate, and brand level. So we will project now a video interview, since Marie-Claire unfortunately could not be here today. She's for an important business trip, could not be here in Milan. But listen carefully to the video, because we will be getting some important messages that could drive also our discussions in the panel. So Marie-Claire Davot.
When we speak about sustainability at Kering, of course, it's very important to have a strong governance. And when we speak about the governance, the most important thing is the fact that François-Henri Pinault, many years ago, decided to put sustainability at the heart of our strategy. And to be sure that his vision will become a reality in the company, he decided really to put sustainability at every level inside the company. So if we start at the board level, we were the first CAC 40 company to create in 2030 a sustainability committee. And on average, this sustainability committee has twice a year a meeting. Today, this sustainability committee is chaired by Emma Watson, in presence of our CEO, François-Henri Pinault, and other directors, 8 other directors. So it's the first thing. The second thing, at board level, we decided to have an appointment on a one climate referee in 2022. Secondly, at company level, the sustainability function is at the level of the executive committee. I am myself a Chief Sustainability Officer, and I am a member of this ExCo. After, at a corporate level, I have a team about 50 people. And what it's important is to speak about the profile of people I have in my team. Most of them are really experts with technical background in climate, biodiversity, energy, circular economy, without forgetting animal welfare, because it's really something where we want to push. And after, so you see board level, corporate level, we have also at brand level in every house what we call sustainability leader. And depending on the side of the brand, we have between one person and a few people. You can imagine that it's not the same size between Boucheron and Gucci. And after the way that we manage, and I put also this topic beyond the governance, we decided now 10 years ago really to manage sustainability as we manage the financial side. That's why we created in 2030 what we call the sustainability review. They are very similar to a business review, and we have on a regular basis some meetings with the CEO and the ExCom of each brand, really to discuss about their KPIs, their implementation, the difficulties, the obstacles, and how we can manage really to push and to have always more and more results. And in our way of thinking, when we speak about governance, we want to open source all our best practices. So when I speak about the EPNL methodology, we put this methodology in 2015 in open source. All our caring standards, they are available on our website. So it's really to say that even if you are a big company, you are not able alone to tackle all the issues linked with biodiversity, climate change, or resource scarcity, and you need really to develop a collaborative approach.
So I take some important messages from this video interview. First of all, sustainability at every level of the company. Kering is managing sustainability just like is managing the financial side. And third, Kering is making open source all the best practices. So these are the three key learnings that I get from this important interview. And let's continue our discussion at this point. And I would like to start from our first speaker of the panel, James Ferragamo, Chief Transformation and Sustainability Officer at Ferragamo. Hello, James. Thanks for joining us. Can I hear the voice? Let's wait a moment. We cannot hear properly. Okay.
Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Perfect.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to thank you. So thank you for this occasion to be able to participate.
And thank you for joining us as well. So Ferragamo, as you know, is part of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, is one of the partners of the Monitor for Circular Fashion. We also listened and also saw the pilot project that they have been presenting this year. And my question is similar to the one I asked Beth before. Ferragamo is a different company compared to Patagonia, different business model, different organization, but within a large and complex organization. How is it possible to guarantee a widespread culture for sustainability? How did you attempt to create this culture for sustainability?
So since the arrival of our CEO, Marco Gobetti, in January of 2022, we've really worked in defining what is our strategy going forward. And as we define the key elements of the strategy, and as you can imagine in every luxury brand, we talk about the product, the communication, the digital aspects, and of course, the stores and the distribution. But what are the key enablers of this is, beside, of course, how to get the product to the market, it's sustainability and human capital. So at the center of Marco's strategy was essentially to really make sure that we have sustainability present in all elements. And also connecting to what Beth was saying earlier on, what is important is not just a sustainable strategy. It needs to be an integrated strategy with all the different components, from the support that we have from the CEO, but of course from the creative director, from the product team, from the store architecture. And so in doing this, we define the sustainability as really our enabler in making sure that we can bring forward our strategy. We have a 3-year rolling plan that we update every December. And it's focused on 5 key pillars. Carbon emission, can we work in making sure that on the science-based target scope 1, 2, and 3, we're able to engage the store architecture, anything that we do in terms of direct and also the supply chain indirect activity to try and bring a reduction to what we do. The supply chain, again, also in how do we create material that are more sustainable, how do we create a circular economy, and how do we have a traceability in our supply chain in ensuring that we have the right certification that can also be a proof of what we're doing and that we are actually bringing a reduction in our impact and providing materials that have a low climate impact approach. And of course, diversity, equity, inclusion, and we add also belonging, because I think it's important that we also define key elements on this aspect in terms of what are the KPIs that we want to monitor and making sure that we are bringing that value to the organization that derives from having a clear approach in how do we monitor those aspects. It's a public path. We have it on our website. It's something that we have defined key targets. And this helps also in making sure that we focus on what are the ways that we can ensure that this activity is brought forward throughout the organization. The function of sustainability is really the sustainability team acts really as a facilitator in making sure that the different stakeholders, internal and externals, work in making sure that we can achieve those objectives. Of course, we also, beside our CEO, we have a board of directors that we update on the strategy that we bring forward, and our leadership team that we engage on a monthly basis in terms of where we're going. Lastly, the rating agencies give us a great value in understanding what is a priority for them and what are some of the activities that we can bring forward, together also with our auditors that can identify some of the key elements. And the Fashion Pact, which has been a great element of really guiding us on some of the key elements that we all share as 250 brands in terms of what we want to go forward.
In the survey and also in the report, we talk about incentives. And we wanted to give space to this important enabler, let's say, for sustainability and circularity. Of course, there is a big difference between companies that are listed and not listed. And we found that when we have incentives, in most of the cases, we have incentive for sustainability and circularity that stop at the managerial level. There are not so many in the board of directors, at the moment at least. So my question is, which is the role of incentives for you in Ferragamo? Which role do they play in bonding sustainability at the top management and at the board of directors, and which are the most effective, according to you?
Well, Francesca, I think before we talk about incentives, I think it's important that we have a shared agreement in terms of our sustainability plan. And we have a shared opportunity to also have a buy-in from all the stakeholders, internal and external, on what are the key results that we want to achieve. So what is important is that everybody who is involved in making this a reality on all the 5 major pillars has agreed and committed to those objectives on a 3-year path. And in doing that, we also ensure governance in making sure that those objectives are reviewed every other month on a certain cadence with different groups, be it the board or the CEO or the leadership team, with different frequency depending on the different groups, to see that we are on check in bringing forward those objectives. So really the role in this case of the sustainability is making sure that we can facilitate, as I was mentioning earlier on, and achieve those objectives. To make this also an important component to the success of what we want to bring forward, we also created an objective plan, so that there's a short-term incentive plan and also a long-term incentive plan focused on some key objectives. And while maybe not all the beneficiary of a plan are involved on every single objective, the single actors that have those objectives actually have to ensure the achievement of those specific activity for the benefit of all the stakeholders in the incentive plan. And this has created a great approach in creating teamwork and really understanding the need to execute and bring results throughout the organization. So I think that this is something which has been a great way of really having the entire organization centrally and with all the region, together also with our indirect partners on the supply line, which support in making sure that we do bring forward what we have set out to be our objectives.
So again, managing sustainability and circularity, just like we are managing the financial side. So thank you again. And now I'd like to leave the floor to our speakers here in presence. First of all, Silvia Mazzanti, Save the Duck. Save the Duck has been evolving from an Italian startup to a much bigger player, a medium company, a medium enterprise, supported by international shareholders. Can you tell us about this path, this journey?
Thank you, Francesca. First of all, it's an honor to talk after all these panelists. Here we are, the little duck, presenting this experience of how a good idea can become a good business. We have been started our business 11 years ago, and immediately after a couple of years we got into goal of investors. We got this first experience with an Italian investor who allowed us to pass from a family-owned business to manage organized company, and this was very important for launching the business. And after that, we got another experience. An equity, private equity partner got into the partnership. And in that phase, the company was keeping growing and growing, not just about numbers, but also about the governance model. And in that period, we started settling policies and practices so that we could become more and more stable and go away from the traditional Italian family way of handling companies. And now we recently changed again, and we have now an international partnership of two entrepreneurs. There are kind of using Save the Duck as an example to bring our experience into other businesses, different from fashion, but that are following our path and to take an inspiration from what we have done and built during these 10 years, and so enhancing on their side through our experience.
And just like Patagonia, you are a benefit corporation and a B Corp. So how has this being a benefit corporation and B Corp as well, with the B Corp certification, helped you in structuring the governance for sustainability and circularity?
Well, first of all, what we have done during these years was due basically to the will of our CEO, and that is also the founder of the company, that strongly believes in the founding principle of respecting animals and also engaging in all ESG topics. And he wanted us to be judged by third parties. So this rating system is one among many others that a company can. Okay. So
we couldn't hear so well with the microphone, so we substitute.
Okay, so I have to start again, or can I move on?
From the last 30 seconds.
Great, excellent. So I was saying that everything started with the strong will of our CEO and founder that strongly believes in the founding principle of Save the Duck, that is protecting animals and obviously environment, and get engaging in how we deal with the supply chain. And at a certain point of our history, we needed to be checked by a third part, a neutral one that could analyze if we were conducting our business in a good way or not. And this system, this rating system, as others, are always useful, because in this way you can have a look to the way you are conducting your business and enhancing in strategic topics for the government, as I was mentioning, policies and procedures. The BIA also enhanced in our vision many projects that could be useful to keep growing, and so that's the main reason why we got involved into this movement that is now inspiring us a lot and is forcing us to keep growing in this direction.
And we really hope to have many more benefit corporation and B Corps also in the Monitor for Circular Fashion.
Hopefully.
Just like Save the Duck. So thank you, Silvia. Now I would like to leave the floor to Veronica Bovo, Holding Moda. And it's very important for us to have in the Monitor for Circular Fashion a vendor. It's representing a different business model compared to all the other partners we have. Actually, it's the only vendor at the moment. It's challenging, right, to create a governance for sustainability in a holding. It's harder for a vendor because you have many companies to deal with that are manufacturing for other companies. So my question is, considering your relationship with the companies that step by step are entering also in Holding Moda, how are you building this governance for sustainability?
Right, so thank you for being here. If we can put the slides on.
Yeah, we have,
so this will give you a better idea of the complexity that we have to deal with. So I'm basically working at Holding Industriale level, which is even higher level than Holding Moda. We have different holdings. The Holding Moda is the biggest one, but we've got as Holding Industriale 22 companies and about 1,500 people. Holding Moda is not just a vendor, because we basically own most of the supply chain. We have vendors in different product categories. We have upstream suppliers, such as fabric suppliers. And we got downstream vendors, suppliers, such as cut and trim suppliers, embroideries, and printing. So this gives you a complexity already, because we stretch both horizontally and vertically in the supply chain. So to add to the complexity, obviously all these companies are very different ones from one to another. It can be a small family company of 30 people or a larger companies of 250 people. And so the relationship with these companies, to build it, it was really hard. Obviously, sustainability is not perceived at the same level from each company. From smaller companies, it's perceived as like just another thing to do, just another job. So to overcome this complexity and to be able to create a relationship, it was paramount to spread the culture of sustainability. So this was our first basic task.
Can you give us some examples on how you made it?
Which lasted a lot. It's all a give and take. To listen to their needs was mostly important because we're also very new. Enaudi Moda were born in 2017, actually grown as a group in late 2020. So this makes us, the sustainability department, H Planet, also very new. It was just 2 years in the making. So to devise a governance and to build a relationship, it's quite hard. Well, it's a challenge that we are winning. Every company would see us at the beginning as, why I have to do this? It's just another thing to do, I don't have time. And then, after our first sustainability report, the ESG ratings, they saw that actually there's a lot of content and we are gaining momentum with the companies. So everyone actually sees us as something that would help us overcome the client requests, for example. Latest, we have clients that would have a partnership with us only if they were one of the pilot projects for them on decarbonization. So
it's becoming an hygienic factor is a condition
exactly. It's a condition to do business. So as I said, obviously the governance needs to be both centralized at holding industrial and holding model level, but also tailored to each company needs. So this actually is quite challenging, but it's also very rewarding because we actually help the companies overcome some complexities given by, obviously, the market.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Veronica. And let me ask now Stefano Albini Group, that is representing at this panel again. We had another family business, the family business, but on the upstream part of the value chain, right, as an ingredient. So we gave and we adapted and considered this definition of governance that for us is not just the governance related to the board of directors and the internal stakeholders, but also external stakeholders need to be considered. Also the territory. So I want to ask which was the path for Albini Group and how the territory and local communities influence the group and its governance, and vice versa as well.
Yeah, Albini Group is a very old family since 1876, so you can imagine how the territory is important for us. We have to say that, the family and the territory are the same in that place. We say always that we know the people from the first workers to the last one. We have some families in our company that are generation. They started with their grandfathers and they continue to work with us. So I don't want to talk about all the initiatives we do with the territory that are important for the families, for the communities, for the school, and so on. I want to talk about the people. Territory for us means to have the good and the best people of the territory in our company. So we have to give to our territory the best place to work. The best company where they can live and that they can work. how to do that, we started to think, I mean, not us, but our father, our grandfather, which are the, I mean, why the people has to come to us. And we said we have to invest in the values. I mean, our father, our grandfather didn't leave us the technicality. They left us the values. So, which are the values we put in our mission, in our statement, are the transparency, are the ethics, are the legality, are the respect of the human rights. Why we have to pass to our people this kind of values? Because our customers are asking us these values, and not only in our company, but in all the supply chain. You know that, I mean, we are serving the best brands in the world. They want to have this kind of values in our products. I am saying that in our product, a part not only of the cost, there is also a cost of this, of the sustainability, but a part of our product, like the raw material, the best raw material, is the sustainability. Why? Because we have to give to our customer all these kind of things in the supply chain. So we are trying to do that in our company, inside the company.
So again, it's a condition, it's a request that is coming from companies, but there is still space for differentiation, right, in the sustainability. There is still space, and ingredients can still differentiate on that aspect.
And yes, we are trying in our organization to have the sustainability starting from the base, the basic in terms of, it's something that everybody has to feel inside. It's not easy. We created the sustainability group to follow these kind of things. We have 7 people working on the traceability. That is quite a mess. I mean, it's not easy to follow. We have 300 customers that are asking us anything about traceability, social responsibility, chemicals. So it's a cost, but it's a value that we put in our product. This has to be understood by our customer, that should be paid for that, because, I mean, it's a value like the design, like the raw material, the organic cotton. So it's a part of our fabric, of our product. And the people has to understand inside the company that is a value. It's not an heavy job to do, it's a value, and the customer has to think and to pay for that.
So thank you for bringing on the floor this family business approach and value-driven approach, I would say. So focus on the values allowed you to consider sustainability not just as a cost, but actually not as a cost, more as an investment. Yeah. So thank you. And last point we would like to make with Martina Rogato. She's involved today as an external expert, founder of ESG Boutique and co-chair at Women 7, G7. We wanted to also emphasize the point of the diversity. Gender diversity, but not only, diversity overall. But with Martina, I would like to speak especially on gender diversity and how does gender diversity enhance sustainability within an organization. This is a hot topic today, especially in these days, as you have heard, also because of the Nobel Prize won by Claudia Golding. So it's definitely, we will hear more and more, hopefully, about this.
Thank you so much, Professor Rinaldi, for this invitation.
I hope the microphone is working. Let me double check. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, and this is a very diverse panel. And well, let's start with good news to share with everyone. Diversity impacts on financials. And after decades, we have lots of data on it from international studies, organizations, and also managing consulting firms. For example, from 2018, the Boston Consulting Group is not
Maybe
working.
it's better to use the microphone. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Now it's working. So let me start with the good news. Diversity impacts on financials. And after years, we have, after decades, we have lots of international reports on it. For example, from 2018, the Boston Consulting Group delivered a report on women in leadership, sharing that when you have diversity, you increase your EBIT margins by 9% and your average innovation revenues by 43%. So we have a measurement of the impact of diversity. Diversity in the sense of not having an heterogeneous team and board of directors, but also concrete, diverse approach on these topics. Concerning your second question, let me share that as G7 group on women, we support the mandatory approach on diversity. And there are a few partial examples of mandatory approach, especially at European Union level. Sorry. For example, from 2026 in Europe, it will come into force a new law on women on boards, obliging large companies to have the 40% of representation of the less represented gender. Women. We are half of the world, but we are not the most represented one. So we have this European law, and since 2011, we also have a quota law in Italy expressing the same. By the way, I'd like to share with you the fact that we need to create more linkages between diversity and social sustainability. Do not forget that human rights means also non-discrimination principles, so also diversity. And for example, we talked before about the CSDDD directive on due diligence, creating a strong linkages between environment and human rights, but what is missing is the gender lens and the intersectional approach. We can't wait anymore. It's something very important for governance and ESG.
So we already invite you for next year the Monitor for Circular Fashion, since as we mentioned before, we would like to really work much more, also having some additional KPIs for measuring circularity with the social dimension. So thank you. All right, so that's the end of our first part of the day. Getting closer to the lunch, I would like to just remind you that we'll meet here at 2 p.m. With the Winning the Battle for Waste Resources panel. Karina Bolin, Julia Blees, unfortunately could not be here, but Lutz, Walter will be there, and Liuba Napoli as well. So we wait here for you. Let's meet again at 2 o'clock.
Welcome back at the Monitor for Circular Fashion annual final event. We will open this afternoon with the session Winning the Battle for Waste Resources. It's my pleasure to introduce our panelists, Karina Bolin, President Umana People to People Italia, and Lutz Walter, Secretary General Textile European Technology Platform. We will bring also a contribution from Julia Blees, Policy Director EURIC, that unfortunately cannot join us today. This morning, we mentioned several times the EU strategy for sustainable and circular textiles and the urgency to endorse this strategy. The primary objective is to establish an economy centered on collecting, sorting, reusing, preparing for reusing and recycling textiles, incentivizing brands and producers to design products according to the circular principles.
As part of this effort, we have to mention the Waste Framework Directive, including the EPR legislation, the Extended Producer Responsibility legislation, where the primary objective is waste prevention, reduce the number of textile products that at the end of their life cycle ends up directly in the landfill, incinerated, or exported to countries outside EU, less regulated countries. Given the importance of the topic of waste management, in the 2023, the Monitor for Circular Fashion dedicated space to this topic, discussing with European experts as well as engaging the partners of the Monitor for Circular Fashion. So we have interviewed 15 European experts on the topic of waste management and EPR to understand which are the challenges and opportunities. I really invite you to read the report for further details. As already mentioned this morning, the report can be downloaded on the website of the Monitor for Circular Fashion or directly from the platform if you are following us online today. So discussing with the companies, the partner companies of the Monitor that are representing the different activities of the value chain, ingredients, vendors, brands, and retailers, we could understand that 93% of the companies are actually already working and are engaged into activities related to waste management. The companies highlighted that they mostly focus on reduce post-industrial and pre-consumer waste, because this is the portion of waste resources that it is easier to control, while it is more challenging for them, more difficult to manage post-consumer waste. Mainly to the reason of lack of control on this portion of waste and lack of official legislation on EPR. When we have been discussing, so here you can see an interesting diagram representing the waste resources pipeline and the scope of the extended producer responsibility legislation. When we discuss about future plans with the partners of Monitor for Circular Fashion, we have to focus on pre-consumer and post-consumer waste management. Looking into pre-consumer waste management, the companies would like to increase internal reuse within the same company of the waste resources, pre-consumer waste, post-industrial and pre-consumer waste, create partnerships with upcycling players, and join an industrial consortium for recycling, upcycling, or even eventually downcycling. Instead, thinking about a more efficient management of post-consumer waste in the future, the companies are focusing on partnering with existing players. So it's very important to leverage on the experience of the players that are already working in the sector with post-consumer products for the brands and for all the companies in the value chain. Another option is create partnerships with upcycling players, and last but not least, join a consortium for EPR. So the partner companies see the introduction of EPR legislation definitely as an opportunity, not only to optimize the management and destination of post-consumer waste, but also to reduce the waste production, the waste generated during production, improve the management of pre-consumer waste, and last but not least, foster collaboration among the different players in the value chain. So we can state that the awareness for the fashion and textile companies is pretty high about the importance of waste management. Still, few solutions have been implemented, and that's because some barriers are present for the waste management. Here we can make a reference to the textile transition pathway that has been discussed this morning, where managing post-consumer waste is seen as one of the major challenges we are facing in the industry, especially due to lack of technologies and lack of EU-wide infrastructure. We will understand better this afternoon the role of technological innovation. It's important to mention that it was already highlighted also not only in the textile transition pathway, but also by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in the report published in 2017, where technological innovation is presented as a solution to not only scale up collecting, sorting, and recycling, but also to improve the quality and the economics of recycling. In the year 2023, as mentioned before, we have involved several experts. We cannot have all of them today participating in this panel, but it will be my pleasure to discuss with Karina and Lutz about the challenges and opportunities related to the introduction of EPR. Before doing this, I would like to bring the contribution of Julia Bliss, representing EURIC, European Recycling Confederation, Industries Confederation, reading a quote from Julia Bliss that you can find also in the report. It is essential to ensure that EPR schemes effectively boost design for recycling of products placed on the market and are managed in a way which does not result in unfair competition between recyclers and EPR schemes. Good afternoon, Karina. Welcome. Thank you for joining our invite and for being here discussing about waste management. I would like to ask how Humana people-to-people and operators in general can contribute to develop reuse as part of an EPR scheme.
So thank you, first of all, for the invitation, and a special thank you to Francesca, who is behind me. It's a pleasure to be here. I think it's also a pleasure to be here because actually the sector of post-consumer textile is very, very little represented because of the reasons you said before. So Humana People-to-People is an international network present in 46 countries all over the world. Our main purpose and mission is to support sustainable development. When we talk about sustainable development, it's social, environmental, and economic development in some of the poorest countries in the world. Only in 2022, we could reach out to more than 60 million people who had the opportunity to get tools and instruments to improve their own living conditions. So when we talk about post-consumer textile, we talk about something which is very special as a waste flow. It's very different from all other type of wastes because actually 60 to 70% could be reused if the intention is to reuse. We can see here today we have been talking about what is most important for reducing the impact on environment from textile. And some this morning said eco-design. That is very true, but eco-design alone doesn't help. Because the eco-design means to prolong the life, and that means somebody has to reuse it. Eco-design is done because the pieces can be used longer. And honestly, I think most of us, we will still change age, shape of the body, what we like, and we will still buy new clothes. So if the clothes we don't use anymore are not reused, eco-design will not do it. Right now in Europe, more or less, and honestly this is my estimation, so if somebody thinks it's wrong, welcome, In the sector is more or less 1 million tons which are sorted in Europe, from which 60 to 70% can be reused. 25% can be reused in Europe. And you find a lot of other figures. I don't say I have the truth of everything, but it's also because if the model is not developed, the reuse is much lower. Why? We can also reuse outside Europe. This is, of course, extremely important that it is a controlled, traceable flow. And for example, when there is a contact like Humana has, we have a very close contact with where we send it to be sure that what is sent is sorted according to the needs of people. We have made a study where the replacement rate when we reuse clothes in sub-Saharan Africa, it's around 50%. The other 50% are actually people who can't allow themselves to buy new clothes. So we are actually talking about to supply good second-hand clothes, which very often has a better standard than cheap fast fashion, which otherwise is imported to Africa. And those pieces can be reused on the benefit of people otherwise not having the means to actually have clothes on body. So this to be in the sector and to promote reuse inside the EPR is very, very important. And we can see that right now the model for the EPR is including the waste hierarchy, it's including reuse, but when it comes to practical elements, reuse is a little bit out of focus. And we can see from this morning, I think nobody has talked about reuse, perhaps it was not on the agenda, but the recycling was the main thing. Recycling is super necessary because if we don't do recycling, what will happen with the clothes in the very end? But there is a step between we really have to take care of.
I totally agree. We have to keep in mind always the waste hierarchy as it is promoted by the European Commission. So reuse, enabling also repairing, so reuse, repair, and recycle. At the end of the life cycle, when it's not possible anymore to increase the durability of the product. This is also leading us to my next question. So, which is the role of social companies in the waste management today, and how do you think it will be affected after the introduction of the EPR legislation?
So you can say the social sector, and we are talking about a very big variation of entities of different type, have been active in the post-consumer textile collection, even though it wasn't called like that in the beginning, more than 30, 40 years. That means it's a huge experience, and there are a lot of models which are working. I prefer to not put it in a contradiction, but as addition. I think also this morning it was said development and innovation comes from collaboration and diversity. And I think that is one of the key words also when it comes to post-consumer textile. In our example, 25% of all the projects we are supporting comes from income from reuse. So remember the 16 million people, 4 million actually had opportunity thanks to what we have been doing with used clothes. And that in addition to all the people who have been able to buy good clothes and to the environmental impact. So I think the social sector is very, very important. In our case, we have 5,000 people working in Europe, which are experts in reuse and sorting, who are creating this extra value for social justice. And we are just one player. There are many others working in the social sector. Some are small, but there is actually a big capacity also with investments and infrastructures and also modernization. We have a lot of sorting centers which are semi-automatized, which means that we have the capacity, and actually many of those tons which are sorted in Europe is sorted by the non-profit sector or social entities of some kind. So this is, I think, the most important is that take care of what exists, make sure that those models are developed and used experience, because this is what actually creates the future.
Thank you very much. We have definitely to leverage on the existing experience of the players that have been dealing with post-consumer products for years. now, and we have to leverage on innovation and technologies in order to scale up as much as possible reuse, repair and recycling, and introduce more effective technologies that can improve, as discussed, not only the quality of the recycled products, but also the economics of the waste management.
Perhaps I can just add one thing, because now Julia Blaise is not here, and EURIC they made a report for a life cycle assessment recently, this year, where it shows that one T-shirt reused is impacting 70 times less on the environment than buying a new item. And then we are talking about water and CO2 as some of the main things. So I think that is also important to remember, because reuse is not something which is just small and temporary, it has to be there.
And it is definitely important to measure the impact in order to understand how we can reduce as much as possible the environmental impact, and include also social aspects into the journey. Now we will focus more on the technological innovation, so on the role of innovation in the waste management, with Lutz Walter, Secretary General Textile European Technology Platform. Good afternoon, Lutz. Welcome at the Monitor for Circular Fashion. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello, good afternoon to Milan. I hope everybody can hear and see me.
I confirm that we can hear you well and see you on the screen. So, to start our conversation, I would like to ask, which is the role of ETP in the discussion on innovation for textile waste management?
Well, first of all, I would like to say I would have loved to be with you in Milan today. I'm traveling, unfortunately, today further north in Europe to Sweden. But I'm glad at least I can share a few words here with you online. So what is the European Textile Technology Platform? It is basically the largest European network of textile researchers and innovators. So we bring together industry, but also technology developers, research institutes, and universities, all working on research and innovation in textiles in the broadest sense. And that includes, of course, and increasingly, the area of textile sustainability and circularity. And it's in this capacity that we also started to collaborate with Francesca and her team at SDA Bocconi on the Monitor for Circular Fashion. And that's why I think also I'm here today. So when we talk about research and innovation related specifically to circularity and textile waste and recycling, of course, there is the element of the actual technology, the technology to sort, to separate, to recycle textile waste. And I could talk to you a lot about these technologies, but I think it would lead too far and it would be maybe a bit too technical. But when you talk about research, there's another element, and Karina already mentioned it in her intervention. The first job, I think, if you want to do something new and something innovative, is to really understand what is the reality today. And that means you have to have good data. And this is really something where I see a very major challenge. I remember in 2016, I was having a meeting with the team of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation when they were working on their now famous report from 2017 on the textile circular economy. And they were saying to me, basically, we can't believe that there's so little data available about textile production, textile consumption, and textile waste generation. And I said, well, this is unfortunately the reality in a very complex and a very global and above all, a very, very fragmented industry. And now, well, we're 6-7 years on and things haven't really improved dramatically. So if you just look at textile waste, and Karina has mentioned it already. So we estimate about 7.5 million tons of textile waste are post-consumer textile waste is created in Europe every year. We estimate that, we don't know that exactly. Nobody has exact figures for what is being consumed and what is being basically put into waste or discarded at the end of life every year. Then on that, we need to understand how much of that actually we really collect and we really sort. Again, Karina mentioned a million tons. The reality may be a little bit higher, but not extremely much higher. So at best, we may be collecting 1.5 to 2 million tons separately today in the whole of Europe. And then if you want to recycle, you can't just recycle, you can't just put these whatever 1.5 and 2 million tons into a recycling machine or recycling operation, because first of all, we have to respect the waste hierarchy, which basically says reuse on average, and as Karina mentioned, quite significantly, is the better option than recycling. And currently, I think the reuse rate of all the separately collected textile waste is about 55, 60, maybe 65%. So out of these, let's say 1.5 to 2 million, there's only about 1 million at best that is left for recycling. But you can't just take these million and put it in a machine or an operation, because recycling works with different materials. There are different technologies for different materials. You do have to separate those recycling waste streams by material. And we know that textile materials are very complex. We use a lot of different fibers for good reasons. And those fibers need to be, and these fibers are often mixed, blended with each other. They are combined, they're assembled in complex products. So we need to sort by fiber, we need to separate. And if we do all that, we end up with very relatively small waste streams. And this is something that is one of the biggest challenges in the textile recycling, when talking about textile recycling. So when I talk to people who actively work on textile recycling, they tell me the number one concern that they have is available waste feedstocks for their recycling operations. And this is something that I think we need to address, and there are many ways for innovations to address it, but I want maybe as an opening statement, leave this issue here with you to say that there is, and it's no coincidence that this panel is called the battle for waste resources. I think if recycling really develops, we may see actually a battle for these waste resources happening in recycling. And that is not necessarily a good thing if you think about the health and the economics of those recycling operations.
For highlighting the complexity of waste management in the textile industry, just one last quick question. Which is the potential for recycling post-consumer textile waste? And which are the key success factors? You highlighted the challenges.
Yes, so I definitely do not want to leave, let's say, a negative outlook. I actually want to leave a very positive outlook. So I believe we should be really celebrating, we'll be cheering on those innovators, those young companies often that really take on the challenge of textile recycling, because they take on a very, very difficult challenge. They face a lot of uncertainty. They have to build operations, they have to build technologies, they have to build facilities that cost a lot of money, and they have a very uncertain economic picture right now. But there is a lot of things that we can do to make that picture brighter. So yes, we need to make sure that we increase the separate collection rate in Europe. This is something which will be mandatory as of 2025, but just because you make something mandatory, it doesn't mean it will happen overnight. We know that we have speed limits on our roads, but it doesn't mean that everybody respects those speed limits. The same thing will happen with mandatory waste collection. First of all, we need to put the technology or the infrastructure in place. So every municipality has to build up a separate collection system for textile waste, which takes time. And then the consumers have to play along. They have to separate their waste streams, and because if the consumer doesn't do it, it will not happen. So this is something where we really have to push and invest, and I think EPR schemes are a very, very useful thing to make those investments, to make sure we have the collection infrastructure, and we also educate and inform and incentivize the consumers to actually separate those waste. And there will be, we need, of course, also market incentives. I think having targets for recycled content in textile products will be a very important market incentives, both for the, let's say, the private market, but especially also for the public market. So green public procurement can be a very important driver to help this emerging market actually to emerge. We will have to work also on issues such as traceability. We have to have really good logistics in place, because we need to move such waste streams around Europe in a very efficient way and with low footprint. We need to work on certification. We need to work also on marketing. So this is something that has to be marketed well if it should be taken up. And yes, we will need also government subsidies. We will need continued support into innovation, into demonstration facilities across Europe. And I'm sure Dirk van Tiegen from Eurotech spoke about the Rehabs initiative this morning. So this is an excellent initiative also to build up these regional recycling infrastructures that we will need in Europe if we really want to make it happen.
Thank you, Lutz. Thank you, Karina. We will move on with the next panel, and I leave the floor to Francesca Romana Rinaldi.
Thanks, Silva. Innovation Advisor at the Monitor for Circular Fashion. And thanks to our speakers, to Karina, Lutz. Thank you so much. So we talked about recycling technologies. When we asked the companies of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, we asked them which are the most relevant technologies for you. The second was the digital product passport. So it's time to talk about the digital product passport. And we have asked Michele Galatola, Senior Policy Officer at the European Commission, to join us. So I would like to leave the floor to Michele to introduce us into basically the steps they are implementing at the European Commission DG GROW on the digital product passport, some updates, and also the standardization requests. We will then speak with our service providers of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, so I will be introducing them to you later. Michele, I leave you the floor.
Thank you and good afternoon. Can you please confirm that you hear me well? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you.
Okay, perfect. Then I will share my screen, so you should also be able to see some.
Just a moment. Okay, so just a moment, Michele. We wanted to just remind you that we will manage the slides, so we can go on with the slides whenever you tell us to go on. So we will do it for you.
Okay, then let's move to the second slide, so we save time.
And yeah, we don't see you anymore. We see the the background.
Okay, now you should see me.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect. So next slide, please. So as mentioned, my name is Michele Galatola. I work in DG GROW and have the pleasure of chairing the Commission Working Group on the implementation of the Digital Product Passport. So the Digital Product Passport is something that is part of a wider strategy from the Commission when it comes to going green and digital, which is one of the flagship initiatives of Commission von der Leyen and Commissioner Breton. It is a tool that has been introduced through the ESPR, so the Eco-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation that the Commission adopted last year and which is currently in trial, so in negotiation with the Council and the Parliament. But it is also a tool that we will use more and more also in other product-related policies. For example, already the batteries regulation is using it, the new toy regulation, the new detergents regulation, the future construction product regulation. So the idea is basically to use more and more often the IT infrastructure that the DPP will make available, and then to decide the content of the DPP in specific legislation at the product group level. The other thing that is important to remind, and we'll come back to that also later in my presentation, is that we want to base the the DPP that will be designed and enforced in Europe, relying on experiences that already are available. We know that there are more than 100 DPPs only in Europe already in the making or existing, and we want to base it on international standards to the extent possible. Next slide, please. So this is a quick reminder of how the eco-design legislation works. We regulate products at product group level. So as you know, textiles will most surely be one of the first products that will be regulated, but we are also looking to other products to regulate in the years to come. And in the specific product group legislation, we have basically two typology of requirements: the performance requirements and the information requirements. They are both of a mandatory nature, because we're talking about mandatory legislation based on Article 114 of the treaty, so the internal market legislation. The difference between the performance and the information requirements is basically that the performance requirements are technical requirements, which often comes with a value threshold that the product has to fulfill in order to be placed on the market. Information requirements, on the contrary, they do not have a threshold. There is only information that is mandatory to be provided by the manufacturer when placing the product on the market. The digital product passport is a tool that will allow to have access to this information in a digital way. So it will include mostly the information requirements, even if we may also add the performance requirements in the passport itself. In terms of what kind of requirements you may expect, it is in eco-design, the focus is mostly sustainability and circularity, and I would add legal compliance. So, and the aspect that could be regulated are, you see them listed on the right. So there are things that are typical for, let's say, sustainability perspective, like the footprints and carbon environmental footprints, and things that are more related to the circularity dimension, like durability, usability, and other things like the presence of chemicals and things like that. It does not mean that for all products we will regulate everything. So you shouldn't expect one or more requirements for each of these aspects, but these are the aspects that we may regulate depending on what is most relevant for the product. So we always do first an hotspot analysis where we identify what are the real issues in terms of sustainability and circularity, and then we define requirements for those aspects. Next slide, please. When it comes to the DPP, it is very important to keep in mind these three dimensions: the dimension of circularity, the dimension of sustainability, and the dimension of legal compliance, because the way we are designing the DPP is kind of reflecting these three objectives, which we see, for example, is particularly important when it comes to the legal compliance and the links that the DPP will allow with, for example, automatic controls by custom operators at the borders. Next slide, please. In terms of a little bit of, let's say, lexicon, when we talk about DPP, we talk about the DPP system and the DPP data. Now, let's start from the data. The DPP data is the information that stakeholders will have access to through the DPP. We will then see that there are different level of information depending on access rights. But for the time being, let's focus on the concept that the DPP data is the what, the information that will be included. The DPP system, on the contrary, is the how. So it's basically the set of standards and protocols, IT standards and protocols that will be needed in order to have the DPP operational. And it also includes the DPP registry that I will soon explain what it is all about. This DPP system is what we are now standardizing, because as I mentioned at the beginning, we want that the DPPs are based on a set of global open standards. And these standards will be, many of these standards already exist, both at ISO, IEC level or at SEN level, so at the European level. So basically we are issuing a standardization request to SEN and SENELEC, and they will do this work of looking at existing standards and either tell us they are good as they are, so we can use it, or adapt these standards in order to enable all the different features that we want the DPP to have. Next slide, please. Now, some key elements related to the DPP that we need to keep in mind in our conversation. The first and probably the most innovative element is that it is a decentralized system. So we are not creating a mega database in Brussels where all the information on products will be stored. That is not what is going to happen. The information will remain in the servers of the manufacturers, or if they want to rely on service providers, in the servers of these third-party service providers. But it will be a decentralized system. The DPP will be linked to products. So we are not going to identify the passport itself, but we are going to identify the product. This is important because it opens a number of interesting conversation about the identifiers and the data carriers to be used, and also to the persistency of the information in internet. So access to the DPP will happen through data carriers. We are standardizing different typologies of data carriers. We are not going to prescribe one single data carrier. It could be that for some products, some data carriers will be allowed and some others will not be allowed for specific reasons. But in principle, we want to leave the choice of the data carrier to the manufacturer. The only data carrier that will not be, let's say, allowed is the barcode, because it's too small. It's not able to carry the information that it needs to carry. So it is from QR code on. The access to the DPP will happen, as I mentioned before, on a need-to-know basis, because the DPP will include both public information and restricted information. The public information, of course, will be public, so there will be no restriction there, but the restricted information, there will be, for example, stakeholders like market surveillance authorities or custom authorities that will have access to probably all of the information. Then stakeholders like, for example, recyclers that will have access to a subset of the restricted information, not to everything. How to give access is one of the 8 areas that will be standardized. Probably it will be an attribute-based approach, but I mean, details will have to be developed. In terms of granularity, we will have 3 possibilities. So the DPP may be requested by the legislation at model level, at batch level, or item level. The decision will depend from product to product. So we cannot say today for product A which level will be, or for product B which level of granularity will be. But there will be a minimum level of granularity, meaning that you cannot go higher in granularity. We are considering the option of allowing companies to go lower. So for example, if the legislation says that the DPP should be provided at batch level, companies will not be able to only provide the model level, but they will be they may choose to provide the item level. As I mentioned, the DPP already used by other legislations, so I don't need to repeat that. And the other things is that when technically possible, we will link to the DPP to other existing databases already regulated at the European level, like, for example, the SKIP database for substance of AI concern, or ICSMS, or other databases. Next slide, please. Very short, this is just to mention that, as I said, there will be public and restricted data. The data carrier itself, one option that we are considering and we are asking the standardizers also to look into, is the possibility to have already embedded in the data carrier not only the, let's say, the dynamic link to the DPP, but also some offline data that could be used to do checks in case the internet connection is not available, but also to do some checks related to the anti-counterfeiting information, because that is another added value that the DPP may provide, especially for some product groups. As you see in this slide, and as I will explain in the next one, there is an element of centralization, which is the DPP registry. The DPP registry will include, as a minimum, the 3 identifiers that will always be requested for every product, because every product will have always a product identifier, a facility identifier, so the facility where the most relevant part of the manufacturing took place, and the economic operator identifiers. This, what we call triplet, will always be requested for all the products that will have a DPP, and this triplet will be hosted in the DPP registry. As if we move to the next slide, I will continue explaining what is the registry. So basically, the registry serves 2 main functions. The first and the primary, let's say, role is that it will be linked to the IT system that is used by customs operators who do the controls at the borders in order to perform automatic checks on the DPPs of the product entering the borders in Europe. And in order to work the system, it needs to rely on a centralized catalog, let's say, so that is why we introduced the registry. But we will also use the registry in order to fulfill an additional requirement that has been introduced by the Council and the Parliament during the negotiation, which is the availability of searching tools. So basically, considering that there will not be a centralized database, but a decentralized one, we need to create a tool that will allow different stakeholders, so for public and for private information separately, to basically search through the different passport and compare information and produce reports. So the entry point to the searching tools will be the registry, and this is also work that is ongoing in the Commission in order to start thinking how to design this, because doing this search in a decentralized environment is quite challenging from an IT perspective. Now, I want also to use these slides to highlight another important element of the DPP, which is basically who will have to do what in the DPP. The legislation is very clear, the SPR legislation, saying that it is the economic operator placing the product on the market, which in our jargon means the manufacturer or the importer, who had the role to do three things, basically: to create the DPP, to make sure that the DPP, the information in the DPP is complete, so everything asked by the legislation is there, and also to guarantee the reliability of the information in the DPP, which we know will be the most challenging part, because that means that it is the final manufacturer that will have to retrieve information along the supply chain, information that might be required by legislation. We know that it is not the ideal way of designing it. Ideally, it should have been the first actor in the life cycle to create the DPP and then populate progressively the DPP along the life cycle of the product. But for legal constraints, that is not a model that we can implement in our legislation. So the only option was to start from the end and go back with retrieving the information. Next slide, please. This is about the standardization request. We are requiring 8 areas to be standardized. We call them modules. As you see, we go from unique identifiers, data carrier, access rights management, interoperability, data processing, data storage, data authentication, and also the API for lifecycle management of the DPP and searchability. The standardization request is still in a draft, so it has not been formalized yet, but last week we got the green light from Senselec, so they are willing to accept the standardization. So the work is now ongoing in terms of preparing the procedures, formal procedures that we need to go through. If everything goes well and fast, they should be able to start working on it by early January next year. And the last slide, the next one is the last. So the work that the standardizers will start, as I mentioned, in January next year, and they have a very tight timeline ahead of them, because everything has to be completed by December 2025. The reason for that is that the first legislation that will kick in with an obligation to provide DPPs for products is the batteries regulation, which will become effective in February 2027. So the plan of the Commission is to have all the standards available by end of December 25, and then in 26 to give time, to allow time to companies to be ready and adapt their IT system, and also market surveillance authorities. And we will probably run also a supporting program in order to help companies to test, to do conformance testing for the system, to be sure that they will be able to fulfill the legal obligations as from February 2027. When it comes to textile, because I guess you will ask this question, we don't have yet an exact timeline, but if everything goes well, we could expect a DPP for textiles around the end of the same year, so around end of 2027. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and of course I remain available to address any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michele. We thank you for your time, and we have been inviting already Michele Garatola in our plenary meetings. We will do it again, so hopefully we'll be lucky in 2024 once again. Thank you for your time. And if you could still be connected, I would like to leave the floor actually for comments to our service providers. Actually, we have 7 service providers in the Monitor for Circular Fashion. We couldn't manage to have them all as speakers today, but I would like to thank also Certilogo, Datastelt, PLM Impianti, and UL Solutions. Instead, I would like to leave the floor, first of all, to Philippe Ribera, Vice President Innovation at Lectra, for a first comment on the Digital Product Passport.
Thank you, Francesca, to give me this
challenging role, the one of making a comment after the European Commission DG Growth speech.
After 2 p.m. And a long day, but congratulations for the day. What I would like to say on the digital passport is for us, from a technological point of view, because we are a technology company, it's a path, it's an objective. We are not yet there. You know, because we discussed already together with the think tank we organize, that we are...
We cannot hear properly in the room. I think the microphone works well, but we just cannot hear so well in the room, so we are substituting the microphone for this reason. Thank you.
It must be much more better now. Yes, no? Is it good? Okay, good. So back, I was saying that digital product passport is an objective. If the problem for me is in terms of technology company is a way to arrive to that. Yeah. We are currently working a lot on LCA. LCA is already a nightmare. Yeah. It's a nightmare in terms of technology. It's a nightmare for most of our customers to try to find the data, and we want to go a step further again. Okay, so I think it's time to step back sometime and to say what is feasible in a period of time which is reasonable. And this, I don't know, because many of these technologies are existing. The problem, they are not deployed. So we need to find the way to create the platform, to create the hub, to use all the technologies that we have in line to support that. Is it answering to your question enough?
Yes, thank you. And overall, would you like to also make a comment on technologies for the twin transition? What do you think is key, is priority in order to get there and implement the technologies for the twin transition? And what you have been doing also at Lectra. We have been producing all together, actually, with the service providers, this chart that we put now on screen. And this has been inspired, actually, by the think tank in Bordeaux.
No, that's good. More people we have around this topic, better. Technology, most of what we are saying is that we need to use what is called for us. We need to have everywhere cloud, big data, IoT, and artificial intelligence. And the chart here is referring to that. How do you connect different topics? If you don't know what is doing the knitting machine, you will never know why it's failed, and we will never know the information to make your digital passport right through a reality. So most of the topic related to that. How do we integrate?
We will switch microphone until the end of today. We have many. So.
Yeah, sorry. It's good again? Okay. Okay. So I forgot where I was. You remember?
It's important, the interoperability
yes,
as well.
the interoperability of all this data, all this platform. If I give you only a few examples. When we started the think tank we are part of, you are part of with us, we qualify nearly 50 companies in traceability worldwide. 50 companies not having the same data model, so impossible to connect them. You need to create the hub, the data hub, to make this connection. When we move to LCA, why I'm saying it's a nightmare, because it's not 50, it's 100 companies. 100 companies not having the same data model, not using the same way of naming things. So we need to develop this interoperability and the way to automate the interoperability base. Because the problem is not to manage. You can manage an API, but in API it's just saying, I want to understand what he is saying in my system. What I want is to press on the button saying what he is saying in his language goes immediately to the right place where I am. And this is tough to organize, and it's need to be shared with many different people and to be agreed on something. On top of that, you need to start to develop it and make it happen. So the reason why the digital passport is a good objective, because it gives you the vision, it gives you where we want to go in some time. So we need to develop this interoperability, that's for sure. But I don't know if there is too many people from the European Commission. I would like to say that this requires a lot of investment. And this investment is not coming only from a private company like us, because even if we allocate 10% of our revenue per year in this type of topics, we will not succeed alone. We need to receive subsidies or grants from the different governments, Italian government, French government, from Europe, because if they don't invest, I can tell you that I believe other countries will win the war, and it will not be Europe.
So incentives need to be there as well. And I would like to leave the floor to Antonio Sigismondi, Head of Pre-Sales Consultancy and Account Manager at Temera. So what is your point of view on what we just heard on the digital product passport and the importance of interoperability? I think we can use the same
can I use this?
mic that you have already.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So from the meaningful insights of Michele, I think that a key aspect becomes clear. That is the central role that will be played by policies focused on transparency and the adoption of traceability solutions that natively address DPP main topics, such as process mapping to measure and understand supply chain, unique identification and digital twin management to collect reliable data, primary data not only, interoperability to enable enhancement and cooperation between stakeholders, among stakeholders, and finally, the provision of digital experiences based on factual claims to foster customer awareness. So I think that we are all about to experience a big opportunity to take decisions that will shape and define the success of such initiatives for the years to come. And I believe indeed that genuine efforts on sustainability, circularity, and compliance initiative cannot thrive without the support of a far-sighted traceability program and infrastructure. This is, let's say, this is our Temera point of view. And we, as Temera, are already partnering with brands in this transformation journey, providing some of the foundation tools needed to face these challenges.
Thank you. Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you.
Thank you for your point of view. And Debbie Shakespeare, Senior Director of Sustainability and Compliance at Avery Dennison Apparel Solutions. What is your point of view?
Very similar to where everyone else has come from, but to kind of set a bit of context, you know, Avery Dennison, we're a $9 billion business that specialises in labelling. That's what we do, and digital IDs. We've seen digital transformation take place sort of around apparel supply chains over the last 2 decades with RFID. Sorry, I can see. So we know that this is... Sorry, I'm being put off by the camera. I need to look at something else. Yeah. So we've really been able to see this transformation take place and happen across the RFID supply chains. You know, I'm a sustainability advocate, that's what I do, and I really strongly believe that as an industry, we've got to make sure that our growth really remains within the planetary boundaries. And for that to happen, we've got to embrace circularity, we've got to think about transparency differently, we've got to think about resale. Because of where we stand in our place in textiles and the labelling side of things, you know, our position is that circularity in textiles, it's not exclusively garment design, but technology and data to inform consumers, which is then supported by investments and infrastructure. And when I say infrastructure, I mean recycling, sorting, collection, resale, that really enable that circular economy. When it comes onto the labelling side of things, we've heard quite a bit today about how labelling legislation is going to change. You know, European labelling legislation will change. It will allow for the introduction of digital triggers that will enable the DPP. You know, great that that's happening in Europe. It's not happening anywhere else in the globe. So as we start to think about the global supply chains within apparel, they're going to get more complex because it's no longer going to be one SKU in one garment that could be made in one place that's shipped to everywhere around the world if we don't address labelling compliance. I've also got some stats on what we've seen consumers ask for. So, of course, related to what we're thinking about from a digital side of things, we did a survey. It was a multi-generational and global survey, and it identified that 46% of consumers said that transparency was important. 65% of shoppers said they'd likely scan a digital trigger related to transparency and circularity, and 50% of shoppers would rather consult product details on their phone versus a store assistant. So from our perspective from Avery Dennison, we're huge advocates of the digital product passport. We see that it's absolutely going to enable transparency, circularity, then with an ultimate aim of really transforming how apparel supply chains work.
Thank you. Thank you for representing the point of view of service providers. We will continue this conversation also next year with the plenary meetings of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, where we try to involve also external players, in this case also the European Commission, also for updates on how the digital product passport will be evolving. So thank you so much again to all of you. Now we turn the page, but we stay in the same book. We already talked about the governance aspect, we talked about the environmental aspect, and now we enter into the circularity and social and consumer engagement aspects. And we wanted to start with another inspirational talk, what we called as inspirational talk, inviting an inspirational speaker representing the point of view of Progetto Quid, Valeria Valotto, Head of Public Affairs at Progetto Quid. So we are very close to Progetto Quid, and we would like to be even closer in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Microphone check, it's okay? You can hear me okay, yes, right? We can. Okay, great. So, past lunch inspirational speech, not the easiest. And today, to be honest, well, thank you. I feel very honored, but I also feel among these data, numbers, charts, also wars flaring at every corner of the planet, I do feel like a tiny dot on a monitor. And so I thought, what can I bring to you? What can I bring to us? And then I thought maybe among data, numbers, charts, there's something I can contribute with. And it's maybe a fresh perspective on us, on you, on the people who make fashion, on people who make fashion go full circle, and by doing so, to make some time to celebrate people who make fashion go full circle, and by doing so, make the world go full circle. So I want to take a moment to celebrate fashion's transformative power. Fashion transforms those who wear it. This is obvious.
but fashion can transform landscapes, it transforms history, relationships, trade routes, it's a driver of innovation, sometimes of exploitation. This transformation, in other words, can be for the better or for the worse. And nowadays, we are often exposed to fashion's negative externalities, from natural disasters to modern slavery. However, in our small dot, the small dot I represent on this monitor, we believe that fashion can be a means to make the planet go full circle, because fashion transforms. And that's the reason why we all love fashion, and fashion is widely loved. And it's one of the reasons why fashion has always existed and will always exist, possibly. Beyond the surface, as I was saying, fashion doesn't only transform those who wear it, but it also transforms those who make it. Design is a means of expression between the inside and the outside. Sewing is a creative process. It connects hands, hearts, minds, feet. Sealing deals, partnerships, and sales is a relationship process where fairness and mutual understanding support rather than hinder trade. Fashion connects one to oneself and to others, to the planet, to its resources, and to the inborn beauty and harmony the whole universe strives towards. There is something highly spiritual and yet very concrete that belongs to each creative process. And that's why fashion makes a great tool for social change and innovation. And we have this privilege to innovate and disrupt through beauty. Social change, once again, can have many trajectories. In our case, in our small dot quid, we decided to make fashion go full circle by working circularly. Although we don't really talk about circularity because it didn't quite exist, or it wasn't quite mainstream when we came to this word 10 years ago. We rather talk about turning limits into starting points, which is the nectar of social innovation and social entrepreneurship. We transform societal challenges into opportunities for sustainable growth. And this is a key feature of a circular approach. In our circular approach, limits fade into opportunities, ends fade into new beginnings, weaknesses become strengths, and flaws become unique features. We founded our small workshop in 2013 as a hub where to transform limits into starting points, in respect to people and to fabrics. We decided that where the labor market discriminates against, we can cultivate talent and foster a culture of inclusive employment. That's why we foster inclusive employment through our own ethical fashion brand, which is called Progetto Quid, with a specific focus on women employment. Today, 10 years later, we employ 150 people from 27 nationalities. 60% were vulnerable at the point of hiring. We make careers and lives go full circle, believing in the transformative power of workplaces to turn limits into starting points. We support our employees, providing training, employment, welfare support, self-development, and last but not least, creative expression opportunities that are the soul of our collections. And this is what we do. But the how is also very important. We decided that the best tool to do so was fashion, because fashion is a process is a creative process, and an empowering process, and a transformative process. But there's more to it. We felt again that the how was just as important as the what. Our Made in Italy collections are made of quality excess fabric that would otherwise end up unused. Today, we collaborate with over 55 in-kind suppliers, luxury maisons, fast fashion brands, and historic mills alike. And thanks to this synergy, today we are able to recover over 280 kilometers of fabric a year, and to transform it into limited collection accessories and garments.
And this is a circular supply chain that we are building year after year, step by step. First fabric, then trims, and finally now leather. Not later than last week, we had 10 employees in training at Alta Scuola di Pelletteria, thanks to the generosity of one of our luxury segment partners that kindly decided to fund this training opportunity. Our collections, in other words, come to life where the fashion supply chain would otherwise end. And that's how, once again, we turn limits into starting points. We design circularly and distribute both B2B and B2C. Our own designs are distributed across a network of 7 stores across 3 regions and are now purchased by 5,000 customers. We have been a collaborative brand since the very beginning of our history on the B2B channel. We partner with fashion and lifestyle brands, big and small, luxury and high street. We're very democratic. From IKEA to Zalando, from L'Oreal to Dolce & Gabbana, to gently disrupt the fashion and textile industry. For these brands, we develop made in Italy ethical collections of accessories. And this collaborative process sparks mutual learning and inspiration, as well as innovation. Our young, well, 10 years ago, much younger team has learned a lot from the product managers and buyers we worked with. And likewise, I believe we've inspired our partners to think differently about pricing, about impact, about design, and about people. We're just an example of how fashion can make the world go full circle. But beyond the examples, as there needs to be a takeaway from this post-lunch reverie, I do believe that what makes fashion go full circle, it's us, it's the people. And more specifically, it's us collaborating, it's us exchanging challenges, needs, perspectives. However little, we are very proud of it. It's over 200 careers redesigned over 10 years. That's the number of people we've seen transition through our workshops. And 1,500 kilometers of fabric repurposed. This impact would have never existed without the mutual collaboration and the circular mindset we've had in approaching problems and finding solutions. Because in this circular mindset, really problem can become opportunity. Your end can be my beginning, and the other way around. Your challenge can be my solution. And this completely new light and a new energy in the way we can interact with each other, big and small, profit and non-profit, and turn challenges into opportunities. And this is a light of creativity, this is creativity, this is out-of-the-box thinking, lateral thinking, or maybe let's call it circular thinking. I will leave you with a short video of our premises. I will launch the video in 1 second. One that conveys the joy of collaboration on a different scale than today, in a different context, of course. Much messier, much more diverse, maybe much more inclusive, and this colorful, yes, for sure, colorful. But mostly messy and dustier than here. And there is a line from the lyric, which, by the way, is sung by one of our colleagues, because we are a multi-talented team. I will leave a line for the lyric as an inspiration for today. A wish on how we approach the challenges and the opportunities ahead. So 1 million dreams, it's all it's gonna take, 1 million dreams for the world we're gonna make. And I dedicate this video to the fashion people, to those who make fashion, to those who wear it, and to those who dream it. Enjoy.
There's a house we can build, every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile. a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. See, I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. 1 million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
Thank you, very inspiring as a matter of fact. So thank you to Progetto Quid. And now we enter in a panel dedicated to new generations, and I'm happy to see some of the students from Bocconi University here. But first of all, let me introduce you all. Omar Cadamuro, partner at PwC Italy, and Marco Guazzoni, Sustainability Director at Vibram, so both partners of the Monitor for Circular Fashion, and also Caterina Gaibani, Vice President Green Line for Business, Bocconi Students Association, Jensen Vincent Schiller, Associate Luxury Bocconi Student Society, and Giulia Pisano, Board Member Bocconi Build Sustainable Innovation. We have titles also in the Students Associations at Bocconi. We start early, so that's the way to go. And all right, so what we are going to do now, first of all, I'm going to leave the floor to Omar to introduce to you some, because we have many more, of the research outputs coming from the survey that we have been working with PwC, that I mentioned already this morning. And then later on, we will start our discussions with the panelists. So I leave the floor to you, Omar.
Thank you, Francesca. I'm honored to be here to share the outcome of the 8th survey on millennials and Gen Z, in this case on circular fashion topics. I don't know if you can project. Okay. This year, almost 2,400 people were involved between May and July 2013. And as you can see, the sample was made mostly by Gen Z and millennials. We asked more than 40 questions in the questionnaire, but I would like to drive your attention on 4 main topics. The first one is the second hand. The second hand is a multi-billion-dollar market, and we know that many companies invested in the last years in this market through platforms, technology, and so on. And what we've seen from the survey is that especially young generation are getting more and more familiar in buying and selling second-hand products. More than 24% of our interviewees answered that they bought or sold a product within the last 12 months. And also, we also investigated the reason why they buy. And at the first place, we found a financial reason, to save money, because second-hand products are cheaper and at least more affordable than new products. But an increasing motivation is connected with sustainability. They are attentive to sustainability, or they want to reduce waste. And going forward, we investigated also the motivation, the goals to sell second-hand products. In this case, at the first place, we find the answer is to get rid of the superfluous, to make room in their lockers. But also in this case, the sustainability matters is present because they also want to reduce waste, or they do that because they are attentive to sustainability. Going forward, the second topic is about the awareness. Young people are increasingly aware of sustainability, and they agree to introduce a mandatory regulation for recycling in textile. They believe that the fashion industry should be circular. We've seen the second-hand market just a few seconds ago, but there are also other ways to create circularity in this market. There are donation, as well as repairing and other action to increase the product life cycle. Well, I would skip this one, and the last. I would like also to point the accent on this point. Our interviewees claim that they are available to spend more on sustainable products, on products with sustainable packaging. But we also know that there is a gap between what they claim and the actual behavior. We found that normally in the economics and analyzing the reporting of the companies of our clients. And so in this case, we want to push companies and the system, the regulation, to close this gap. So we will have also people that buy more sustainable product. Brand reputation is another interesting topic. In this case, this is something that we also had in the answer last year in 2022, but it's a mainstream topic. The interviewees think that companies can do much more to protect the environment. And also they believe that the information that is shared by the companies is not always transparent. In this case, we ask a specific question, and new generation believe that for the 57% that companies do not communicate transparently. Also, even that the trust in brands increased over the last year by 1%, but it's slight increase, it's just a slight increase. So this is a strong message for the brands, for the company. The sustainability can be an opportunity, but a risk at the same time, because the majority of the respondents declare that they would leave the brand, whether it is charged with greenwashing practices, just to mask some information rather than to exaggerate actions on supporting the environment that obviously are not true. Last but not least, I would also spend a couple of words on DPP. It is a very discussed topic. Also today we had the chance to discuss the benefits, the structure, the technology behind the DPP. In this case, we investigated what consumers expect to find on the DPP. For sure, they expect at the first place, we asked to rank different possible questions. And at the first place, they expect to find the information about the environmental impact of the product. This means GHG emissions of the single product, chemicals, also product composition, and other information that you can see in this chart. We also asked the benefit that consumer think that would be brought with the DPP. For sure, the DPP can increase the trust and the brand loyalty. So this can be a tool to enlarge and consolidate the customer base for brands. So this is for sure an opportunity that, on the other side, we need, probably companies need to make an investment, but can bring, if we look forward, if we look at the future, probably this is a way also to, to have a return on the investment. And at the second place, DPP for in our survey can help consumers to do more informed purchasing decisions. So it can be of help to be more conscious. Okay, so then there are other also important other answers that we got to reduce grease washing, to enhance circularity, and so on. I think this is the last one, so I thank you for your attention, and I leave back the floor. Yeah, I leave back the floor to Francesca for the discussion. Thank you.
So, these were the results. Now we need to leave the floor to the new generations to share their point of view. And actually, what we wanted to do this year, especially, I mentioned this morning, we organized an event on May 5th. It was the Refashion Now event. When here we are actually at the event. We wanted to engage the community of Bocconi University and SDA Bocconi, leveraging also on the associations. There are many that are actually making lots of efforts also on educating the rest of the students on sustainability and circularity. So we wanted to get in touch with you as gatekeepers. And here we have 3 representatives out of the many that have been involved. So I do have a question, first of all, for Caterina. Why having more information on the products is really key for you? It's key for the new generations, especially, also looking at the research results.
Does it work? Yeah.
Yes, it works.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here representing Green Light for Business. I've been discussing this topic with the other members of the association, and the main point is that we need information because nowadays there isn't enough clarity. There is a lot of confusion, and for consumers it's not easy at all. The fact is that the more sustainability gains popularity, the more we are surrounded by different claims that goes from, I don't know, sustainable, conscious, organic, and the average consumer cannot distinguish between all of them, cannot be sure about the meaning, and above all, whether they are true or not. So, I mean, having an informed decision process is almost impossible. You should do a lot of research, and this is not feasible. Above all, if we think about the fashion sector, where the shopping experience is almost as much important as the product itself that we are buying. So this is an issue that also the survey of last May underlined, the fact that this lack of clarity and all the greenwashing concerns that derive from it are one of the main reasons that actually prevents consumers to buy more sustainably. So the answer is quite clear at this point, I think. So the digital product passport, of course, will provide the correct answer to this huge issue of sustainability in the fashion world right now. I won't be here underlining all the positive aspects of it, But I think that's something that should be said, and that emerged in the survey of last May, is that like, consumers are willing not only to share personal data in order to make it work, but also to pay a premium price for having products that are certified and that have clear information about the environmental impact of the production. So I think that like, this is a huge challenge, but we need to establish standards for information. And this will be the only way to go on with this sustainability process and the only way to make it work and valuable for all the stakeholders involved in the process. So this is a huge challenge, but like, new generations are ready.
And yeah, the companies of the monitor are working on it too. You're suggesting to substantiate the sustainability claims. So we understood you're pro-green claims, actually directive, and empowering consumer for the green transition directive. Okay. Good point already made. Now I would like to leave the floor to Jensen Vincent Schiller. On second-hand and the importance of second-hand. We have seen already some results. And I would like you to make a comment on the drivers that are pushing, also driving consumers, especially new generations consumers, to buy second-hand, and maybe which are possible drivers to solve also the issues around second-hand.
Sure, okay, can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2, mic is on. Yeah, so going off what Omar said, in the survey we've received some really excellent results about that new generations aren't just aware of second-hand products, they're really excited about them. In fact, like 98% of our survey respondents claimed that they were at least somewhat interested in buying second-hand, which is an incredible realization to have. I mean, pretty much everyone is on board. We've got two big drivers at play here, as we said, the economic and the sustainable factor. The economic factor is really the primary driver here. Over 70% of respondents stated that they buy second-hand in order to save money. And especially in terms of the other metrics we collect, it's been quite interesting to look at the price dimension, because only 50% of our respondents stated that they turn to resale. Okay. Is this better?
Yes, this one is better, probably. It depends, it depends.
I can just project. Hello? Or we can just talk.
Okay.
You can hear me now? Perfect. All right. Well, we have a conception of that second-hand might only relate immediately to like luxury designer vintage, but I think that consideration, seeing that only 50% resort to second-hand for more expensive purchases, we have to open our consideration to like the full price spectrum. And I think if any of you were on Poshmark, Depop, or any of these Gen Z peer-to-peer platforms, you'll see the full breadth of the market is resold there. You have everything from Shein to Chanel, you've got everything from H&M to Hermes being resold. So I think that's really, really interesting when we're considering the economic factor. On the sustainability front, that should come as no surprise that sustainability is of great importance to younger generations. Approximately half of our respondents stated that they paid attention to the sustainability aspect, whether that be environmental, ethical, or social. And a similar percentage are also actively concerned about reducing waste. And as we've heard from
Jensen, we need to use the other microphone for the online.
Oh, sure.
Online.
My apologies,
Yeah.
people online.
Sorry.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go from the last sustainability point, or do we just go on?
Just
okay.
continue.
Is this better? All right. Yeah, so as we've heard from Ms. Cavassi in Brussels, young people are really engaged about reducing their waste, and conspicuous consumption isn't cool anymore. Conscious consumption has become cool. And I think, to your point, to diffuse secondhand even more amongst Gen Z, there's a few critical pain points that we need to be addressing, especially when it comes to selling secondhand online. In our survey, we recorded that there's still like a significant lack of trust between buyers and sellers of secondhand, and especially due to that risk of no try before you buy when you buy something online. You know, if it's secondhand, one of one vintage, you might not be able to have all that information from just some photos. And this might be a perfect use case for the tech people in the room. I mean, really putting that data to use, some artificial mechanisms to assure consumers of what they're getting, even if what they're getting might be an individual, unique, or one-of-one piece.
And that's why in the research they highlighted as well that the digital product passport could be very useful for the authentication of second-hand products for the resale market. So
yeah, building trust through data.
Very important point. And
finally,
Giulia, so we understood that new generations are very sensitive to greenwashing. Since we're going to speak with the media later on, and they are right in front of you, actually in this room, could you make your demand to the media? So what is needed for the future? What is your demand as new generations, also to the media?
So particularly when we look at the media, we have to understand the role they play, especially what I think consumer, and more specifically younger generation, ask of them is transparency and clear communication. The media does not have to play a role of just advocating for what the brand wants to push forward, but has to be a mean, an instrument through which the end consumer can learn about the steps companies are taking. But it has to be straightforward, clear, and also unbiased. Because especially for older generation, the media is the main mean through which they actually learn about companies' engagement with the end consumer, companies' engagement with CSR activities, circular economy activities. Because younger generation, we have the advantage of having the internet. We have the advantage of having the opportunity of being instantly connected and to actually look more easily, I think, into the reliability of the claims that companies make. All the generation rely on the media, so the media plays a very important role into also making the older generation understand the impact that fashion plays. Because I think everybody here acknowledges that the fashion industry is one of the most polluting ones. We acknowledge it. We as consumers want that acknowledgement, but also we want the next step, which is the commitment. So we know that we are bad, we know that we pollute, but we're taking clear steps into a new direction that actually wants to change that. So that clear communication is fundamental for the relationship with the end consumer, and the media plays a unique and very much important role into that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing, all of you, your point of view, and for engaging also the other students especially. We will keep on working on this, so engaging with the students and also the students in SDA Bocconi. Some of them have been invited actually here today. I see some Muffet students, and thank you for coming. And Marco. So Marco has been also very present at Bocconi University with some of the courses, especially the fashion collections and sustainability course that we have there. We launched also in the last 2 years an assignment to the students on these topics exactly. So I want to ask your point of view on how Vibram is approaching this engagement in very important topic of engaging the citizens.
Yeah, thank you, Francesca, for having me and for the question. Let's say Vibram is aware that despite the fact that we are an ingredient brand, we are quite famous in the millennial, maybe generation, but not with the young generation. So we need to do a lot more to, let's say, from one side to make people understand that we are polluting, we are unsustainable, but we are improving our sustainability. And we have some projects. Let's say I will describe a few of them today because we don't have the time.
Also because as an ingredient, it's not so easy to reach the citizens.
The end consumer, yeah, citizen.
Exactly. For a brand, it's much easier, right?
Absolutely.
So what was your formula?
Let's say we are trying in several directions. The one you mentioned is our Vibram University, is a kind of program where since 20 years we are cooperating with various universities in the 3 geographic areas where we are, US, Europe, and Asia, trying to establish from lecture to workshop to specific project, depending on the level of that we can go on, with students. The Vibram University has 4, let's say, 4 directions. One is to create and get ideas. The other one is to make empowerment for our manager. So from the workshop or from ideas from young people, we can improve our innovation. And to find talent. So is a branding, let's say, the way to make people and young generation understanding what we do. This kind of collaboration brought us, I have to say today, in the last 3-4 years, I'm taking care of this, is 3,000 young generation, young students coming with us, learning about what we do, and engaging them in finding what we should do more. Because we sometimes think about our way to do things, but new ideas are refreshing. The other initiative that I would like to mention is the reparation business. It's a business that we are in since ages. We talked about second-hand. This is more enlarging or making life longer for products. Our reparation business was declining in, let's say, 10 years ago, because the idea was to repair very cheap something at the mall. Today, after a project we created, the Soul Factor, we try to find new technology, new idea, new way to customize and to make something different, something I value. And with this, we were able, during the years, to create an academy where we are teaching to young generation to be a cobbler and to make something which is artisanal, which is, let's say, kilometer zero sometimes, because you need to do it. It's more difficult to do it online. You have to have your customer in front of you. So it's something where it's another example of what we are doing to try to make young generation to learn about us and about what we do. The last, just to mention, is the volunteering activity that we are doing. We were listening about Patagonia, and we were, let's say, not copying, but trying to be inspired by them. And our green team, Vibram, is going or in the local activity or in the race to clean the path, clean the area, do social activities, with the idea that the first year were only our employees. The second year, we involve and engage the company that are working with us. And the third year is we created the opportunity to every citizen to come with us and do.
I participate. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, the idea is to create activism, let's say.
Yeah, it's actually a nice opportunity to get engaged thanks to Vibram, which is organizing
and to learn
the
from
activity.
them. To learn,
and
because
to learn
our
from
idea
them.
is to learn. We have a long journey on sustainability. We are only at the beginning.
Sustainability can also be fun, by the way.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it is.
It is.
All right, so thank you very much. Again, it's an important moment. We have another inspirational talk. So it's an honor for me to have here Matteo Ward, co-founder of RAT and co-author of Junk. I believe that almost every one of you saw Junk, if you are Italian or if you live in Italy. There could be also some international guests today who doesn't know yet Junk, so it's the moment to know.
Thank you so much. All right, let's kick it off with a teaser of Junk.
Devo confessarti un segreto. Quello che indossi costa più di quello che l'hai pagato.
Mi chiamo Matteo e nella vita sono un pentito di moda. A 20 anni lavoravo per uno dei più grandi brand del mondo, finché ho fatto una scoperta. Anche quello che indossiamo sta rendendo il mondo un posto peggiore.
È l'unico motivo per cui la moda riesce a creare bellezza e che al tempo stesso ha creato l'inferno in Africa.
When you're getting rid of your plastic, you call it garbage, but when it comes to clothing, you call it donation. What's that about?
Blazer, calzini, altre mutande, che schifo. Questo è quello che sta facendo l'industria della moda, questo è quello che stiamo sacrificando per fare magliette a 2-3 euro.
There is no tolerance for workers' voices. There is no alternative industry where they can go and work.
Se continuiamo così, questo inquinamento durerà generazioni.
We have to grow, we have to grow, we have to grow. We're destroying our environment just for some people to get even richer. That doesn't make any sense for me.
Questa è Junk. You said it gratefully. Thank you, by the way, for the invitation. Sustainability can be fun, but we have to remember that it's more of something to be rather than something to do. What I want to ask all of us here, for a second, let's get rid of our titles and what we're here to do, and let's get back to what we are. Let's be humans. We can't change what we can't see, and this is what Junk has done to me personally. and what we wish with the team of Will Media and Sky Television, that it will do and everybody that watches it. Trying to get ourselves into the livelihoods, the daily routines of those who are not as lucky as we are right now to be in such an extraordinary place, right? We wake up in the morning, we're in Milan, we're in London, we're in Paris, we're in New York, we have a job, we get out, it's beautiful. But for a second, imagine waking up in the morning, opening your windows, and instead of a tree, you see cliffs made out of textile waste. Imagine going to work, and instead of walking or riding your bike on a street, on this beautiful wood floor, you're walking on something mushy, and that mushy stuff is meters and meters of textile waste that has been accumulating years and after years. Imagine being a kid and not even knowing what the color of the sand of the beach is because you were born on textile waste and all you've seen for your entire life. For 6 kids up to 10 years old have never seen the sand. They've seen textile waste. Imagine being a family on a Sunday. You walk out, you want to take a walk, and it's hot, it's humid, and what you're breathing is the smell of plastic, because 70% of this stuff is plastic that is degrading slowly, almost imperceptibly, and you're breathing in all of this smell. It's getting on your skin, it gets in your hair, and this is your life. There's no way out of it. Trust me when I say that when I was in Ghana, for example, or in Chile with the team that did junk with me, we got in here into this like dystopian world. And I remember Marco, one of the producers, saying, "Oh my gosh, this is hell." And it was the closest representation to hell that we've been taught as kids, hell, looks and feels and smells like. And it's dystopian. It's the daily life. It's the reality in a lot of countries around the world. I mentioned Ghana, I mentioned Chile. Let's take Ghana, for example. There's 15 million garments arriving in Ghana every single week. And that's just waste coming from China, from Europe, from the United States of America, from Canada, from South Korea. So 15 million garments a week for a city that has 4 million people, Accra. That number doesn't round up, right? You're probably thinking, well, they're making a living out of reselling that. Yes, up to 20% of that clothing is primary waste that can be resold. What happens to the rest of the 80%? It's changing the morphology of the world. When we talk about the Anthropocene, this is what it means. It means that instead of going skiing and seeing cows and beautiful hills like we have here in Italy in the Alps, you're going to see cliffs made out of textile waste, and animals and people and plants have to find their way around it. Can we recycle ourselves out of this problem? No. One of the things that a lot of students ask us, can we just build recycling plants in Ghana, in Chile, in all of these places? I'm like, no. I mean, you can, but that will just mitigate the issue, won't solve the issue, because the elephant in the room here is that we are just producing too much stuff that nobody needs in this quantity and in this quality. We have way gone beyond the role and the function of the fashion industry as a cultural industry, first and foremost. There's 100 billion garments a year. Fashion consumption is expected to increase by 63%. Where do we want to go? How are we going to recycle ourselves out of this problem if we continue to consume and produce like this? I was with Liz Ricketts from the OR Foundation just yesterday in Poland, and she was telling me, Matteo, the numbers are going up and nothing is changing. We can put Band-Aids on the wound, but that won't change the fact that textile waste is a consequence of a bigger problem. And that's a social problem. It's the fact that we haven't been treating the value chains, the supply chains of the fashion industry with the equity and the justice and the respect that human beings, remember we're here to be, not to do, that human beings owe other human beings. And that's a fact. Textile waste, like every other ecological issue caused by the fashion industry, is a consequence of a lack of social justice in the supply chains. And the more ecological issues that we bring into this world have nothing but the effect of exacerbating social injustice. And this caused this autocatalytic effect, right? Where the consequences of a problem ends up increasing the problem in the first place. You have a cycle that's never ending. So how do we stop it? We stop it by being. We stop it by addressing circularity as a social issue first and foremost. And then, yes, the product passport, yes, the textile recycling facilities, yes to all of these incredible technologies and policies, but we have to come from the place that we're trying, and we have to solve this as a social, as a political, as a cultural, as a geopolitical, allow me to say, issue first and foremost if we want to raise the ecological consequences of the problem. Because it's not as much as how we design a t-shirt. Yeah, you can put a blend of recycled fiber there, and it's fantastic. I do that myself. It's about mitigating the ecological impact. But here we're talking about redesigning the role of the industry first and foremost. The fact that we're not detaching, we're not attaching social justice to the problem of circularity has, in a way, in my opinion, the past years brought us away from the true definition of sustainability and from the true definition of circularity. And this leads to policies that aren't necessarily that effective in the long run, but we don't have that much time to waste. And when we say that circularity is more of a thing to be rather than a thing to do, there's good news in this piece of statement. Because if, I'll speak for myself, I don't have the abilities to invent a new technology that will allow to scale textile, fiber-for-fiber recycling tomorrow. And many of us maybe don't have the ability to invent the latest and greatest technology that will truly allow us to keep on reusing without losing quality the same fibers over and over and over. I was hearing yesterday that we're expecting that by 2030, 30% of all the fibers in the world will come from textile to textile recycling. I'm like, that's great, but maybe in a world where fashion consumption keeps on going higher and fashion production keeps on going higher, that's not close to enough. So what's the good news? The good news is if we want to solve this issue from a social and cultural perspective, all of us here have the actual ability to do so because we live fashion, we breathe fashion, we are fashion, we're all wearing clothes. We may not be fashion designers, but every time we wake up in the morning, we open our wardrobe, we go to a store, and we buy to choose vintage, or we want to buy something new, we are de facto designing the culture around the fashion industry. So we can all be that kind of innovators and people that transform the role of fashion industry. And when that is done, we'll have a great pool of smart scientists and people that will come up with technologies that will help us scale and accelerate the process. And this brings me to education. When we did Junk, we chose with a team of Will Media and Sky specific places because I knew, everybody knows here, that certain ecosystems around the world are the most affected by the fast fashion business model. But an image only tells one side of the story. Up until I was there, just by doing this job for several years, and I know most people in this room, I did not realize how deeply affected humanity is by the fashion industry. Textile waste is more than, oh, let's waste, let's recycle it. It's something that is affecting the habitats and the habits of humanity. And from that precise moment, we took it as a goal for us to take junk and make it junk an educational tool. So let's put it for free on YouTube because people need to see it. We need to bring it to schools. We need to bring it to policymakers. We need to expand whatever junk has laid for us, which is not a destination, but a kind of like a first step in a journey, make it as accessible as possible so that we can see what we need to change. And what we need to change is a social, cultural, political, geopolitical issue. Education, first and foremost. And I have a lot of faith in that. I have a lot of faith in that because I work with Professor Rinaldi, I work in a lot of schools, I work in elementary schools all the way to high schools, and it's absolutely phenomenal to see people's, firing up with the desire to be part of the change. But the question we're asking, and I'm asking you to ask yourself, has to be flipped in a way. We're not here, in my opinion, to ask ourselves, how can we design more circular clothes? Well, we're here to answer this question. what can clothes and what should clothes be in the 21st century. They can be a tool for transformation. After all, the fashion industry did change the world in the late 17th, 16th century, late 1700s. It's about time to get back to that statement, acknowledge that we are such a freaking phenomenal and powerful cultural industry, and use that as the driver to retransform the way we approach the world and we redefine the world consumerism, because that is the biggest challenge of our time. Thank you so much.
All right, and I know that there is work in progress on the subtitles for junk, so it will get also more and more international, hopefully. This is my hope. This is my hope.
Distribution.
This is my hope, because I would like to use that as a tool for my international students. But let's see, hopefully. Fingers crossed. All right, now, that's the moment to discuss with the media about what's needed in the future. And I would like to leave the floor to the panel overall. So let me introduce, first of all, the moderator, Serena Scomparin, Sustainability Specialist at Green Media Lab, which we thank very much. Green Media Lab is very close to the Monitor for Circular Fashion as well. And Silvia Stella Osella, Silvia Calarco, Elisa Bellini. So I leave the floor to Serena to introduce them.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. So I'm Serena Scomparin, Sustainability Specialist from Green Media Lab. And in the next 30 minutes, we're going to try and answer the question how to engage new generation. But first, let me introduce again the experts of this panel, which are Elisa Bellini, Sustainability and Fashion News Editor at Vogue, Silvia Stella Osella, Creative Consultant and Sustainable Fashion Contributor at LiveGate, and Silvia Calarco, Head of Partnership at Will Media. So I've took some notes from the previous panels, and what we can say is that new generations are keen on sustainability and the environment. They would be willing to pay more for a premium price for a more responsible product. But the question is, and this is how also what was raised in the previous panels, how do we choose if a product is more responsible than another? So we can say that new generations are asking for more transparency, and the digital product passport is a new way to disclose information relevant to making responsible, informed choices. So here's, I will bring my first question to Silvia Stella Osella. So good information is key to allowing consumers in making responsible, informed choices, and in the fight against greenwashing, which is a great risk of today. With that said, to what extent does the media have a responsibility?
Thank you for inviting me here today. Today I try to bring my and LiveGate's point of view, of course, on this topic. And what we think is that rather than good information, what we need right now is a good communication. Because information happens in those contexts where news and facts are told. And the issues start when companies and brands ask media support in order to transform their data, their fact, into stories, into some contents that some specific communities are going to engage to, you know? And this is probably the point where who works in media should stop for a second and wonder if what the company is asking will bring to something good and positive, or if this path together will compromise the credibility of both. And because, of course, is the brand actually trying to convey something that is deep into their business model, or something that they're really striving to, to change? About what they do, or are they trying to actually reach a new target which puts sustainability as the top priority, but actually without changing much about the structure and their actual business model? And because, of course, when they do have sustainability as the top priority, or either it's born in their DNA, well, then it's easier for media to build a story with them and to enhance something meaningful, while on the opposite, when there's not is not supported by facts and data, what at least at LifeGate and but other media like us try to do is to take a step back and try to switch from editors to consultants and try to bring them, to bring the brands, the companies in a path where step by step we work behind the scenes to analyze what's happening and then bring them to the point where there's actually something to say. And this takes, of course, a lot of work, and it doesn't happen overnight, of course. But unless doing that, you know, things will lose importance, and that doesn't work, that doesn't pay off long term. And of course, it's not always like that, we know, in the media field, because on one side, companies usually have the urge of saying something really quickly and jump on the sustainability conversation because they feel the pressure of the market. And on the other side, media often accept many kinds of collaborations because they have to sustain their work and their platforms. But then one thing that we've seen, we noticed that has changed in the last few years is that this kind of approach doesn't pay in the long run, you know. And so, so to go back to your question, I would say that it's a co-responsibility and that both media and companies should be guided by the same values, which are transparency and honesty, and work together on that.
Thank you very much for your answer. So we can say that it's a shared responsibility. The media plays an important role, and it's about asking the right questions, going beyond the claim and trying to understand what's bringing the company to making such decisions. So we know that communication can come in different forms and through different touch points. And the Fashion Week in Milan and in Paris are one of the biggest touch points and milestone for the whole industry. And this brings me to the question for Elisa. In your experience, are those events a showcase of how the fashion industry is approaching a new sustainable transition? And can you give us some insights from this year?
Yes, sure. Thank you very much for inviting. Happy to be here. So Fashion Week is like, as all of us know, is like the moment where all the work of at least a season, or maybe less, maybe more than a season, is presented to buyers, to press, but also to every consumer, so every buyer of the clothes. So Fashion Week is like a really special moment, and that's why all the brands have to be at their best at the moment of Fashion Week. So not just for an economical side, so a financial side, the little brands, the emerging brands, that most of them, they are working hard in sustainability. They have the chance to be part of the Fashion Week, but at the same time, they have to do something really special in order to be seen, in order to be noticed by press, buyers, consumers. So this is an amazing opportunity, and that for the financial reason that fashion show itself is expected. It's very expensive to prepare, as you can imagine. So what we have seen with Vogue Italia, but not just in our experience, every moment the Fashion Week is gone, we can see that the little brands are presenting in an innovative way. So we can think, for example, the last one was Paris, the last big Fashion Week, because we have more Fashion Week than weeks, actually. More than the 52 weeks we have around, there is plenty of Fashion Week, but in the big one in Paris, just presenting as Stella McCartney was doing in the street, so creating a little market, let's say, where all the people invited in the fashion show, they can have a look on the material, amazing, innovative material they were on show. So the opportunity was double. You can see the fashion show and the idea of doing in a street, like in Milan, just in order to compare, we have also the Attico presenting a young brand, the Attico were presenting in the street, but not only, also Marco Rambaldi, some fashion weeks ago, some season ago. So the idea to presenting in the street, thinking about how they can be communicating to to the target you want to speak to, so fashionista, but not only, everybody of us, as you were saying before, we have to dress, as Matteo also was saying, so we have to dress every day. So presenting the street is just one of the way to be seen, and this is a nice idea. And Stella was producing also this beautiful market where every little corner was dedicated to an innovative material. So the guests, but not only, also the young generation, because we were speaking about the young generation, they can share, they can tag, they can contribute somehow in this discussion about young design, innovative material, sharing what you can see in the fabric, in the materials, and on the catwalk. But going a little bit back into Milan Fashion Week, we have seen in different seasons emerging ideas on how to communicate in a specific way. For example, Vitelli, Mauro Simeonato, in last February was doing a fashion show inviting everybody. So it was possible to see, not just during the fashion show, but after. It was like a party. So in order to engage the young generation, the part of the community, the family of Vitelli, so an amazing brand doing knitwear, very famous because they are working on this specific material named Dombo. So it's a nice way to use leftover fibers. So for example, doing a party after the fashion show, presenting in the street, presenting the materials, so from Stella to little brands. We had this beautiful this beautiful event of Cavia, another Italian emerging brands, presenting like the knitters artisan producing their own stuff during the presentation. So it's plenty of nice way, and the emerging designers, going back to your question, the emerging designers are experimenting more, and the sustainable designers are experimenting more in how to be seen, because we need, as also Silvia was saying, we need to show how important it is and how it's plenty of opportunity to experiment with new material and with sustainability, circularity, upcycling, garbage core, another brand, to create amazing moments, fashion moments, not just during the fashion week.
Okay, thank you very much. So if we can summarize in a few words, we can say that these past fashion weeks have been characterized by innovation and inclusion as well. So opening up to everyone and also new generations. This shows that the industry is open to taking in the inputs of new generations. So now I would like to go back to the research that has been presented before me by saying that the research and the study shows that new generations in a digital product passport would like to prioritize different topics. And if we look at those, user-generated content such as reviews comes only in the third place after information related to the environmental impact and the composition of the product. And so I would like to ask Silvia, should we expect the role of influencers to change in the future?
Okay, thank you for the question, and can you hear me well? Yes, I'm very happy to be part of this Women Power panel, and I came here with a very clear idea of what I wanted to say today, and there were so many inputs that now I want to say something very different. So I'm just going to be brief, and then I really hope there is going to be time for a Q&A afterwards. First of all, your question tackles a key point of our daily work, which is how we approach a subject. Quick step back to contextualize our role in the scope of your question. Will Media was born only 3 years ago to talk about the complexity of change surrounding us in an accessible way. And since then, we have grown into a community of over 2 million people across 8 different platforms. So in terms of target reach and influence on social media, I guess you could say that we are kind of playing in the same industry as influencers, just so that it doesn't come across the fact that Will is an influencer or I'm an influencer, because I'm not. So in my previous job, I took care of a different kind of brand partnerships that was kind of like product placement or talent endorsement. And when I got to Will, our founder told me, you know what you've learned so far up to this point as far as brand communication? Good, forget it. and he cited a study that is very much in line with your more in-depth findings of today, that said that over 63% of people base their consumption choices based on value alignment with the brand. And so that is how we try to work. Now, I think we are ready, the audience is ready for a further step forward. Because if you think about it, we went very quickly from influencers that talked about how comfortable or cheap or available a product was. And then they started talking about values, like what does this product mean? What does the brand believe in? And now, and this generated a lot of talk about sustainability, and PwC found that consumers are scared that those claims are empty. Well, it's not just consumers that say it, but last spring, the European Commission found that 53% of green claims are misleading or false. So now I think the audiences are ready for a more factual, for a kind of more factual information, And from our standpoint, this cultural shift is visible. I wouldn't reduce it to younger generations because, my parents watched junk and they were as impressed as I was. And it's just a matter of getting together with brands and communicators, so call them influencers or content creators or whatever you want, and buckle up to engage in a real conversations with their audiences and talking about product composition rather than, this product costs less than your morning coffee. But I think we are at that point and we just got to start building on it. And to answer your question in a very concise way, I do think it's going to be a different role, but I think we're working towards that direction.
Okay, perfect. So we can say that also influencer will have to be open to discussion, not only companies. So it's going to change in the future. Speaking of discussion, since the title of this talk is engaging with new generations, we wanted to leave some space to potential questions that people in the audience may have, if you have any. Otherwise, I will go to the next question that I prepared. Okay, I think we have a question. So. I'm not sure we can hear you well. If you want to try again, maybe?
Yes, now we can hear. Hello? 1, 2, 1, 2? Yes. I think so.
Thank
you. I have a question regarding fashion brands. We spoke a lot about fashion brands and their sort of commitment to sustainability. Do we owe it to small or emerging brands? Do we owe them a bit of grace on the sustainability front, seeing as that it's quite difficult and quite costly to implement sustainability practices from the get-go?
So your question is if it's more sustainability is more related to small businesses, or
should we be less hard on emerging brands in terms of sustainability?
To start.
Thank you for the question. I don't know if you want to, I will go first. So for my experience, I worked for many years in Vogue Talents, so we were focused on emerging designers. So it's my, let's say, my cup of tea, and I love it. And so from my point of view, it's much easier for the conversation ahead with little brands, emerging brands, because if you have to switch in a more sustainable way and start in a more sustainable path, but you are big with a lot of, let's say, if the organization is big, it's a little bit more complicated because you have to engage all your community, all your people involved. So from the production to the marketing to the design studio. So more people involved, the more complicated. Many emerging brands start to be sustainable from the beginning because it's necessary, actually, because the most sustainable stuff we have around there's already created, we are wearing, we have to keep what we have. So from my point of view, it's much easier if you start because it's, you will start with the right path and you will have, when you define your vision, you already define where you want to go. And so you will communicate also because we were speaking about communication. So you will communicate from the beginning in a specific way and you will create from the beginning your target. So it's going to be more, let's say, related to you. The community maybe will be little at the beginning, but strong enough to follow you, and you will organize from the beginning with the right material, the right production, the right communication, the right stakeholder, the right shareholder. So I don't know what you.
I don't know if any of you want to add anything, or.
I totally agree with Elisa, and just to add something, I also think that small brands have still the power and the structure to also completely revolutionize the standard production that we have in fashion, the standard concept that we have of fashion. So explore new ways of producing and experiencing fashion. We all probably know already about pre-order, and that's something, if you think about it, pretty new. So yes, I agree with what she was talking about, and that's it. But I also believe that they have the right structure to really shift the vision and change the perspective from what has been done in the past.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you want to add.
I just want to build on something that you actually guys said in the previous panel, and you said that no one should be excluded by the conversation, because in order to make an impact, I don't want to sound naive, but our goal is not to make a difference between who's very good and who's very bad, but it's just to be everyone on board. And the small brand could actually bring more to the table than a structure that is already fixed in their way of doing things. So they can actually bring a new perspective. That doesn't mean that they have to be 100%, I don't want to say transparent, but do the things right, because the conversation needs to include whoever is doing things differently as much as the big brands that are trying to make an impact. And, people and companies trying to be more aware of their impact on the future. You cannot do one without the other.
Perfect. I hope they answered your question. If we could summarize again. Impacts should be done in both ways. And going back to the first intervention was asking the right questions to understand exactly where the impact comes from. So I think we have just a few minutes more. I will ask you to be very brief. And last question, a look in the future. How do we expect, given these premises, communication related to sustainability and brands at a general level and products to evolve in the future? I don't know if anyone wants to start with going.
If you want.
Okay.
Well, I have to say that I'm assisting to an interesting shift already. If I think, for example, at the supply chain, that has always had a very B2B-oriented conversation and style of communication. Either they had a very technical kind of communication or they didn't communicate at all. While lately, innovators, makers, and suppliers are trying to engage consumers directly. So they're switching to a B2C conversation, as Vibram also was mentioning. And I have to say that it is really interesting to see how something that used to be really technical is starting to find new and engaging ways, or sometimes really playful too, to engage new generations, because they probably realize it's the key to bring people behind the clothes, to bring them back to the supply chain, because the big gap that we have is that people are too distant from the supply chain nowadays, so they don't really know what happens. So probably this is one of the only ways to bring them back, bring them closer to the supply chain, and meet the makers, as someone will say, and try to have new tools to make, in order to make informed decisions for the future, for the purchases. So I think this is an interesting evolution of content I'm seeing online.
Great. So we can also say that probably the digital product passport can also bring consumers closer to the supply chain and all the steps.
As long as there's someone that interprets that information for them, because we saw how consumers prioritize actual facts rather than, for example, reviews by other consumers, but at the same time, they will still be needing someone to interpret that kind of information. I'm not sure that I'm fully equipped to get to the passport and get all the legal requirements that we were talking about earlier. So I still think it's it's a teamwork, and we don't know how it's going to evolve, but at the same time, it's not just content that evolves, audiences do as well. So what might seem to us very complicated now, a very complex jargon. I remember the first time coming to the office, there were all these sustainability experts, and I was like, oh my God, I'm never going to make it here. And then I watched our own content, and it makes sense. And I'm guessing that going forward, all those words that we hear, all that complex jargon that seems suitable just for a very small audience, it's not going to be the same anymore. So keep building on, keep saying things simple, because one of our motto is that if you don't know it well, if you cannot say it simply, it means that you just don't know it well enough. Keep studying and you're going to get it.
Perfect.
But the news is that people are more and more interested. We do this research something like every year in our audience. Is the international audience of Vogue, so we are a niche. I know we are not speaking about everybody, but our readers around the world, in some markets, they are more interested in something, in some markets something else, but traceability, transparency, to know exactly about the material, about where these pieces, this accessory comes from, is more and more interested. People say our readers say they are more ready to pay more in order to have something sustainable with a history to tell, and it's not storytelling only. And they also ask us to show more, not just the style, the clothes, but to explain all the content as you were saying. So yes, at least the time is good. The timing is going to be, the future is going to be bright, I'm sure.
So I will now make a brief summary of the talk and then leave the floor to Francesca. So we can say that sustainability in a general level and related to a product is a very complicated topic that sometimes requires the use of jargon that may not be accessible to anyone. But we have to move forward and collaborate with new generations and with all the players that have a shared responsibility in asking the right questions and meeting the needs for new generations and consumers that they are asking. Transparency and reliability, which was one of the words that was mentioned in the previous panels. So now I would like to thank everyone for their attention and the panelists for bringing food for thoughts, and I'll leave the floor to Francesca.
Thank you so much. Time for coffee. We are perfectly on time, incredible. We will come back in 15 minutes to talk about regulations and SMEs. Thank you so much.
Pronti? Mi sentite? Ok, allora parto. Bene. Allora, hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you all to be here. Very happy to be here with you, part of this amazing community of frontrunners. Thanks, Francesca, also, because nobody thanked you. Somebody, okay. Okay, and welcome this roundtable discussion that is almost at the end of the day, so I understand it was a very productive day, but intense, so I hope it will be interactive and interesting for all of you. So let's welcome this roundtable discussion with Maria Grazia Berardi, Francesca Pilla, and Matteo Agemo on a critical issue at the intersection of circularity and the fashion industry, the need to adapt regulation and policies to fashion SMEs. We have seen today that the fashion industry is at a pivotal moment in its journey towards sustainability and circularity, and we recognize the central role of SMEs in shaping this transformation. Their creativity, their agility, innovation, diversity, they're all invaluable assets, but they face also a complex regulatory landscape at the moment. What is clear from our today's discussion is that the regulatory landscape is shifting. New legislation are emerging in waste management, due diligence, corporate sustainability reporting, but also green claims, eco-design requirements. Some of them are being addressed today. And these regulations, as well intentioned and crucial steps for more circular and sustainable value chain in this industry, pose also challenges for all companies, and particularly for SMEs with limited capability and resources. These challenges will be addressed today by our panelists, but I would like, and some of them, such as the access to sustainable finances, the lack of resources, the compliance costs, have been already mentioned today previously. So I would like to point out just 3 of them. First of all, the limited access to sustainable supply chain. What does it mean? That SMEs may struggle to find reliable suppliers of more sustainable material, or may not be able to obtain cooperation and collaboration in collecting relevant data and documents, but also the risk of green dumping. The value of green certification in textile sector will be the same at the global level or not? Or will extra EU producer gain some advantages from a less strict auditing and compliance system? Also, looking at the upcoming legislation, considering only the environmental side of the supply chain and not the social aspects, which counts actually for around 30% of final product cost, are companies telling half-truth? And so half-truth is still the truth. Now, we gather here today not just to highlight these challenges, but also to explore potential solution that will require commitment and action from all stakeholders. So the upcoming legislation needs to be seen also as an opportunity to create a more inclusive, a more resilient, and a circular fashion ecosystem that benefits all stakeholders. So we all have a responsibility. We'll listen to this word a lot today, responsibility, and we do all have a responsibility to develop a collaborative environment where policymakers, industry players, academia, institutions, and citizens also come all together. It is in fact through dialogue, through engagement that was mentioned before, through shared commitment and action that we can pave the way for SMEs to be, as was said earlier this morning from DG Grow, Valentina Superti, to have the SME and not as the spectator of this transformation. And in the spirit, actually, of this shared commitment and collaboration, I would like to mention the C factor. That will be the topic of discussion of the next panel, so I won't reveal anything about it, but I would like also to thank the Fashion Technology Accelerator and the CNA for their dedication to scouting and for their support this year, and also look ahead to the next year, informing you and announce that the C Factor will also continue its impactful work in 2024. And now let's finally deep dive into the topic of the panel with the perspective of our speakers on the challenges facing SMEs, but also insight on the path forward and how together we can support SMEs on this journey. So to start, since we passed from an unregulated sector to a very regulated sector, as was underlined by Dirk Vantigem this morning, the question we would like to address, I would like to address during this panel, is how we adapt the new policy and regulation to fashion and circular SMEs, which are the right tools for the real problems. So to kickstart our conversation on the topic of supporting sustainable and fashion SMEs, I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, that is Maria Grazia Berardi. She served as the Enterprise Europe Network Project Manager at CNA Lombardia, an organization deeply involved in addressing these crucial issues. Maria Grazia, so considering the context that we have discussed, could you please shed light on what is needed to support SMEs and what are the initiatives in place at CNA Lombardia? Please, the floor is yours.
For having me here. That's an honor for me here. So let's start. Let's see if my is working. I don't know. Can someone help me, please? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's. Okay. No. Okay. So just to start, I would like to have an overview of the Italian textile and clothing sector. So here in this slide, what we can see is actually the Italian textile industry. We took into consideration 3 NACE codes, which is C13, which is the textile manufacturing, C14, which is the clothing manufacturing, and C15, which is the accessories manufacturing, including leather. As you can see from the slide, the majority of companies are micro company with less of 10 employees. Micro and small companies stands for the 98% of the whole industry. 98%, I think this is the data. Okay, and mainly micro companies stands for 84%. So you can imagine the majority of the industry is made by micro company with less of 10 employees. I would like to stress this, okay? And in this slide, actually, you can even see a comparison because we compared the data of 2021 with the data of 2023. First of all, this data comes from Unioncamere, that's the Union of Italian Chambers of Commerce. And the data of 2023 are data of September 2023, so they are really, you know, this is the picture now. And as you can see, there is a drop in micro companies. We have lost almost 4,000 companies in the last 2 years, and some 1,000 companies among the small enterprises, while there is a slight increase in medium and big enterprises. So, how things are going on? Let's say that the circular transition is a challenge for the entire industry, but it's a huge challenge for micro and small companies. That's huge. And a very important issue is the over-regulation. Over-regulation is actually an issue. And, okay. Over-regulation is an issue, as in the morning Euratex was stating. We will have more than 16 new directives coming on, okay? And that's true, that some of them will not be addressed to the micro and small companies. That's true, but we have to remember that the micro and small companies are part of the supply chain. And when we talk about sustainability and circular transition, you have to look in a systemic way. So if not the first impact, it will be the second impact, but the micro and the small companies will be touched, okay? Mainly if you think about the corporate sustainability supply chain due diligence, okay? It's true, the micro and the small and the medium companies at the beginning, they will not be obliged to make the report, but you know, they will be asked for information and data, and this is very important. I would like here, you can see you have got the white paper of Small but Perfect, which is actually an European project led by SDA Bocconi, Fashion Revolution Global, and Athene University, and we took part to the to Small but Perfect, and even they stated that the legislation should be based on the principle of proportionality. This is very important in order to help even micro and small companies. So in order to leave no one behind, we have to think about that. And then, you asked me what we are, oh, sorry. Okay, too quick? No. Here, no? Okay, sorry, okay, here we are. So, what we are doing to try to help our SMEs, first of all, we are trying to raising awareness. That's the main issue. But then, since in order to tackle such a complex context, we need to work not on the, we need to work on the skills of our SMEs and, let's say, micro, small and medium companies. And actually here you can see the future of job report of the World Economic Forum. And as you can see, the major ability, the major skills requested in the next years are actually creative thinking and analytical thinking. So soft skills are very important. That's why we tried to involve our SMEs in a future literacy lab in order to try to help them enhance collaboration in the whole supply chain and even to try to strengthen resilience. Because we feel that working on soft skill, it's mandatory right now. That's it.
Thank you very much for this insight, really. Now, I would like to give the floor to Francesca Pilla, Manager BIP Consulting. So welcome, Francesca. Building on our previous talk, could you please share what sustainable and circular fashion SMEs needs, so which are their needs, their challenges that need to be addressed, your suggestion to tackle, of course, these challenges, and also what BIP is doing to assist these SMEs?
Well, BIP is a consulting company, so we have the opportunity to look at a variety of enterprises, from the largest to the smallest one. And this gave us the opportunity to literally understand which are their needs and which are the everyday problems and struggles. So I would like to say that we identify what we can call the sustainability divide. A divide where you have part of our clients that they are ready for the sustainable transition. They have the capabilities, the competences, the skills, and they're just going. It's okay. But then there are the rest of companies that just see sustainability and circularities as a bureaucratic problem. How can I address this? How can I face this? Who's asking me what? What's going on? So that's the normal question. And this for us is a, let me say, a concern and a risk, because in this second part of companies, they are mainly the companies described by Maria Grazia here, so our SMEs. And this for us, it means a risk, because this is a data that shared that they are not ready for a sustainable transition. And knowing that they're puzzled, it means that it's not just an enterprise network that is puzzled and without a clear idea where to go. It means that is our everyday that is also impacted, because enterprises and small and medium enterprises, are basically our colleagues, our relatives, our friends. Everybody here in this room, I think, knows someone who has a small, medium enterprise or is working with or is an owner. And I think that the feeling is always the same. And this is also impacting the largest one because of the value chain, because their artisans and excellence of Italy is represented by also them and by their knowledge. So BIP now is international, but our roots are in this territory, and we know also which are the peculiarities of our ecosystem. So we thought about a solution that could really help our SMEs. And in fact, we launched 3 towards a responsible eco-sustainable enterprises. That is a self-assessment tool. This tool enables the SMEs to enter and fill in a survey and obtain a first ideal results of their own positioning regarding the macro questions that regard the sustainability. So in this way, they will be able to, let me say, understand, oh, okay, so this is where I am right now. And this is a result of a work that has been done with us Holding. And in the last 10 months, because we just launched in January, we had already hundreds of companies that fill in the survey. And the results that we saw are exactly the concern that we have at this table. So right now, our SMEs are not ready. They still have a lot of work to do. And at the same time, we're happy to know that this report is helping them to gain the most important things for them before taking any action and before also looking at this regulation, that is gain awareness. They need to be aware of where they are, and once they understand this, they can think about the small, medium, and long-term strategy that also will fit perfectly with the regulations that are here overall mentioned. So, of course, the report can help them also to address the first actions and to avoid anything like greenwashing or just try and go for any possible, we switch plastic to paper and this to this one. So the really idea behind is to let them stop for a minute, understand where you are, and so you can then take the next step with more awareness and ideal of where to go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're welcome. Really, now I would like to move to Matteo Agemo, co-founder of MassLed. Lastly, we have the pleasure of having him today with us. Today what we heard, that is fundamental also that companies communicate what they are, what they do, how they do it. So transparency. Transparency is key. So what I would like to ask you is, taking from that word actually from Patagonia that told us the what, the why, and how about Patagonia, I would like to ask you the same question. So what is MassLed? What do you create? Why do you create it, and how you entail your mission?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Bocconi. Thank you, and congratulations, Monitor. Let's say, first of all, I am the co-founder of MassLed, which is a startup and benefit corporation focused on circular economy. Why? Today, as everybody in this room know, the industry is very wasteful across the whole supply chain, since when you produce the fabric until when the garments are just sitting in the warehouses. So what we try to do is to incentivize the circularity. We do it through a software solution, which enable textile and clothing companies to responsibly manage the excess textile materials. How? By connecting with a network, our network, of circular operators across all Europe that is made of upcyclers and recyclers. The software also involves a measurement system to measure the impact of every project that gets activated with the companies, because these kind of KPIs are very important for the companies. In other words, what we are trying to do is to support companies in, of course, generating a better impact on the planet, but also cutting costs, such as warehousing, disposal, and personnel costs, but also to improve and increase their brand reputation, of course.
Okay, thank you very much for providing us with an overview of your company. That was really, really interesting. We would like also to know which are, in your opinion, the key priorities for SMEs, including also any recommendation that you want to make and want to give to institutions as well, since we're here and institutions are involved.
Okay. I will try to talk also from, as a startupper, I have a major view as a startupper, but I will try to talk also on behalf of the SMEs that not necessarily think as startuppers or have the same priorities. But we just see SMEs are facing tough times. It's very difficult for them. And of course, I cannot deny the biggest priority for all of us is having access to financial resources. This is definitely the most important thing because it allows us to grow, but especially because it, let's say, unlocks other priorities that, again, in my opinion, as a startupper, are mainly two or three. First, let's say, developing the technological infrastructure. That means innovating, keep innovating. This world requires innovation, and we need to do that. Secondly, the development of an experienced and skilled team. All of us, small companies, we really need a good team in order to grow, the right profiles, the right resources, and sometimes it's very challenging. You asked suggestions. I don't necessarily have suggestions, but as a startupper, sometimes I think, and I talk often with my co-founder Eugenio, about the fact that I feel we should have more incentives in terms of, for example, tax reductions when we hire people. It's very important for us to pay properly someone we hire, that is skilled, that is experienced, but sometimes we cannot grow faster because we don't have access to these incentives. Especially when they are related to something theoretically good, like a transition for circularity, regardless from the industry. And last point, this is quite obvious, but I will say generating revenues. This is a priority, and building a customer base, because that leads to credibility, that leads to growth.
Right, of course. And very last question, since we're here,
Sure.
the Monitor for Circular Fashion, and you collaborate with us this year. I'd like to ask you about your experience.
Well, I'm very proud to be part of the Monitor for Circular Fashion. What I love about it is that putting together all these relevant players in such a complicated industry and multi-layered industry like the textile and fashion one, it's really helpful for this transition. It's really helpful to collect data and brainstorm all together how the transition should go, which direction should take. But I'm also happy to say that today we are not here only to talk about big companies, big players, because this year the Monitor for Circular Fashion also decided to activate a new project, C-Factor, giving visibility and promoting smaller businesses, smaller startups or enterprises which need this kind of visibility, and today are here and can interact with other sustainable innovators, and this is exactly what startuppers like me need. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say something in wrapping up our roundtable discussion. Of course, thanks all the speakers, but also mentioning what we've done during this panel. So what we heard from Maria Grazia, she demonstrated actually with data how relevant SMEs are, micro, small, and medium enterprises are. She also stressed a very important challenge that is over-regulation. We talked about the opportunity of legislation, the need of this legislation, but also the risk of an over-regulation, especially because even that legislation that do not address SMEs, micro and not just SMEs, but also micro enterprises, still can have an impact on them. So we need to consider that. And then the skills. She focused also on the skills, and I found it really, really interesting to know that the creative thinking is at the moment the most important skill. And now moving to Francesca, I would like to thank her as well, and also was very useful to know that there are opportunities for SMEs, but sustainability can be seen both as an opportunity or as a problem, as a bureaucratic problem, you say. And but at BIP, you developed this tool, so it's interesting to know that there is this self-assessment tool. And also it's relevant to understand what she said, that SMEs are not ready, are just not ready, so they need to be prepared. And finally, thank you for your contribution and telling us more about your project, your company. You have in your DNA actually circularity, the circularity. It's not a goal for you, it's just in the DNA of what you have created, and this is very, very good to know. But also you have stressed what is needed in terms of incentives, basically. Access to market is fundamental for startup, is fundamental for micro and small and medium enterprises. And you also stress the importance of having a skilled team, of having innovation. So these are the key, let's say, resources that SMEs need to have. And finally, it was interesting to know that was helpful this experience with the Monitor for Circular Fashion that is helpful to come all together really for this transition. So I would like really to conclude saying that we need to team up for a level playing field that include support for SMEs, since, as you mentioned, Maria Grazia, they do not have to be left behind, but they have to lead the way of a transformative journey towards sustainability and circularity. So thank you all. Thank you, panelists. Feedback. Okay, I give the floor now to Francesca Boni, okay, for our last panel.
Good afternoon. So, as it was already mentioned, this year we had the first edition of C Factor. C Factor was our way to welcome small and medium enterprises, startups, and social enterprises to the community of the Monitor for Circular Fashion. And the main objective was to support collaborations between smaller players and larger players. So we started with 16 this year that pitched during the year, and out of these 16, 3 are here today to pitch, 2 in presence, 1 online. Now I'll leave the floor to Marina Zaprianova, who is the growth hacker at Resortex, and later we will have Elena Ferrero, founder at Refor Circular, and finally Francesca Patania, designer and maker at Belt Bag. Marina.
Thank you. If we were only allowed to wear sustainable fashion, all of us would be naked right now. Because even if garments are made with sustainable materials, as long as they cannot be recycled, there's no such thing as sustainable fashion. My name is Magdalena from Resortex, Recycling Made Easy. Currently, less than 1% of garments are effectively recycled. Why is that the case? Well, you see, garments are difficult to recycle, only because they're difficult to disassemble, as you can see on the video. This is why they end up in landfills like this one. And the majority of the clothes here still have the price tag attached to them. Yes, unsold inventory is a big problem for brands. It's a $4.3 billion problem for one brand alone. So what can we do about this? At Resortex, we make recycling easy with 2 design for disassembly innovations. First, we have Smart Stitch, our heat dissolvable thread that empowers brands to make clothes designed for disassembly and recycling by simply changing the stitching thread. And when it's time for recycling, there comes Smart Disassembly, our thermal disassembly system that is able to dismantle garments 5 times faster than traditional disassembly methods. So how do these 2 innovations work together? Well, the first step is to have garments produced with Smart Stitch. At end of life of those garments, they're being recovered and automatically disassembled and sorted in our Smart Disassembly systems. The result is premium quality material ready to be recycled. And what happens afterwards is up to the brand. This material can either be sold or it can be recycled into new clothes, fully closing the loop. This process has been validated by the world's biggest fashion players and is being used in products sold in over 60 countries today. Together with recycling, this small thread change can have a huge impact. Let's take a pair of jeans as an example. As we're avoiding incineration, CO2 emissions are cut by 50%. As we are recovering back the material, waste is cut by 80%. And as we're not using new cotton, water use is reduced by 98%. Circularity is no longer a buzzword. It's a must-have if you want to stay in business, remain competitive, and comply with the new EU regulations, as we saw. Luckily, circularity is not a cost, but it's an investment with positive returns. If you collect 21% of all the garments produced at end of life, you start generating profit from your own waste. With a maximum net profit of 53 cents per recycled garment, this can seem small, but it can become a very large number when we think about annual production volumes. If we want to be able to recycle garments in the future, we need to start designing them for disassembly today. So if you would like to get in touch with our team, scan the QR code or drop us a message on our website, and let's discuss how we can make circularity a reality together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. So we can start with the video. I will repeat something that many have already said. So 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds, an entire truck full of clothes globally ends up in landfills. Some of these clothes are in perfect condition, others in very poor conditions, all made of different materials, most often mixed together, but most of them, without distinction, will end up in landfill. You know, however, that currently there are many solutions to give clothes a second life through circular processes such as reuse, recycling, upcycling, the reuse of these materials in other industries, etc. Each of these processes, however, needs specific conditions to be done. So in order to convey the clothes towards this circular destination, you need to know and transmit all their characteristics, composition, color, type of garments, season, gender, value, etc. Cataloging in such a specific way each item and recording all this information is a colossal challenge if we consider the huge amounts of clothes that are collected every day. And this is how the chain breaks, and garments become waste and not a resource. We are Atelier Riforma, and we designed Refor Circular innovative technology to solve this problem. Refor Circular helps entities that collect used clothes, but also fashion brands that have to manage their dead stock to valorize each garment in the circular economy, so to direct it to the most suitable process of recovery. It is composed of a technology for classifying and digitizing garments, supported by artificial intelligence that just from the photograph of the garment and of the label can identify and record all the essential information to valorize that item in the circular economy. All this data flows automatically onto a digital platform, a B2B marketplace connected to the world of circular fashion. That are all those professionals and companies that look for second-hand or leftover textiles for their business. For example, second-hand shops, upcycling artisans, recycling companies, etc. Through the marketplace, they can buy the most suitable clothes for their business. This is not the usual wholesale trade in which they buy blindly. On Refor Circular, they can view the image of each garment and also the characteristics, choose the clothes they like, and do all this conveniently online at wholesale prices. In this way, supply and demand meet, and each garment is efficiently directed to the process of recovery most suitable for its characteristics and conditions. What makes our process and business lean and scalable is that we do not use Refor Circular only internally, but we can provide this technology to any company anywhere. And in this way, this circular model can be amplified potentially globally, as well as its positive impact. Thank you.
Hi, I'm honored to be here, and thanks to Francesca and Francesca Boni for inviting me to this important event. My name is Francesca Patania, the fashion designer and the founder of Belbag, the upcycling fashion accessories brand of Occhio del Riciclone Social Cooperative, founded in Rome in 2006 and financed by a public project to spread the reuse practice. In 2017, it moved to Milan and became part of Umana People to People Italia, and supporting its social and environmental projects. Where I grew up, upcycling was not an option, but a need. Actually, even currently, it's a need in terms of environmental sustainability. Our mission is to create the ethical fashion production through enhancing of the pre- and post-consumer waste material of companies, mainly safety belts at the base of our lines. At the beginning, in 2008, we went to cut seat belts one by one in the car wreckers, even risking getting hurt. Currently, we collaborate with two demolition companies, one of leatherette company and 3 fabric companies. In 2022, we recovered about 1 ton of seat belts, 4,500 meters of leatherette, and 2,000 meters of fabric from Italian companies and donations. All processes take place within the social cooperative at Pregnana Milanese. In 2019, the solar line was designed. This backpack, indeed, is equipped with a solar panel to charge your device with the clean energy. Our sale and retail sales channels are an e-commerce website, 15 B2B and B2C marketplace of ethical fashion, a commercial distributor for Northern Italy, and 5 clubs of Link & Co car company in Italy, Germany, and Netherlands. A very important business of Belbag is the CSR activities for companies as the merchandising gadgets and the team building upcycling workshops. In collaboration with the Partnership Office of Umana People to People Italia, we look for the solution to upcycle the company waste material stocks, and to produce a large quantities of items. We collaborate furthermore with the social enterprise of Tuscany that connect the leather goods manufacturing companies. The final intent is to do social business through the systematization of the reuse practice as a new production paradigm for an ethical fashion made in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing, actually. These were just 3 out of the 16 participants that we had to the first edition of the C Factor initiative. Again, first edition, but we will work soon already to the second edition. So we need to work on this. So there is too much to do. So we will continue with further ideas that we already have. So we will fine-tune and make it grow in time. So we're getting closer to the end of this conference today. So for this reason, I would like to thank the current but also the future initiatives that will welcome and give space to the Monitor for Circular Fashion, and we're willing to do the same. So this is actually our hope for the future, that we will grow and put the networks together so that better collaboration will be available both at Italian level but also at international level. And we need this also for the contribution to the discussions and the research results. So this is something that we need also to disseminate the research results that we produce on a yearly basis. So many thanks also to Salone della CSR, Ecomondo, Verde e Blu Festival that will host also the Monitor for Circular Fashion. Salone della CSR just did it, actually. We were here in Bocconi. But now I would like to introduce to you, and we go directly to the next slide, our 3, at least, initiatives that recently, let's say in the last months, invited the Monitor for Circular Fashion to talk about the research. And first of all, Centrino, Milano Circolare. So for this reason, I would like to thank Annibale Delia, Direttore Economia Urbana, Moda and Design al Comune di Milano. But also Unic Linea Pelle, and for this reason I would like to thank Luca Boltri, Vice Director Unic, Italian Tanneries and Linea Pelle, of course. Digital Sustainability Expo, for this I would like to thank Valeria Mangani, President Sustainable Fashion Innovation Society, and also fashion expert at the Italian MIMIT Ministry. There are many other initiatives that hosted us, such as EP Summit and many others. I would like to thank them all. Really, it was a pleasure for us, and we are willing to contribute also in the next months and years as well. But now, getting closer to the end of the event, I would like to leave the floor to Annibale Delia.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Francesca, and thank you, everybody. And I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for your invitation. And we are here almost since the 9:30 of this morning, so we are the survivor, and I'll be very short.
Resilience is the keyword here.
The resilience. The strongest. I work within the municipality of Milano. I'm the responsible of the directorate dedicated to urban economy, fashion, and design. And I'm here because actually I'm the responsible of the process, a co-design process with a very ambitious goal, and to design an action plan, a city action plan for the city of Milano dedicated to the circular economy in the field of fashion and design. And that's why I am here, and I'm so happy because, of course, all the topic of this super meeting is so interesting for my job, and I just want to ask a couple of minutes of attention just to say that the municipality of Milano actually is fully engaged in a cooperation both at the international level with other cities like Amsterdam, Copenhagen, Paris, and Barcelona, just to learn and share knowledge, just to understand how to become a properly and really circular city. And my job actually is dedicated to the field of fashion and design. It is so interesting for us. You know, Milano is one of the world capital of fashion and design, but this is still not a capital of the circular fashion and design sector. And this is the challenge that we are facing. What will happen in the next week? We want to discuss with all of you, with Francesca and her team in the Circular Monitor. So we will want to discuss this idea and this framework with all the most relevant stakeholders that working on the circular economy topics in the city. And the next step will be, the next milestone will be the release of the first version of the plan next February in the second edition of an event that we called Milano Circolare. The first edition took place in February 2023, and we are looking forward just to share all these thoughts and these challenges with all of you. And thank you, Francesca, because we will do it together. So, thank you.
We will. Thank you. Luca Boltri.
Thank you, Francesca, and thank you also to all your staff and to Bocconi University for guesting this important event and organizing this very important project. Yeah, I'm here today wearing two hats, as you have mentioned. From one side, I represent Unic, that is the association that officially represents the Italian tanning industry, member of Confindustria. founded in 1946, a sector composed by more than 1,000 small and medium enterprises here in Italy. And the role of UNIC is mainly to promote the knowledge of leather and tanning. Very important because, well, there are a lot of wrong perceptions about leather and tanning today. And for sure to enhance the economic, social, environmental role of the industry. And from the other side, I also represent Linea Pelle. Linea Pelle is probably the most important international fair for leather, textile, synthetic materials, accessories and components for the shoe, bags, garments and design industries. It is held twice a year here in Milan. We have just organized the 102nd edition, so it's a very old exhibition, gathering more than 1,300 exhibitors from more than 40 countries, more than 20,000 visitors in each edition coming from all over the world. So it is absolutely a very important meeting point for the fashion, mainly the fashion supply chain. It is a B2B exhibition. It has always been a trade fair because it is a B2B exhibition. So we mainly serve the meeting of demand and supply of fashion materials, mainly. But in the most recent years, we can say that it has evolved in something a little bit more different, as this kind of exhibition and fairs are becoming more and more a moment of confrontation, of networking between the different operators of the supply chain. So we are not talking only about materials, prices, and this kind of stuff, so the trading stuff, but also about sustainability, for example. Sustainability has become one of the most important issues when we talk about the supply chain relationships, and Linea Pelle serve as a moment of confrontation between operators on this concern, a developing project, and we as organizers are trying to following this evolution, also organizing seminars, workshops, technical seminars, scientific workshops. In a couple of occasions, we also had the honor to host a couple of interventions about the monitor for circular fashion. And we think that this is very, very important, this kind of event, because, well, today we have talked a lot about supply chain sustainability. The sustainability of fashion products is the direct consequence of the sustainability of supply chain. So the development of supply chain sustainability is not easy, it's complicated, means the engagement of different actors and operators, and we need to serve as a facilitator for this kind of relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Luca. Valeria Mangani.
Thank you. This is, Darwin said the survival of the fittest. Here we are, all of us. Thank you, Francesca. It's always an honor for me. It's the second year I'm here with you. And, Sustainable Fashion Innovation Society is a non-profit organization. Networking and lobbying with Italian ministries for the 2,000 and more brands subscribed. We were the first to do this sustainable lobbying, let's say, because, with Italian ministries was very particular like 5 years ago. Now, fortunately, there is the European Union making down policies, finally, and so everything is much easier because there is much more networking going on. Our mission is to promote the culture of sustainability. This is very important, especially for Rome, which, consumers are not so educated to sustainability. So that's our mission since many years. We work a lot with ministries, with awareness campaigns and on sustainability and against fast fashion and all of that. During the last table for fashion at the Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy, where I'm a speaker as a president of the society, we contributed, for example, to a final law draw, obtained the inclusion of incentives and promotion of natural and recycled textile fiber supply chain, and the latest law bill, it was presented in July. It was called Organic Provisions for the Valorization, Promotion and Protection of the Made in Italy. So this is very important for sustainability in Italy. Then the second point I wanted just to make before speaking about the expo, that you know, is the fact that the society helps all the subscribed brands with a material lab. And this is done with the University Sapienza. They can, you know, analyze material properties and test durability of the garments and provide recommendation for their application. They can test all kinds of materials, bio-based, 3D printers, and of course we assist companies in the, how you say, incorporation of the smart textile, like the wearable technologies. So it's very important. So the promotion, of course, of sustainability is carried out, of course, with the society at the regional, national, and European level. And the next Digital Sustainability Expo is confirmed for June 4 and 5. And it's co-organized with the European Commission and the European Parliament. 6 Italian ministers have already confirmed. So we are waiting for you there, and I hope to see you soon.
Save the date, June
yes,
4th
absolutely,
and 5th.
4 and 5. And the 5th of June is also the World Environmental Day. So
Perfect.
It's very important.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. So, we understood we have a lot to do. We have been looking at the circular fashion roadmap several times. Now it's time to act. There are many initiatives, such as the Monitor for Circular Fashion, that are willing to work on the upskilling and reskilling. We would like to network with all of them, and we will also like to invite frontrunners to join this community. So this is going to be our next step. I already mentioned this morning. We'd like to extend to other value chains, eyewear, and other value chains as well. We'd like to work more and more at international level, so Italy, of course, but also other countries that do have a base in Italy, so that's important for us. We see already our journey. It has been an amazing year, I think, together with the companies of the Monitor for Circular Fashion and all these stakeholders that supported us. But we can't wait to start already with year 4 of the Monitor for Circular Fashion. So thanks to the whole SDA Bocconi marketing team for the support, marketing and communication team, events team, everyone. Thanks to the Sustainability Lab, of course, to the Associate Dean for Research, Associate Dean for Sustainability, the research team and the advisors. Thank you very much, every one of you, so Elena, Francesca, Liuba, and Claudia. The companies, the 26 companies of the Monitor for Circular Fashion 2023, the interviewees, the respondents, the C-Factor participants, and we really can't wait to start again with a new edition. So thank you all, and see you next year.